boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, day traders and closet swing traders. Hope you guys are doing absolutely incredible. It is that time. We have free week this week all day. Most of what are we doing? Is it 9 hours a day? 9 hours a day, which is our normal schedule. We're here from 9 a.m. Eastern to we wrap up the afternoon room 6 p.m. Eastern. So you guys are more than welcome to hang out for all of it. That's Monday through Friday. We got so many newbies. We got so many of the veterans in the house. Good morning. We got Agnes. Good morning, Al. Albert's in the house. Alex, Andrea, and we got, is that B Matt? Like B Rabbit. We got Babbitt. Good morning. Bill, Bob, Brian, Carl. There's so many today. There's like 12 Davids. Good morning to all the baker's dozen of Davids. Dr. Joe is in the house. Oof. Shop is popping, says Jason P. King. Good morning, Jason. Fayaz, good morning. So just let's do a quick little just housekeeping thing as you guys are starting to come in. But real life trading, let's go to just so you guys know the schedule for what we were doing today. And also here's a link too. If anybody has friends, family, whoever that wants to sign up, just to check out real life trading, be able to trade with us for the week, by all means, you're more than welcome to do so. But if you go to this live trading tab on the website, that will take us right into the schedule in case somebody's looking for, hey, who's coming in? Who was that on the mic? Again, we're here from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. I imagine you guys want to get some lunch at some point and or have a laundry to do or something. And if you want to see what time you want to definitely be there for real life trading certain section or class or learn some individual topic, just click on that live trading button at the top. And that will take you to this page. Just scroll down. You can see the entire week. We do post this every month. So it's updated with a lot of new classes every single month. And you can kind of see where that leads to as well. So just a quick little brief thing. The other thing I wanted to point out. So as we are trading, some guys are familiar with it. Some guys are not. When we talk about an R, that's just a unit of risk. So if we're saying, hey, we're going to try to go for 1.2 Rs or 2 Rs or 1.7 Rs, that's all dependent on your account size. That depends on your risk unit. That's going to be independent for everybody. But I'm going to type in the chat real quick how you're going to see a certain trade. So entry, buy, stop. So you're going to see something like 98.23 by, I don't know, 182. Right. So that's the first number is always your entry. The second one is always the stop on that trade. Again, I just want to cover some of the house rules. So therefore, this, whatever ticker this would be a short, because obviously your stop is higher. So you're going to want this one to go lower. All right. So I just want to cover some of those just to get those out of the way. But again, this is free week. We're here for you guys. I mean, you guys know we'll take trades when we see them. But mainly we want to get the most out of what you guys could take away. We would love for each and every one of you to be members and sign up, and that's terrific. But worst case, we'd love for you to know a little bit more about the market, a little bit more about trading during the free week. Take as much as you can from it. Help enrich your lives, help enrich lives of people that you know, your community, and that's really the mission of real life trading. So that being said, also, if you guys have any tickers you guys want to cover, by all means, you're more than welcome to throw that into the chat pane. And honestly, the more communication from you guys, the more feedback from you guys, the team, meaning that everybody that's on the mic, everybody in the community is absolutely incredible. More than willing to help. There is no such thing as a dumb question. Trust me, when I started trading, I specifically only asked dumb questions. Not because I wanted to, just because I didn't know anything. So the best way to learn something is just ask those questions. The more the merrier for sure. Lucian says, oh man, it's free week. I forgot this is a week. Awesome. I know. I think free week is like, it might, I don't know. Some people are going to feel a certain kind of way, but I think free week is better than Christmas. I think it is better than Christmas. I get more excited for it. I get the gift. of hanging out with so many awesome people all week. Yeah, no, that's it's like Christmas for me for sure. All right, so let's take a look real quick at the SPY. Little bit of a gap up, strong Friday. I think the last 3 days honestly had something to do with options, where you're selling a lot of the, I mean, big run up into, what was this? This is Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So big run up into Tuesday. I think we kind of took some profits, sold some, and then Friday was more of an options push more than anything. We did get a close at a huge resistance on the SPY itself. And for you guys that don't know, SPY is just an ETF that kind of tracks the majority of the market. I would say the feel for the decent amount of stocks in the market. So we and you'll see at one point I'll flip to Thinkorswim usually when the bell rings, and I'll always have SPY up because it's kind of the pulse of the market in general. Sometimes we'll trade the SPY, otherwise we'll just use it to kind of help guide some individual trades as well. But again, there's a little bit of a gap up. I would expect a little bit of a retest before we continue bullish. So I would like to see a pullback, whether we get it or not. I don't know. It is opening in a decent spot where we have some room. If we get an initial bull run, 397, all of this zone, let me get that little penny thing. All of this zone, probably from here to here, is going to be a little bit of, I think, chop back and forth. If we start to break out of this, then I can see a retest, and then we continue bullish. Otherwise, in a longer picture, 3 weeks from now, we could be looking at this picture going, yeah, we hit that resistance after a double top on the SPY, something like that. This was kind of the just check into the initial breakdown, and then this happens. So I think the next potential few days, which, I mean, it's during free week, so kind of not fun. But I do think the next few days could be chop. We'll see. We'll see what the market wants to do. Again, a lot of options cleared on Friday, so we are resetting in the option world a little bit, and we'll see where we go from there. Let's take a look at the Qs. I gotta switch that pen over. Otherwise, they don't let me choose nothing. Choose nada. Santa wants to look at PayPal. Oh yeah, other just housekeeping rule too. In Zoom, I don't know why it's not automatic, but in Zoom, there is a little drop down box that probably says, as soon as you sign on, automatically says host and panelist. If you guys just want to change that over to everyone, this way, anytime someone sees your message, otherwise it's just me that sees it, and that's no fun. That's not. I just want to have fun. That's it. All right, Qs. We do have a little bit of a gap up in the Qs. Yeah, no worries, Tanner. Yeah. It wasn't directed at you. It was just in general. Q, same thing. So it's a little bit of a gap up, not quite outside of like right at the highs of the day. So it depends on where this thing opens. We still have 22 minutes to decide if we want to gap out higher than yesterday or not. I would have liked to see an open to give it a little bit more bullish edge, about 283.15. That it's not there yet. And again, still in a little bit of a chop zone. So kind of going back and forth. Let's look for some of those stocks that have some catalyst. Attorney Dan. Attorney Dan. I have no idea how to say your last name. I'm not even going to attempt it, Attorney Dan. I don't want to go to court with you. Logged in late. What is the name of the presenter? My name is DJ Dan. Yep. And you could switch the host and panelists over to everyone, Dan. All right. So you guys want to take a look. So let's take a look at PayPal. I'll have to scroll up because I know I missed a bunch. Actually, I'll go to PayPal, then we'll go top to bottom just to make sure I don't miss anybody. All right. So take a looking at PayPal. So PayPal, we are gapping down, which the market relatively flat. I mean, it's not doing anything crazy. The one thing, so on the daily chart, this little blue line, this is a 10 EMA. This one is sitting right at that 10 EMA. So is that going to act as a little bit of support? Potentially. To the downside, if you wanted to play this thing, I would have a target roughly around 76, 73. That's the last VPOC. And as we get a moment, we will go through kind of the VPOCs and stuff like that as well during the, if we could get to it today, great. Otherwise, during the course of the week, for sure, we'll cover that in some of the topics. But we do have about 76.83 would be my target to the downside. So that doesn't give me a lot. It gives me about 90 cents. Maybe I could squeeze $1 from this thing. Yeah, probably realistically about 70 to 80 cents is going to be my initial target unless that starts to break. So I'd be peeling shares in a worst case if you're going to play this gap and go bearish. Otherwise, we are still inside. Anytime you have a candle that's inside, it is going to be a little bit more choppy, a little bit more difficult to play. But it is doing something slightly different than the market, so we could definitely keep an eye on that one. Let's for Jason P. King take a look at shop. Shop till you drop. They are not dropping. They are a nice little gap up. Again, this should be a retest at a slight resistance. Honestly, I'm looking for, if this thing runs bullish, we probably start hitting, I think, some kind of resistance around 43.14. But again, I don't want to take it in the bullish direction. Technically, this is a retest gap. It is a very nice spot. I would let it run without me, honestly, because I would expect anybody that got here to buy, anybody that got there to buy, buying shares there. My pen went away. There we go. Buying shares here and buying shares on Friday. Everybody in this trend is profitable at this point. So if there was a swing trade or somebody hopping in looking for a couple day hold, something like that, they're all profitable with this gap. Right? So with that gap, I would assume some people want to take some profits, let this thing kind of fade back down, and then maybe we attempt to try it. But again, this is a pretty decent open. Where's our high volume candles? High volume candle got cleared a little while ago, which is this one down here. But this is a good retest. We're starting to open above that one. We might have some room to run again. If it doesn't pull back, I'll stay away from the trade. If we get that little bit of a pullback, because, and again, what I'm most terrified of is we get that bullish run into probably that VPOC, which would be 43.17, so about $1.16 from right now, at least at open, as to where potential targets could be if we run bullish. It's not a great risk reward. It's not great risk reward. I'd rather see a pullback on this one. Wait for that pullback. Maybe later in the day we try to take a bullish run. That would give me maybe about $40.40. Now, if I could get back up to that zone, if I could, that gives me a lot better risk reward. So we'll see how it wants to react if it pulls back. But it is a nice little pop on that one. Let's see. We got Tessie. The Tesla. So Tesla was running as well. I believe it should be a little retest gap. I think we had a good bullish day on Friday. Still in this little chop sideways. Let me take these lines off. This was a trade we had from Friday. Or actually, this was Thursday. Which I think we hit that target to the penny before it reversed. Again, this would be a retest gap, so I don't mind going bullish, just not at open. And we're still within this candle, which, again, this was a gap up. This was a retest. I do like the longer term swing perspective on this chart. Even at 10 EMA, your entry is probably somewhere around 130.23. Last VPOC was 130.96. So first stop I'd be looking for, again, this is where we did sell. I don't think we sold because people were selling fundamentally, but I think we were selling because, I mean, again, lots of people were profitable on this trade. We gapped up. People want their profits, especially when there is so much FUD on Tesla and a little bit of fear on Tesla. But yeah, I'd expect the same thing. Let's be patient on this one. Let's see if we can get that retest to come in. Probably a lot of things that might have to have, or at least practice some patience at open and not just jump in right away. But seeing if we can get some kind of a pullback retest, especially if we get down to this 131.03, would be a lot more attractive for pure risk reward. GE. GE, a little bit a little bit kind of just opening at the highs of yesterday. So not really a huge gap. I just don't know where the sentiment would be on this one. On a longer wave count, so I'd probably have to remain bullish, and that would be the direction I'd want to stick to play. This could be a 1, 2. This long move, I think, is a 3 on a wave count. This is a 4, and this is a 5. I don't know what happens in this zone, and probably this would be my final target before we get some kind of pullback, because it's again, pretty hefty run we've had so far. But I think we're most likely, if we do get a bounce, we're looking for wave 5. So the bullish move might be done. The tricky part with 5 is you don't really know how far that wave is going to go. But I think all of those green candles definitely make up some kind of a wave 3 for sure. So I don't really want to short it yet. Lots of bullish momentum. Probably if I had to play this one, I'd go bullish. But at open, there's not really a lot of gap or sentiment shift, and you're probably just running with that trend. Mike York is in the house saying AMD. AMD looks interesting. Again, technically it's a retest gap. I do like this location though. I'd be a little scared. Again, we have some kind of just probable reason for people to want to take profits in this zone. Right. And if we could open a little bit higher, I would like it better. But technically this is a retest gap. So if we are opening inside of this one candle, I would not really touch it again at open. Just wait for some kind of a pullback first. Then let's see if we could get something and maybe get a push. At this point, I mean, again, I don't know where people are going to want to take profits, but I would look for my initial target, probably about 73.95. If we could get a break of that, next target to me becomes 74.98. And if we push one more higher, that's 77.17. So that I think is going to be a very difficult spot to break. That should be a good retest. Again, even on a wave count basis from this current move, we're probably looking right now, at least it looks like 1, 2. This is our wave 3, 4. This is probably our wave 5. And again, we do have a bunch of people that kind of are profitable, and the people down here, as this thing pulled back, are the same people wishing they took profits here. They're getting another opportunity to do that, to take those profits, and maybe this time they do, especially pulling again into that little bit of potential resistance. And we do have a retest gap from Friday. So again, trend right now is still bullish, but I'd want to wait again at open. And Meta, I'm definitely far behind on the chat right now, so bear with me, but we'll get to all of these. Pat is in YouTube land. Good morning, Pat. All right, we got Meta. Just a crazy run Meta's had from the lows. I think people are starting to, and unfortunately, probably not the right spot, but they're starting to look at Meta as like a value play. Like, hey, these guys might be able to turn something around. So here's a bearish flag. This was our initial breakdown, quick little retest, and we're just really pulling back into that zone, right? So again, this would be a spot where I'd probably start drawing some fibs. So you get a 50% retrace. We didn't like, I'd be looking for about 125 or 123-ish as a price target if we do pull back. This also, to me, looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we are just having kind of an inside day at that little bit of resistance from up here as well. So again, I don't think we have to jump into it at the open. I'd probably be, if I was in this thing, I'd probably be looking to ring the register, to be honest. So we'll see if we can get any type of breakdowns today. I'm not sure. All right. Logged in late. Good. Euro says, good morning, team. Good morning. L Chuck, what are those vertical lines on my chart? That's the VPOC. You're probably talking about these red lines, L Chuck. Those would be my VPOCs. We'll cover some of those, but basically, essentially, just briefly, that's the highest volume at that price for that day. Meaning there's a lot of interest at that price. So that's going to typically be some kind of good target or good resistance. Yep. Or support if it's coming down into it. AMD, watch the weekly 200 resistance. Yeah. A lot of things do have that resistance coming in. Can we take a look at W, which is Wayfair. I think Wayfair was running a little bit. Yeah, you're getting a lot of these companies that were just honestly just clobbered to the ground. You're starting to see a little bit of life from some of these guys. The more interesting thing, and we can look at this for sure. Obviously, we caught into a little resistance. I would probably look to fade this thing bearish. Definitely has enough room to fade bearish. In fact, I'm going to throw this one a little bit higher on my list and actually see if we get some kind of a bearish play out of it. It is a pretty sweet gap, but again, you're going to have some people profitable. What's interesting here, let's flip this over to a weekly chart. And this could be a little bit of a, we got to go daily. I thought we could see the volume on the weekly. But so this is it's very similar to what we look at, and you'll see it on my daily chart when we trade. But these are pockets of liquidity, right? And this is just through the Lux indicator. It's free with TradingView. Just type in volume profile Lux LUX, and you'll see this thing come up. But I'll use this a lot for just the longer term picture of things. Right now, again, we are in a little congested area. We had a little bit here, and we got one more spot, and that would be somewhere around, really looking for the break, probably around $66, right? So we do have some room to the upside, but we have to get through a little bit more in this range first. After that, we have one other spot, $78. If that breaks, there's nothing really holding this. Has not been a lot of institutional interest in this range, right? So if we do get a little bit of a further break, Wayfair could be good for a little bit of a longer swing that would take us into about $104, $105, and then we're well within this range. So could we potentially make some kind of move? Bullish, yeah. Right now we are in a little just probably chop. That is a nice little gap, and again with all that previous volume on it, I would be looking to take some profits on a shorter term note. We'll see if this double bottom in a longer term picture wants to hold. That would be a decent spot for it. But again, just kind of some kind of consolidation, bounce, chop around for a little bit longer would be terrific. For day trade wise, which is what we're going to watch for, we'll see if we get maybe a fade to the short side on this one. See if we could ring the register with anybody that was already in this thing profitable. Rock Fullwood's in the house. Rock, if you guys don't know Rock, he's a absolute legend. He actually trades wearing a cape. He's that much of a superhero. It's crazy. All right, we got Spotify. Nice little gap up. That dotted line is exactly the longer term volume, and we're right into that. That should act as definitely some resistance. Yeah, again, we are pulling into that was support. We broke. That should be resistance. We're opening right into it. This should be I'd be looking for a fade. We should have a good, decent range on this one to make something happen in a short side if we want to play that one fade. Doesn't mean we have to go short on Wayfair. Doesn't mean we have to go short on Spotify. But we do have good ranges. If this thing wants to retest, we might be able to make some money to the downside. So what I would love to see on these candles, and what I'm going to be looking for, is probably on the 3-minute chart. Love to see specifically on these. Green little high wave candle. And then we go short, probably stop somewhere above it. So that's the play I'm looking for on these ones. See if we can get some kind of a fade lower as people want to ring the register. Is Tesla earnings tomorrow, Wednesday? I believe they come out on Wednesday. Yep. Keep in mind too. And also, if you guys are designing any trades or setups, we are definitely in earnings season. So be careful of when those earnings come up. As you could be in a great looking trade and you're winning, and then those earnings come and hit, and it looks like a different picture altogether later. Or you get really lucky. One of the two. All right. Double bottom here. This looks like a decent move again. Vet, I'm not really sure. Oh, energy. Yeah, energy was going crazy last night in futures. let's add this one to the list. We'll keep a watch. I'm going to wait for a pullback on this one, but I do like energy bullish. Got one that's not on my list. Okay. It is now, though. I'm waiting for, again, pullback, and then it should have a lot of room to run. So if I was to just trade this one pre-market, I'd probably go, or throw out the order before the bell rings, 1579, and then throw a stop at, I could probably get away with 1539. This one will have a bullish potential up to about $16.90. So plenty of room to the upside. I do think we probably have a little chop first, but let's see what we can do on that one. I don't know about VET for a day trade. I don't know the volume on it. I'm just not familiar. But as a swing trade, definitely could be interesting. DocuSign, a little bit of a gap up into the 10 EMA on a daily. Very mini retest on DocuSign, and we're kind of in chop. So again, nothing. I'm not seeing anything out of the gate that I'm like, I need this one. We've had a couple last week that were like, all right, we could probably get this order out prior to the market even opening, and we did. I'm noticing a lot of retests, so I definitely want to be a little bit more to the patient side of things. Retest into support on MU. I got 2 minutes and 40 seconds, so I'm just gonna kind of run through some of these, see if anything looks a little different than the setups we've seen. Square looks a little different than PayPal, which is nice. Again, still technically a retest gap. This would be a nice one to also give me a high wave, but a red one. Let's throw this a little bit higher on the list, and we'll see if we can take a break out of that. I like the opening location on this one. Just the fact that we are getting above there, but sell a little bit, or hopefully some people take some profits. We could maybe take a break above red candle, so that would not be horrible. Agnes says Oxy, OXY. Similar to a lot of other things. So again, a little bit of a, I would expect a little bit of a pullback first. I don't want to go long yet, especially into a little bit of resistance on that one. But it is technically a bullish retest gap. CLNE. Oh no, this list keeps growing. I don't know if I can do it. I need Rocket Escape to come in. All right, we got this one looks interesting. Again, this one's gonna be probably a tough one to trade daily, like a day trade. And we're still inside that high wave candle. It is technically a bearish gap and go, but you're still restricted by the inside candle. 10 EMA short signals on it. Yeah, I think a little bit of a chop on that one out of the gate. All right, I see the gap on spot, but not on the previous ones. I need to see Dan explain volume profile. We'll get to that one, I promise. Whether today or some point. Boeing had earnings on Wednesday, flagging on the daily. Probably has earnings, I'm guessing, on Wednesday. I don't think the earnings came out yet. Yep, Boeing earnings Wednesday. Yeah, flagging a little bit. Massive run into a great volume spot. We're finally below the 10 EMA. Well, at least we were prior. Technically, this is a gap and go on Boeing. It's been super strong. I would expect at least a push into 210.80. I still want to stick with the trend on this one, at least for now. For day trade, I'd be looking a little bit more bullish than bearish. We'll slide this one up. I only got 10 seconds. The good news, everybody, YouTube land, this is free week, so we'll keep it running up for you guys. So this way you can watch anywhere in the world. But you could also go to reallifetrading.com because that would be my preference, just to keep YouTube running. However, we do have a lot of moderators coming in, switching. So just so you don't get disconnected, you can go to www.reallifetrading.com. Right there on the website. You can put your email in, and that will create the dashboard with the icon. So this way, if we do disconnect throughout the day, you don't have to. You just be rocking with us all day. That opening bell is the sound of I lost all the money. That's it. So it's over. It's over. Did not have any patience. I don't know what we do from here on out. All right, so we're looking again for most things. We are looking for. Let me get my trading view up on the other screen. All right, cool. And let's take a look at some of those companies. Vet, Spotify, Wayfair. Get this one out of here. Everyone should see the Thinkorswim screen, right? CRM is the other one to look for. CRM had a nice little gap. I think they got some investors throwing a couple $1 million into CRM. So watch that one. We should have looked at that one pre-market, but my thought process ahead of time was fade, and so far that's working. We just didn't cover it. All right, Spotify again. I still think there's some room on Spotify to the downside. Meta. Shoot, which one do I want to do? Let's do spot over here. So we are getting that initial pullback again. It doesn't mean necessarily that we're going bearish today, but I think we are getting some of these things, some of these individual names people want to take some profit on. You'd have to be very, very quick out of the gate on Spotify if you did want to take that short. Almost a little bit of a scalp. Let me go to trading view. And we just got that volume right in front of our face. That's going to be an issue. Let's see, Spotify. Even trading views pushing a little slow. A little bit slow. If you guys see anything that you guys like or want to cover, we could take a look at that as a team as well. All right, Spotify trying to battle back again. Just a huge resistance. That's why I'm a little bit hesitant to take that one bullish. I'm just not sure of the bullish targets on that. I wanted this one to fade a little bit more than we're currently getting. So maybe it doesn't, and I just don't get the opportunity, or maybe we start to really break out of that stronger resistance. But this right here is a decent short spot on it, which is why I don't know if I want to go long. SPY just kind of hanging out right now. Yep. So we have technically on the SPY, at least on a 5-minute chart, this could be a little head and shoulders. So that would be the neckline right here. This is going to be an important candle. This blue line on my chart is the 100. So we got a nice little bounce off that 100, and we're kind of just hanging out. So the question really at this point, we don't have a direction from the market yet. Is this just the initial pullback and we do continue bullish, which has been the trend for most of January? But if you want to go bullish, that would be your spot. Take a break above this candle. I just don't know, again, how far this is going to run. We also know that 400, we've got rejected off 400 a few times. Definitely a few times. So that's going to be another big resistance. So that would give you on your trade, if you are taking the SPY bullish, that's going to give you about $3 to the upside. If we have a really good bullish day. Which it says trying to short. Yeah, that would be the other direction on that one. I can't short yet personally, but let me see. Eric says thanks for the analysis. Yeah, anytime. That's why we're here, buddy. That's what we do. All right. We got. I'm just looking at Woodshed's chart for futures. Yeah, you're buying it at that resistance. I like that. That's the problem with going bullish. There's so much resistance on a lot of those, even individual names that we're looking at. Tesla's interesting. I do like that candle, but again, we just have a little bit of resistance on everything. AMD might be trying to push. I think AMD had a little bit of room. CRM, nice little fade still. SPY still pulling back. AMD looks interesting. Probably targets on AMD would be about $73.90. If it could get there, that gives us about $1.40 to the upside. So probably risk on this one would be about 70 cents. So Eric, I leave. That's a good question. Good point. If you guys are wondering, my SPY is on 5. Everything else is on 3. The only reason I do that is to not get lost in the narrower time frame of things. I want to know the broader market, what we're doing. So I leave this one a little bit longer time frame just so I can get the pulse of the overall market. Otherwise, sometimes if you're looking at all 3-minute charts, sometimes things set up, they all look kind of similar sometimes. And you're like, okay, great. And then you step back and you look at a longer time picture of things. So like if this on the 5-minute chart is not really looking as bullish, or we're just inside, that's going to make me pause a little bit on taking some of these maybe 3-minute setups. So that's why I just leave the little longer time frame on SPY for me. Apple headed up to the 200 on the daily. Yeah, let me see where I get some targets on Apple for you. AAPL. Initial target for me would be 142.45. So Apple definitely has some room to run. This could be a 10 EMA. I don't know how familiar or how long some of you guys have been following real life trading, but last year we were doing the 10 EMA solely. This would be a 10 EMA. Let's see if it would qualify technically though. Yeah, you're outside of yesterday's range. So technically this would be a 10 EMA, which means basically essentially you're looking at, if this candle closes red, 139.56, and then your stop would be somewhere below where your 10 EMA is. This middle yellow line is that spot. So your stop would be the last candle that interacted, 137.84. And as I said, I'd be looking for targets for 142. So you have a little bit of room on it. You'd probably be shooting for about a 1.2 Rs. My thing with this one is it did run out of the gate 2 strong candles, and kind of want to see a little bit more retracement, maybe even into like a 50% retracement, get me somewhere around, I don't know, 138.60 as a just to get me a little bit better risk reward on it. Spotify, let me take a look back at Spotify. Now again, that should be the resistance. Question is, are we coming in for a retest first, or are we going to get that breakout? Right now, doesn't look like the bulls are willing to push this thing further yet. Dustin says Amazon is setting up. I think I have Amazon up here. Yep. So Amazon for 10 EMA short. Let me just see if I got some targets on this one. AMZN. I don't feel like I have a lot of room. So my target would be about 95.45, maybe a little higher, 95.65. That was about 10 cents over this. Watch that. That could be a potential trap. We'll have to see again what the SPY wants to do. We don't have direction yet. Tesla's running a little bit. Nice little push on the Tessie. I'm gonna watch Tesla. We'll see if we get some kind of a pullback. Let me just see if we can get. Let me see what my targets to the higher side on Tesla is if we do want to take. Tesla has some room, I think. If we break out, the immediate next target is 138.65. Getting close to that one. One after that would be 142.44. And probably final target on a really, really strong day would be 150.97. I'm not sure if we get there. All right, so let's take Netflix is taking off. Let's take a look at Tesla. We don't know exactly where the turning point of this one is. I kind of almost want to play the retest. Would love to buy it at the retest of that almost hammer-ish. But let's see if we can get a fib. Which, if you guys are not familiar with the Fibonacci's, it's essentially just measuring a pullback. So what I want to do is find out if this is the top. We don't know if it is yet, right? We didn't really get a red candle, so I might be adjusting this. But right now, the 50% retest would take me to 135.79. Yep, we're going to have to probably adjust that slightly already. We'll see where we start getting some kind of candles. But right now, probably looking at this 135.79-ish. That's where I wouldn't mind attempting to buy this thing. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right. And then maybe we could throw a stop. All right, so let's see if this one works out. 135.79 is my entry. Gotta get my spreadsheet loaded. So this is 137.79. No, 135.79, sorry. 0.79. And stop on this one. 134.80. Does anybody know why I'm throwing a stop down at 134.80? What we're gonna do is 134.79 actually. We'll give it a full dollar. 79. So target for 2 R's gets me to 145.79. Yeah, it would be breaking support at that point. 145.79. It's doable, but we're gonna need a lot on Tesla to get there. It is doable. That is quite the hefty move into it, and we're gonna need an extended move for that to happen. I'm gonna sit on my hands on that one for a minute. I don't know if I'm gonna take that. 145 could be in the cards. That's 2 R's. Otherwise, we're probably looking for about. I mean, a 1.2 is 141.79. That's definitely more realistic. So, do we try to shoot for that? We'll see. Hasn't really had that real pullback yet, so I don't think we have to throw the order out yet. We just want to see, because again, this thing could run another dollar before we get that pullback, and that would change our entries. But yeah, so essentially what I'm trying to do is where I determine my stops. And again, some of you guys have all different levels of experience of trading. And the one thing when trading, and a lot of people think of like how much ching-a-ling they can make on a trade, right? And they're like, okay, if this thing runs to the moon, because that's always the target, right? This thing is going to $3,000 today. They're thinking about this, right? And oftentimes they neglect their stops, which is the most important part of a trade, because I'd rather lose money than lose all of my money, right? I'd rather just lose a little bit of what I'm prepared to lose. And where I want to determine that stop is essentially where I think I'm just dead wrong on the trade, right? So we had bulls come in here to push this thing up after, again, we were expecting a little bit of a retest. That was probably the retest candle. Then bulls came in, said, okay, retest is over. Let's push this thing up higher. And then we have green candle, green candle, green candle, green candle. I don't want to take a breakout here for my entry because now I'm buying everybody else's profits, right? But I also want to say, all right, well, if the bulls are here to play, let's wait for the people that are profitable take their profits. This is why I'm trying to catch some kind of retest on that fib. But also, well, I don't think that this support honestly should be broken if it is going to remain strong. And again, that's the last green candle where the bears attempted to push this thing right back down. They failed, and we took a breakout. So I don't think this is the spot where, if I'm correct in a bullish sentiment, that should break. Right? So I'm trying to determine where my stop should be based on where I think I'm just dead wrong on flipping a coin going bullish, bearish. And again, I'm going bullish because we have, looks like we price action. We do have some bulls buying this thing up. All right. And again, SPY, not overly bullish, not overly bearish. We've done nothing in the overall market. This is not, and this is why I leave the time frame a little bit larger on the SPY, because this is what I want to see. This on Tesla, yeah, looks like we're about to run crazy bullish and everyone's feeling great. Whoever's sitting there long, this market's telling me, okay, but how much is it going to run? We already determined to get to 2 R's, we needed 145.79, which essentially means the SPY, we're going to need help from the SPY. The overall market's going to help us hit those targets. So either I have to not take the trade or wait for a better setup to come in. Something that gives me better risk reward on that trade. AMD is popping a little bit. Microsoft has a small bullish retest, MSFT. I think we have some kind of report coming out at 10 a.m. Eastern, so about 15 minutes. I don't know if that's PPI. I think a global PPI, potentially. For now, perfect 10 EMA trade. Let's see what this one is. You got it on Tesla. Yeah, so there's your 10 EMA. It is there if you want to take that break. Again, potentially you're coming in, and again, how you set your trade and how I set a trade. We can look at Tesla and both be like, hey, this is a great trade. Bullish. How you take it, how I take it might be two different setups, right? You usually on a 10 EMA, you're going for like a 1.2, typically 1.2 R's, right? Meaning that if your R is $100, you're risking $100, and potentially you're looking to make about $120, right? What I'm looking for is, and there's nothing wrong with that, because you're sacrificing a little bit of gains for potentially a little bit more of confirmation, right? So a little trade-off. I'm looking for, okay, if we get this little bit of a pullback, that would be intriguing, because now potentially I could get a bigger risk, bigger reward off my risk, but I'm sacrificing that confirmation, right? So everybody has a little bit of a different perspective. For me on this one, yeah, I'd be looking at that going, yeah, I agree. Perfect 10 EMA. Absolutely, you can take it. It's a good shot that you take it, you make 1.2, and DJ Dan is still waiting for some kind of a pullback, and I just never get in. I'm like, well, okay. That's possible. And I'm okay with that. I do prefer that everybody makes money. That's in the chats. So looking for a 2 to 2.4 R. Your stop, so your stop would be probably a little bit higher than mine, which is fine. Your stop is, if you're playing the actual 10 EMA rules, probably about 135.50. So that's in there. Maybe you need a little less on the target basis, potentially. SPY just broke. Yep. SPY is now pushing bullish. The issue is just the earnings that are this week for Tesla. Not so much. You're still on a day trade basis. Not so much. You're still in there you have 2 days. We're very early on Monday still. I mean, the market's only been open 18 minutes. I would say probably the day before it gets a little bit more choppy, or people want to just kind of readjust. But today's Monday. You still probably can make that work. If it was a swing trade, then yeah, that you're typically probably going to want to be out before earnings come out, right? So that means you have to be out of a swing by Wednesday. Cliff says, looks like a hammer on the 3-minute for the SPY. On a 3-minute, let's see what that looks like. Maybe you're looking at this one down here. Yeah, I'm looking at this thing. It's a little bit hammerish for sure. I'd be looking at this consolidation that we just had. So we kind of have pennant pattern. This is our initial bullish break. I do expect some kind of a retest on this one usually, and then either this or that turns out to be a failed bullish break and we head lower. Usually, a lot of times once you have those pennant patterns, you usually come back to try to test the average mean on this one. But we'll see. That was a nice break though, right? And almost setting up as a 3-bar play. So 3-bar play is high volume on a breakout candle. So we did have high volume. There's our breakout candle. For this to really be a 3-bar play, and it's more a little scalper-ish play. But this candle, this red candle, it has to be red, has to stay in the upper third region of that breakout candle, and then you're typically essentially playing this candle. So we'll see if that wants to develop or happen. And usually on that one, you're going for about an R, maybe a 1.2, something like that. But we will see. Let me go to flip this back to a 5. Tesla continued running. So who was that? Euros is probably triggered in on that one. Let me know if you are. This way we'll watch it together. And we'll see. And if anybody else is in Tesla, or if anybody else is in anything, let me know. Right now, I'm not in I'm in nada, nothing. Just a spectator at this point, and I'm okay with that. It's very hard to lose money as a spectator, so. NVIDIA was a great retest of the 618. NVDA. Yep. Still, again, we haven't really had the pullback. There's no profit taking yet. You're probably talking about this one. That's pre-market. Let me see. If you technically the move started. I know this is probably very tough to see on everyone's screens because I'm zoomed out, but technically this is where I would do my beginning part of that 618. This would be my end. That would give me about a 38. Maybe if you're going from here to here. Still looks a little high. Just depends on how you drew it. But I will leave this one up. So we've had bullish momentum in it. And I think putting a Fibonacci on this one is not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row, all bullish. Oh, you took it off the first candle. Got you. Okay. All right. Tesla moving. Worst case, long term is looking good. By the way, so I'll be back today too. I'm here for another hour, 10 minutes with you guys. And we got my homeboy Johnny G stepping up to the plate, which you guys will be learning a lot from him as well. I'll be back later today at 3:30 to 5. So we're going to talk a little bit long term, how to build out long term portfolios, things like that. And again, I do think, well, I don't think it's kind of mandatory. You guys all need the long term accounts. You all have to be. I wouldn't be trading. I wouldn't honestly be day trading if I didn't have a long term account. For many reasons. One is obviously your day trading is going to be income based. Like you're looking for a paycheck, essentially. You're also looking for building wealth from the long term, right? So it's a little bit different where the long term is going to get you that generational wealth. The day trading is going to get you that income. But on days like this where I don't have a setup out of the gate, it also helps with the nerves, because if you don't have any other thing, you're like, man, I want to show up to work today. I want to make some money today. And really, if you're just waiting for your setup and it doesn't happen, you kind of get a little antsy and FOMO, like, man, well, I'm missing everything. But if you got the long term working for you, you're like, all right, well, we're still making money either way, which is perfect. TNMA was focused last year. What's the focus this year? Each moderator has probably their own thing that they look for. I know, so Jeremy specifically is looking for the double tops, double bottoms. I believe he's also watching the moon phase closely. I believe he's also doing 10 EMAs. I'm still doing 10 EMAs for myself. But a lot of what I'm doing is I'm playing the VPOCs a lot. So I'm looking for location trades and then applying either the double tops, double bottoms, some kind of a pullback retest, something like that to my trades. Will there be videos on the focus? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure throughout the course of the year, for sure. Okay. Let me know if I say your name correctly. Is it Raju? I got it correct. All right. Let me see if it's a good time so far. I'm just waiting for some kind of pullbacks in the market, something like that to happen before we get in. But I know we were asked before, and so far market's setting up where we could talk about this. Basically, within the market, Only about 3%, 3 to 5% of volume traded on a daily basis is from retail traders like us. That means the other 95, 96% is institutional buyers, right? Those whales with a lot of kashisha. Is VPOC or is the VPOC or Tupac a better indicator? Well, Tupac, I mean, he's deep. He's deep for sure. So I don't know how he was trading the markets, but I mean, I like his music. I am a bit of a better. I'm a bigger Biggie fan, to be honest, but Tupac is cool too. In for CRM bullish retest, but getting a bit of concern because yeah, let's take a look at CRM. We'll watch CRM as we're looking at this. So you're in there for the retest, so you're looking for some kind of you're in there short. Is that correct? We are at a little bit. This is a perfect level, right, for us to talk about VPOC. So out of all the volume from institutional buyers, right, those are the guys that have money. They're the ones that when people say the market's manipulated, I mean, in a certain sense, it is, right? If you have more money, you can push things around a little bit more. So what this is this red line for right now. This is developing VPOC because today's candle's still open. So you're going to see this one jump around a little bit. So let's go to Friday's candle. This one right here. This is the highest volume at that price. We don't know if this thing's going bullish or bearish, right? We just know that there was a lot of interest at 151, roughly 16, right? So it's not to the penny, it's more within a range. But let's call it 151. Let's see if we call it 151.10, right? We know that there was a lot of interest in this stock at that range. It's different than the volume down here. The volume down here, that's giving me volume over a time period. So for instance, we had some okay volume on Friday, nothing crazy, a little bit higher than normal, right? Obviously huge volume there, right, on this candle. But this is all the volume, the amount of shares exchanged during a time frame, right? So this is showing me the volume of that day. If I change it to a 5 minute, I'm going to see the volume candles at the bottom. That's going to show me the volume during those 5 minute periods, intervals, right? This is telling me more of, okay, there's volume that comes in at that price for whatever reason, right? We don't know. What we do know is a gap like this, right? Number one, it's a retest gap. My guess is that they were probably going bullish on this thing because obviously the stock went bullish. So what I'm looking for as a retest is right back down there. I want anybody who might have been short to say, cool, I'm losing less. I'm going to get out. I don't want to step in the way of the institutional buyers. And this is the spot where, for whatever reason they got in, okay, they're probably taking their profits today and looking for that retest, maybe run it up again. That's the support that I'm trying to draw from there, right? So that becomes my targets. Obviously, we have, and really, I mean, if we're finding stocks that have really good risk to reward, most VPOCs come back and get tested at some point. Because again, institutions, hedge funds, all those guys, they're not in the business to lose money. They really hate losing money. They'd be fired and the whole operation would be down if they keep losing money in the markets. So if people are in there bullish from here, they did buy here. Okay, maybe they ring the register, they take their profits, and they're looking to rebuy it here for anybody that missed it. Right? Or if they bought it on this day, okay, well, we don't want this thing to go this way because then we're losing money. So as it gets back down to that high volume spot, let's try to just rebuy it from there and push this thing higher. VWAP and VPOC. Yep. So there is a difference. VWAP is so VPOC is going to be these lines, these vertical lines giving me a price. VWAP is the average volume to price that moves throughout the day. So you're going to be seeing it more as like a line. It's going to look something like probably like a line like that, like 10 EMA. But as the day continues and the day moves, that's giving you kind of that range as to the average volume to price, where this is giving you, here's the price that they came in at. right? So it's a little bit different, but VWAP on a day trade basis, the further it kind of works as a magnet, right? So the further you get from it, let's say the pricing is up here, you're probably looking for some kind of a fade that should be some kind of a support throughout the day and get some kind of bounce. So if you're here, for me, my rule is if I'm going to say, man, this stock just ran up into that zone and I think this thing should fade and sell, and maybe I want to play it to the downside, I need to make at least 1R into VWAP. If I'm setting up my range and I could get my entry, my stop, and I know that my VWAP is going to be probably a decent support, then I want at least 1R of potential profit if I'm going to be risking an R for that reversal. Right, as it's going to act as a magnet, this should be a strong support, and a lot of hedge funds also will be trying to buy it as close as possible to that VWAP as possible. Do you just turn off the volume profile so you just have the POC on your chart? Well, volume profile is the POC, if that makes sense. So yeah, if I was turning that off, and by the way, if you guys want to add that to your chart, it is it's freemium. It's freemium. You're gonna go to type in. So first of all, if you guys don't know, let's start with that. If you don't know how to add indicators to TradingView, this is the indicator button. So you go to here, and then you're gonna type in session volume profile, and that will give you the same one that I have. The orange line. So now let's go to a little bit of a smaller time frame. Because again, all of these are all locked into history at this point, right? All the previous days, that's locked into history. That will never change. These will never change. Where you could really use the VPOC though, before we go to a small time frame. Again, we don't know what kind of volume these guys are putting in. If they're going short, if they're going long, we don't know yet. We just know that there's volume coming in there. However, there was interest here. Now there's interest higher, meaning that the people with the bigger money, the hedge funds, institutional buyers, they're now deeming this stock, Salesforce, more valuable. They have more interest here than they did the day before. They have more interest here than they did the day before, right? So they're bidding, they have higher interest of this stock. This one, we got one little pullback, you got some profit taking. So maybe they're saying, okay, let's lock some of that profit in. Okay, we're still above this range. Nothing really to worry about yet. That's more of a profit taking. The next day, yep, not only are we higher from this day, but the last time that we deemed this thing profitable, we're now bidding this thing higher. So we're still leveling up, right? Any of these pullbacks we've had, it's only been one little tiny pullback. Even from here, next day, we did bid it higher, right? So we deem this stock a little bit more valuable than we did the day before. For one little pullback is typically just profit taking, but the trend is bullish, right? Then if we go into a smaller time frame, and probably sometime during the week, if it's not there, whenever I'm back on the mic and maybe in the afternoon, we'll go deeper into this. But so this is the developing VPOC, right? So if we're looking at this chart, this orange line, and in the settings, if you guys want to add it, it is you got to go to style and then click on the POC and change the color, the size, whatever to your liking. But that adds this orange line. This is giving me the active time frame. So obviously, because we don't know where the highest volume of the day is still happening. This red line is going to jump a lot. But what we do know is, well, we're definitely number one, a lot more interested in a bullish direction in CRM from yesterday, even though this is all a retest. We started giving some profits back. That line starting to move down. Now we're getting a little bit of interest still, in a bullish direction, right? This line right here, somewhere around 154. So if we're going to go above it, okay, great. Maybe we had a little bit more bullish. I'm still looking personally for maybe a retest down here. I'd love to see that thing come back down to this 151-ish zone. and then look for a buy. But for right now, the developing VPOC kind of just staying flat. Overall, still a very bullish move, right? As VPOC has moved higher. And we'll see if this thing can start to really push one way or the other. But it will be good for at least determining sentiment on trades. Thomas says, Dan, you talked about the 3-bar play. Does 30% retest only apply when it's 3 candles? Yep, has to be 3 candles for a 3-bar play. Or the retest deeper. It could retest deeper. Let me just I'm answering a question before I read the whole thing. let me do the whole thing. Or is the retest deeper or different? If there's more than 3 candles in play, how would you? Yeah, no. So 3-bar play. Yep, good question. Let's say we have some kind of resistance here on a stock, right? And then we're pushing into it, and then all of a sudden we have that big breakout candle, right? So obviously we've determined pretty much direction, sentiment, all that's good. Then you want really just a small, so this is, let's say, is green. For a 3-bar play, you want probably something like this. Red candle pullback. That's typically your profit taking candle on a 3-bar play. And then again, you're essentially, it's more of a little bit more scalpish, but you're taking your entry above that red candle and you're throwing your stop below it. Right. And you're looking for probably about an R, maybe slightly over 1.2, something like that. But you don't want more candles. And more candles starts to turn into, again, this is a momentum play. You're still playing the momentum from here. And this is just more of people taking profits. So you want to get above that red candle to continue that momentum. If you're within 3 candles now, or you get a little head fake and you're kind of back doing some kind of inverse hammer or something like that, that's not really the 3-bar play. In fact, it's a little bit more of a bull trap than anything. You really want this next candle to break and run. That's where you make your money. Anything else now starts to turn into maybe a little bit of a flag potentially, or pennant patterns. So it could still run bullish, but it wouldn't be the same as a 3-bar play. You're probably looking for more of a longer trade off of a pennant than you are 3-bar play. I'm in for bullish retests. Breakout of the hammer on 3-minute for CRM. Not short. Okay. Sue's going the other way. Right now, you're good. Right. So right now, here's our developing VPOC. Again, trend is still bullish. It was a pretty nice gap. It did not come down for me all the way, but you really want to now stay above this. In fact, during this developing VPOC, you almost want to see probably we get a little bit of a bounce up here and then more continuation. Stop for me would probably be just kind of low of the day at this point. But you really want to see us stay above that volume profile for today. Brody says, but if you don't want the histogram on the chart, you can turn it off and just have the red POC line. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Yeah, so you don't, it's just whatever settings you like. So if you don't like this one, you could definitely turn that off. Again, everybody has their own trading style. Everyone's got their own things that they look for. Some people are heavily reliant on like RSIs, MACDs. The one thing I will say, so again, no matter what strategy you have, all the VPOC is telling you is location. That's giving me location. If I could come up with a good location that I like and good reasons as to why, again, this is an okay location. It's not horrible. I prefer down here for me, right? Just because I know any of those hedge funds want to save this thing. Does this mean that this trade's not going to work? No, not at all. But if I could just be patient, wait for the right locations, and then I could apply any type of setup, any strategy. So the strategy is going to give me my entries. It's going to give me defined entries. It's going to give me defined exit points. It's essentially a set of rules as to what I look for. It's going to give me my entries, my exits. I know how to maintain my risk, manage how much I could possibly win or lose on a trade. That's all fine and dandy. So you can apply the 10 EMA to it. You could apply the double tops, the double bottoms, whatever you're looking for, pullbacks, RSI retests. You could be buying it right at VPOC and having a strategy as to where your stops would be and how you manage it. That's all giving me my setup as the rules to how I take a trade. But if you're able to now apply any of that into a great location where it should be working as well, your success rate of any strategy is going to increase because now you also have good location. If I'm taking a strategy or a play or looking for certain candles and it's just kind of in the middle of nowhere, yeah, the trade could work, but you're going to be hindered on your win ratio because maybe there was a better spot to apply that. So what I look for typically first is, okay, where would I like this? What would I like the stock to do? And that's why opening bell came and I was like, I kind of want a little more of a pullback on a lot of these things, which we didn't really get yet. And I've been a little distracted, just kind of covering some things. So I hope you guys don't mind, but I've been looking at where would I find the price valuable to me that I could probably say that should be some kind of support. That should be essentially some kind of resistance. And then from that point, now I'm looking for, okay, what kind of candle, what kind of volumes coming in for the day, what kind of 10 EMA can I set up there or whatever the case, because at least we're in the right location. Does that make sense to everybody? Type a quick one if you guys are following so far. L Chucks is good, Jeff good, Thomas good, Wynn's good, Cliff is good, Berlin, perfect, beautiful. Yep, I know everybody wants to go as soon as the market opens. Everyone wants to get very excited. They want to hop into trades immediately, and as soon as they see their first candle they like, they get very, very enthusiastic about it, and that's all very, very fine and dandy. But for me, it's trying to develop that extra patience. That pre-market thing that we do where before the market opens, looking for like, all right, what do we expect to happen? Okay, we're expecting some things to kind of pull back. Let's take a look at Amazon real quick. We do have a little bit of a double bottom on Amazon. Maybe we could take a trade on that one. But typically the people that trade less, that's not taking 35 trades a day, usually have a pretty good win ratio because they're just being patient, waiting for their move to come in and then looking to make a play from there. Christmas Pat. I like that name. Christmas Pat is now New Year's Pat. For the 10 EMA strategy, is it limited to the direction of the gap? Say it is a bullish retest gap, but we missed the retest. We wait for the stock to move up until it's pretty extended. You could go either way, but it's got the one thing with the 10 EMA is you have to be on that side of, so best way to explain it. Let's say if you have a red candle from the day before, right? So there's a red candle, and then you get that gap and go, right? So maybe you're opening about here. All of your moving averages, you're probably going to be on the wrong side from that initial gap and go. So you want the non-extended and extended hours to be in your favor, meaning that if you're trying to take that reversal, you want that 10 EMA to be somewhere here on both the extended and non-extended, and then you have that green candle that's underneath it, right? To get that breakdown. So then your entry is here, and then whatever the last candle was to interact with that 10 EMA is your stop. Eric says looking for that A+ setup. Yeah, I agree. I agree. A lot of trading. I mean, and you guys can go through. We have all the free education course, beginner, intermediate, advanced courses. We have a lot of the other type of information on the website. We have mentor groups. We have all that stuff. Identifying setups, identifying patterns, all of that stuff. It's extremely helpful, right? And anybody can learn to trade. Trust me, if I could learn to trade, anybody in this room right now can be a outstanding trader and essentially have life-changing trades by just progression, right? Just by doing the same thing over and over again. The one thing that a lot of people struggle with is honestly patience. Finding and waiting for that right spot, having that patience pays, right? If you're able to wait for the right moment, right for the right trade, the same thing that you would look for, and just being like, okay, you know what? If I missed the trades today, I missed the trades. How much did my net worth go down if I missed trades? 0. All right, cool. But now I'm able to get a higher win ratio. I'm able to hold in for trades a little bit longer. You're gonna see that. You're gonna see that compound interest in your account grow. Keep in mind, team, you don't need a lot of trades. If you have, here's the rule of 72, right? So if you have 10 R's a month, doesn't matter if your R is $10 or your R is $50,000. It doesn't matter. But if you're able to manage 10 R's a month, you, no matter what your account is, you'll be doubling your account every 7.2 months. Think about that. I mean, if you have a $100,000 account, in 7.2 months, hitting 10 R's a month, your account will be 200K. Being patient, waiting for those trades to come in, waiting for the right opportunity. And you go, and by the way, just because you wait for the opportunity and you're at the VPOC, your setup's there, it doesn't mean any trade is absolutely going to work. It doesn't mean, okay, great, now I have 100% win ratio. No, you're still going to battle. There's still going to be spots, but you're going to have a higher win ratio for sure. And that will help you to achieve where you could now lose smaller on trades because you're like, well, I know where the stop is. I know that the momentum of the bullishness or the bearishness, whichever direction that I've decided, it's not really there. It's the market's different, whatever. And you can still lose, but it's a lot easier to lose smaller by you waiting for that right location, right? If you're trying to get in antsy and trying to get in, jumping the gun, you're like, okay, man, I lost an R. And then you're looking at the chart, you're like, oh, but that would be a better setup if I just waited for that. Okay, let me try it again. Okay, man, I lost another R, right? You're going backwards. Whether you would have won or lost on this one, I'd rather lose I'd rather lose my R on that trade that I really like that spot over anything. Yeah, R is just your risk unit, right? So typically most traders, so let's say, I'll pull up the calculator for this one, but typically your R is your risk unit. That's the most that you want to lose on a trade. Should be no more than 2% of your trades. So if you have a $50,000 account times 0.02, that means your max R should be $1,000. $1,000 per trade, meaning that, and every time you trade, risk to reward, you want to be able to gain more than you lose on your trades, right? So even if you're going for 1.2 and you win the trade, okay, that's $1,200 you win. If you lose, all right, $1,000. Does it mean it has to be 2%? No. Most traders are probably more around 1%. I'm personally under 1% of my entire account for my trades, right? It's just a risk management. And honestly, that's a huge part. Like before real life trading, I was like, oh, this looks like a great setup. And I was just like, okay, 1,000 shares, 500 shares, 300. Like there was no rhyme or reason. And I'm throwing stops out and then it's all over the place. After kind of learning about, wait a minute, the R system, I'm able to know exactly how much I'm able to win or lose on a trade. That's a game changer. I was like, okay, I'm up 5,000. Okay, I'm down 6,000. Okay, I'm up 1,000. It's just random arbitrary amount of stocks I was buying. Be like DJ said, nobody ever rock, but I appreciate it. Kevin says, I will trade my setup, but when I will take that one trade, that's not part of my setup. It will turn out to be my losing trade. Yeah, if you go back through your trading journal, a lot of those trades you look at, you're like, is that really the best trade I should have taken? And you're like, no. You're like, well, why'd I take it? Heat of the moment. Heat of the moment. Is it per trade or per account? Not sure what you're asking exactly, but it would be to determine what your R is of how much it should be. It's usually per your account, not including margin. So if you have $25,000 in your account, trading account, they'll leverage you 4 to 1, right? You for day trades 4 to 1. So you have about 100K to trade with. You're not determining your R with the margin. You're determining it with what your balance is. So you're taking at most 2% of 25,000. And realistically, again, a lot of traders are more 1%, lower, somewhere in that range. How can we learn to identify these locations of value? Is there a class that focuses on that? Yeah, a few ways. We do have Tracy has a very good one on volume profile. So again, how you determine, I mean, it could be anything, right? So if you're looking at a chart, I always say CRM at the bottom of my screen, right? Here's some kind of support that developed. Not using VPOC, not using anything like that. I'm seeing that obviously buyers came here, buyers came here. This is my level of support. So you can look at this, go, great, there's my support. If it gets down there, let's see if I can set some kind of play, trade, or vice versa. If now we know there's a support. So let's say this thing breaks down and you want to go short underneath, that would tell me at least that, you know what, we got a little bearish at the beginning. We're not quite at our zone yet for that retest using the VPOCs, right? It's a retest gap that didn't really close yet. Doesn't mean it will today. But if I want to take a breakdown, that means the bulls that were trying to push it up, they're a lot weaker, and maybe that's now my support. So I want to take a break and then kind of have a stop up here somewhere, right? And then look to make the play down. So where you determine your support, your stops, you can do that probably off of any chart. It's relatively easy to see in terms of just kind of where those double bottoms come in or levels that we got bought up of. Otherwise, for me personally, I'm using a lot of the VPOCs, which I know Tracy Ball has a very good class on that. On your dashboard, you can see the icon for that. That would be a good one. We also have one-on-one coaching. We also have mentorship groups. We also have a lot of things that can help you set up. So if anybody does want to shoot me a message, I handle a lot of the support emails too. So you can just email support@reallifetrading.com. Let me know. But we could always set up like a one-on-one or coaching or start a mentor group or something like that. Whatever fits best that we're able to kind of go through and make sure that your charts are correct, make sure that you have the correct indicators, correct settings. We could go through some back trading together just to see how things play out. And this way to really develop that a little bit stronger. Or by the way, you could email me or shoot me a message. If you guys ever join Real Life Trading, we do have a Slack community, which is essentially it's a way for us to post charts. It's a way for, like, if I was to take an official trade, I'd throw the official trade in there. So even if for some reason you're not in front of the computer or you do have a day job, you still want to take advantage of those charts and plays, you'll see those things pop up. If you see a chart you like and you have questions, or how do I use this broker, or what's going on with this XYZ, you can throw it out there. So anybody from the team, anybody from the community can help you out. It's very useful. Also, if you have plays in the morning, like, hey, I'm really watching this stock, or I know Emily posts, be careful today. We have Jerome Powell speaking. We got CPI. This way you guys are kind of aware of what's happening in the market. So for honestly, for a lot of info, I do turn to Slack. You guys will be able to message any of the moderators, any of the traders throughout the course of the day, night, whatever. Lucius says, watch the beginning course, reallifetrading.com for more depth on the R system. Yep, correct. Yeah, Jeremy does an outstanding job in the beginner's course. It's free. It's 100% off. You guys can take a look at that. They will go he goes into very good detail about how to use it, why to use it, all of that stuff as well. Sue says, just trying to understand the 10 EMA strategy on MU now. Let me see. I know I'm a little behind on the messages, so we'll see if it's if I could pull that up for you, if it's still around the same spot. We'll see. All right, so again, I believe MU was a inside candle. It was a gap up. Yep. MU was a very good 10 EMA. Right? It's your first candle. This yellow line, by the way, is my 10 EMA. So the first candle on this one came in red above the 10 EMA. That's this candle right here. This green candle is the last candle that interacted with that 10 EMA, right? So we have a little bit of a wick down there. So your 10 EMA really is entry above this candle and stop below that candle. So something like that would be your risk to reward on this trade. And I mean, you're probably going, typically, again, you're going for 1.2. If you see it has more room and wants to let it run, by all means, you can. That's up to you. But essentially, you're looking for a 1.2, 1.4 on trade for the 10 EMA because it's a momentum trade, right? But that would be your first 10 EMA. You have others, so you could also take that one. Technically, there's one here. Technically, there's one here. But those are after it's already run. And now you're coming into the game a little bit late on that. Right? So it's typically the first red candle above a 10 EMA. Tesla looking double topish. Let's take a look at the Tessie. Yeah, kind of a little bit. I don't know if I would flip this thing yet. Let's take a look at this trade real quick, right? It could absolutely fade. This could be double topish, right? Probably, maybe. What I would see is a little bit more of a resistance than a double top. You did get up there before as well. So I'd be looking at maybe some kind of having resistance about here. We almost tried to break out. Does anybody know what that, if this candle closed like this, does anybody know what that would be called? Shooting star? Yeah. It could also be a bull trap, meaning we know that there's a huge resistance right here. And again, until this candle now breaks, this bull trap is in play. Meaning that if I was like, man, I got FOMO on Tesla, I need to get into this thing bullish. This thing is just running straight to the moon. Let's see what we can do, right? And you're like, okay, there's a support or there's some kind of resistance. If we could break out of that resistance, I want to go bullish and I want to catch the next leg up. Anybody that got into that trade bullish right there, every single one of them, where this candle closed, is now losing on that trade for that breakout. So that breakout could be a little bit of a bull trap, and we could see that little bit of a fade. Now, the question is two things. So if I do want to take this thing bearish, now that this candle closed, we know that, again, that could be a bull trap. But if it's not, then yeah, this thing probably runs. So I would have to have my stop somewhere up in this range. So let's call, and I'm just going to my spreadsheet just to see the risk to reward on this trade. So I'd probably go with 139.80, right? 139.80 is my, oops, that's gonna be my stop. Yep. And then where would my entry be? Kind of want to, for this one, I'd probably want a breakdown of some sort. So maybe I go somewhere under here, right? We kind of held a little bit. I know I need tight risk reward on this one because bulls did come and buy this thing up there as well. I don't know if they're going to do the same and now create some kind of double bottom, especially with the market running still. Right, but let's go with that for this factor. If I was to take this trade, and for me, it's just not enough yet to want to. But 138.50 would be my entry for breakdown. So now my 1R target is 137.20. This is a very, very tight risk reward, but 137.20 is 1R. My VWAP is sitting at 137.68, meaning for me to even get a 1-to-1 risk reward on a very tight setup with bullish momentum. So I am going counter trend on this trade. For this trade to really work for me, I'd have to get below that VWAP, and that's just going to be a 1-to-1 risk reward. So I just don't have the right risk reward to short this because very, very possible this thing fades. And that's a support spot. And I'm not even getting really a 1-to-1 risk reward on my trade at that point. Right. So because of that risk reward, I probably have to let Tesla continue to do its thing. And I can't really take it yet. And also I'm going counter trend, which makes it a little tougher. Back to MU. 10 EMA, if it goes below 10 EMA, which is a green candle. So you want to go short. You're looking for short on MU. I got you. Yep. So right now there's no play yet. Yep. If you want to short. And again, keep in mind that purple line is also my VWAP. Every single trade I take, I want to know, am I risking more than I'm potentially might get on that trade? Right. Obviously, bullish direction. We're up 4% today. But for this one to start to qualify, we're going to need a breakdown first. So probably got to be some kind of a red candle. And then the next 3-minute candle has to be some kind of a green candle that closes below that 10 EMA. Right. So this is still, in worst case, about 6 minutes away from a setup. And then once that green candle closes below that 10 EMA, we're going to take out entry here below it to trap any last final bulls in this thing. And then I'll stop would be the last candle that interacts, which at this point would be somewhere up there. Right. So this would be my stop. This would be my entry. And then I'm looking for really again 1.2, something like that. So now it's I type it into my little spreadsheet that I got. Does it make sense? Right now it's going to be a tougher short. Again, we're going counter trend the entire market. It's obviously a bullish move, and there might be a point a little bit later in the day for this thing to reverse. It's just not yet for me. And I know I can't make 1R into that VWAP as well. So it's going to make it a little tougher for me to hit my targets to short this thing. Lehman says, you might try to close the gap. Yeah, I'm just looking at the daily chart right here. There's that really interesting gap that could close even to the bottom of that wick. Gets us 62.43. So there could still be some little bit of a upside to this one. Nice little, longer term. Beautiful double gap, a double bottom. Right. I'll probably be looking at somewhere about here is my neckline. This is going to be as straight as I possibly could go. That takes me slightly above $62. That's also a good spot for some kind of a fade. So could we have a outstandingly strong day? Yeah, possibly. And then probably look for a revert to the means. All right. Attorney Dan says, Dan, you were brilliant. Thank you so much. Coming from an attorney, I'm honored. I'm blushing, actually. I'm blushing, like a little bit blushing. Not even going to lie, Attorney Dan. Not even going to lie. It says, agreed at Dan. Great teacher, DJ. Appreciate it, Lizer. Mike York says, how about Delta for a bull swing? For the bull swing purpose, let's go to Trading View. Let me bring back that screen. New share. All right, and let's pull up Delta, DAL. And let's throw this thing on daily. And you want to take it as a bull swing, right, Mike? Let's give 45 minutes for Trading View to load, apparently. Okay. All right. I didn't make us wait that long. We're good. All right. So number one, what kind of gap do we have? I'll direct these all to Mike since Mikey brought it up. Mike says retest. If I had a car to give away, you would be driving a car right now. That is correct. Yep. What else do you see on this trade? We just went over VPOCs. I don't know how comfortable you are with them, but what else do we see on this trade? And I gave you a little hint there. Mike says flag or pennant. I agree. Something else. Double top. Yeah, I see a double top as well. One more thing. There is one more thing out there. Raju says cup and handle. I see what you're looking at. I prefer my cups to be a little bit wider on the base, and then you get that pullback to run it up. So this one, yeah, maybe could be cup and handle. This would be your pullback, so we should be coming into your handle at this point. Hammer. I see a little doji-ish hammer thing there, potentially. Yep. Or actually, maybe you're looking at this. My hammer, I like a little smaller top, but I agree. So on this one, we gapped up. Where'd we gap into? Was there not another VPOC that was just never retested? We retested it here once, and now we're retesting it here again. So this is going to be a very strong resistance to this trade. Right? So that being said, okay, so if we want to make a case for a bullish move, let's go back a little bit further, because now we know there's a strong resistance. So let's say this thing starts moving higher to get in here for a day trade right now to go bullish. That's going to be tough, right? Because obviously we got shut down there once, twice. We also, by the way, have VPOCs that were not tested here. All right, so I'd have to at least pull back to that spot, I think. And then we don't have a retest there, retest here. Technically, this one got retested. So those ones right there, and then even including this one right down here below, not really retested. Right now, is there more people profitable bullish or profitable going short on Delta? Zach says bullish. Yeah, you have a lot of people buying this thing up. They're sitting there like, oh my gosh, I might be the greatest trader in the world. So what I did was I bought Delta randomly at any price, and it went higher. And now I have more money. And during this phase, you're like, "Ooh, man, I'm crushing it. Oh man, I'm really good. This now it's going to the moon. This thing is going to be $100 stock because I think it is." And then you get this panic day, right? Gap down here. They're like, why am I such a big old dummy? Why did I not just take the profits? Obviously, I should have took profits. And now you're getting that run up right back into it where they're going, anybody that did hold, didn't panic on that gap, they're like, this market's giving me a second chance. So until we clear out, I think some of those more bulls, I don't think I would want to go bullish, because if there is anybody still holding this thing, as we make new highs on this stock, it's going to be very difficult to continue to make those new highs without some kind of a pullback, clear out anybody profitable, kind of readjust positions in portfolios. I do see this little bit of a pennant pattern. The question is, how much further is this going to go? I would say definitely we're looking at this as a 3, right? This is just nonstop movement, which makes this a 5. 5 could be a double top. You could make one new break higher, but this entire move, anybody that got in here is going to be probably taking profits. So I don't know how far that one's going to run, right? I would say more or less, this is probably more of a short spot than a long spot, trying to get it up here. I mean, just on a risk reward basis solely, right? If we could have got in closer to here at open for a swing, that would have been a good short. And then this dotted line is a higher volume and a longer time picture as well. So maybe we put a stop up here, maybe we throw a stop a little bit higher. It's got room to fall. And that would be a better spot, I think, for just some kind of pullback. It doesn't have to go below this 32.50 by any stretch of the imagination for us to make money, right? But let's do one more thing on this one. Let's throw a fib. Let me adjust the screen a little bit as well. All right, so let's throw a little bit of a fib saying, I don't really want to chase this thing after it's been moving in a bullish direction, but I still like Delta. I still think it's going to be bullish for XYZ, right? Whatever reason we come up with. There's our fibs. The strongest spot to buy or look for a retracement is here and here. If we get somewhere down to that 618, we're now covering a lot of those VPOCs that were not retested yet. Right, we still have one maybe open. We could get another, maybe a wick or a hammer down here would be terrific. That would be a spot where I'd say, okay, not as many people as profitable, and now we might get some some wind beneath our wings, Bette Midler, and be able to carry this stock higher, right? So this is more, and again, this is a spot where if it goes without me, for me, running bullish, just because I know there's a lot of people probably itching to get on out of this thing. This is more of a short spot because I know I have a good risk reward. If this thing starts breaking out new highs, I'm probably wrong on the bearish sentiment that I had. I have no problem losing an R, but if we do get a little bit of a pullback, I'll be able to drop my stops down, and now I'm risking half an R for a potential nicer pullback. And if I was to short this thing, my targets now become this 50% and this 618. Somewhere down there is where I'd want to be out of my trade. Maybe shave a couple shares at the 50, see if we get that further break. And then most likely I'd be all out by that 618. And that to me would be a much better location, at least, to say, okay, let's go in long from that point. Does that make sense? And keep in mind, we obviously know there's a strong resistance up here. Yeah, maybe if you want to take that break, I just think it's going to be a little more challenging to really get this thing to run after the run it's already had. Decrease in volume and rest. Yeah, we're still getting a lot of volume in these candles. And keep in mind, this, by the way, this is a little bit of an illusion too, right? This is a green candle. Let's see, where should I draw this arrow? Right there, that's a green candle. Is that a bullish or a bearish candle? Brandon says bull. David says bearish. So for the day where we open, yeah, that's for the day. This thing opened a lot lower and closed higher. For the day, that's bullish. But really for the pattern, this is where we closed the day before. This stock at the end of the day was still bearish, right? This is a little deceitful, little candle hiding out there. This is still a gap and go. This one probably you would expect, but because of how far this thing fell, there was bearish sentiment here. People for this day woke up and they're losing money, and it looks like it was based on earnings. They're losing money. They're trapped on that last day. They're trapped on this day. They're actually trapped on these 2 days as well, right? But you have a little bit of support, a wide gap. I think sentiment is kind of flipping to a little bit of the bearish side of things. Even though there's a green candle, technically there's a gap and go. Now we just came in for that retest. And yeah, we might be able to make a case that this thing probably heads a little bit lower. Yep. This is even though it's a green candle, if you look at that little number of percentage gain or loss at the end of the day, that's still a negative day. All right, so just be careful on that candle. It's a little trickster. What do they call it? Wolf in sheep's clothing, or a wolf eating sheep? Something like that. One of those two. All right, let me see if I can switch back and we'll see what the current market is doing. Raju says, when I draw a fib extension from low to high, I'm getting different amount. Okay. Are you doing fib extension or are you doing a fib? So this is, I do the fib retracement. Extension I use more for targets. So like if this wants to break out, I would probably do an extension and just see how far maybe this thing could run if it really gets some speed. But I'm doing a fib retracement, right? And again, a fib retracement is measuring a line from point A to B. So I'll point from the low is here and how high is here. So that's the move. If I missed all that in the bullish direction and I want to get in this thing bullish, it's like, okay, if this thing pulls back, how far could it pull back? And that would be probably to about 50 or 618. Then EMA prep on. All right, so let's flip on over to Thinkorswim. We'll see if the markets have updated. Gave me any signs of potential reversal. And again, especially during a free week too, team, just so you guys know, I'd rather, instead of me jumping into trades, which again, if I see something I love, we'll take it. But the more questions I can answer for you guys, the more that you could get out of this week, honestly, the happier I am. Let's take a look at the Qs. QQQ. So Qs still look strong. Let's see if we can get a. I'm looking for like a wave count. I'm looking for like an Elliott wave count. To me, this looks, at least for right now, this looks like a 3, which would make this a 4. This is a 5. And I guess that's the 2 and 1, right? Using pre-market. We might be a little overextended. We don't exactly have a 10 EMA yet. But I know you did put prep in that sentence too. So yeah, we could be looking at, this is not a spot I really want to go long on because we've moved a lot. I mean, Qs are up 1.6 for the day. That's pretty incredible. Right? But taking some kind of a, we'd have to wait probably again a little bit longer because we do need the original breakdown first. And then we got to get that green candle underneath if we want to 10 EMA the Qs. Wes says free week start. Yeah, buddy. We are here. Raju says, do we usually do? I use the fib retracement. Yep. Christmas Pat. Have you seen the MEME? I thought that was a ticker for a second. The meme where the wolf eats a sheep. The rest of the sheep are told it was the wolf's teeth. So the rest of the sheep have their teeth removed? No, I did not see that one. For sure, I'm looking for the volume on profile on the daily. SPY is about to bust that 400. That's going to be a key range. Again, I would strongly imagine there's going to be some resistance. We've seen it before. If we can start holding above that 400, I mean, I want to try to short the market. Not yet. Right around here is a good spot for just risk reward if you want to buy some puts. Just because we've been rejected off this a bunch of times. So this would be a spot to consider to look for those shorts to come in. And then if you start to break that 400, hold it. I would just be out, take the small loss, let it do its thing, or switch to a bullish move. Malone says we have somebody talking at 12:45. Somebody from the Fed, I'm guessing. I believe we have February 1st. I think we have Jerome Powell, providing COVID is out of his system. Otherwise, I don't know if that gets rescheduled. But I think we get the Fed rate hike on February 1st. So it's not him, but yeah, probably we've seen a whole trail of other Fed talkers. Repost. Any advice on funded accounts on R's? Oftentimes I can't purchase enough shares to fill a full R, even at the 1%, for example, on potential AMD. My math says, what are you basing your number one, Cameron? Are you doing 2%? Oh, you got 1%. Okay. Yep. I look at it like this, right? On the funded accounts. And it doesn't matter what size. Yeah. By the way, 0.01. So on the funded accounts, you buy in lots, right? So if you buy 1, you're actually buying 100 shares, right? So we should probably clear that up. If you want to get 1 share, it's 0.01, right? And then limited 5 lots, so you probably have a 50K account, right? Let's do this. This is, and again, you should be able to get the correct amount. But we just talked about, think of the funded accounts like this. Number one, everybody gets a funded account and you want to get as much shares as possible and get funded day one, and that would be tremendous. But what we just talked about is if you have $25,000 in a regular TD Ameritrade account, they give you 4-to-1 buying power, means you have 100K to trade with, day trade with. Right? What are you basing your R on an actual regular account? you're basing it on 25K. Most people, right? You get the 100K account, you have $100,000 to trade with, and they're going, okay, I'm going to take 2% or 1% of that 100K. A funded account by nature is a margin account, right? So we don't base the R's off the margin. So what I personally do, and again, I don't care if I have, for me on the funded accounts, I don't care if I want to see consistency in a funded account, right? I don't care about, I have to get funded today, tomorrow. That's a preconceived arbitrary goal that we just set for ourselves. So if we have 100K, I'm using that as my buying power. And then I want to kind of break it down for me personally. And I found good success with it. Set your R's off 25K. Because the only thing that really could go wrong in the funded account is that you blow it up and then you got to start again. But if I'm able to keep my account open all the time, that's the number I want to trade. It gives me a lot more wiggle room in case I'm wrong on some trades. Like if I open an account, it would be nice to say, okay, if I'm a 50% trader, right? If my win ratio is 50-50, right? And as long as I'm winning more than losing, then I'm profitable long-term trading. That doesn't mean I can't have 5 bad trades in a row, right? That's possible. I could have 5 bad trades and then 5 good trades. I don't know in what order they come, but on average, if you're a 50-50 trader, you could go on a bad run. The market could just, we could be looking for shorts all day today and just getting stop, right? And if you're taking 1% of this, that's only really giving you 5 bad trades. So if your first 5 trades don't go as planned, now the account gets shut and you have to re-up or decide what you want to do. But if you're basing it off this amount, your R's, that gives you a lot more wiggle room, a lot more time to assess the account. That gives you a lot more it's harder for that account to close because you breached the max loss for the day or max loss for the account. Yep. That's what it's about. Double a penny every day. There you go. And I think it might be 2 to 1 is usually so on any normal like brokerage like TD Ameritrade or Schwab or anything like that, they'll give you 2 to 1 for swing trades, meaning things that you could hold overnight, and then day trades is usually 4 to 1 buying power. So as long as you close the positions, as long as you're closing the positions before the end of the day, you're typically able to have a 4 to 1. And usually if you're holding things overnight, they give you 2 to 1. So yeah, markets are still just kind of rallying a little bit. We're not really seeing any pullbacks whatsoever in any of these things. Which again, as a day trader, if you're in there early and we had some kind of initial sentiment out of the gate and we took something bullish, great. We're just kind of holding in there, probably again starting to wrap up, take some of those profits. At this point, I think it's too soon still to say, hey, let's take a reversal. The market hasn't given us anything. We do know that we're at a crucial spot in the market for is the bulls actually going to come through this time, or do we get that rejection again? So we can start to look for maybe a reversal. I just don't want to jump the gun and take that reversal yet. But like I said, in 6 minutes now, we do have Johnny coming in, so we might have an opportunity to take something reverse. I don't know. We'll see what he says when he gets in. But my guesstimate would be he's not that excited to go bullish on anything. That's what I would assume. But he's a diesel trader, so we'll see what sets up. Unless there's something like CRM, maybe. CRM, maybe. If it pulled back a little bit more, let's see. And it didn't quite give us what we want. Now we're at the pre-market highs, so we are going to hit a little bit of resistance. I would also think so here's what I would be planning out for the rest of the day. Taking a look at this, going 1, 2, this is probably a 3, 4, maybe one more push on CRM. I think, who was it? Was it Sue or Sam? Somebody was in this thing in bullish. I think we could get one more pop. I would be looking to shave a couple shares where you could, but I think one more pop, and that should be, I think, probably that run. You see a little consolidation, and then maybe we reverse. If I was to kind of preemptively plan out this trade. Watching Roku. All right, let's take a look at the Roku. Good company that doesn't make any money. I like them. All right, so let's see. 3 minute. Yeah, again, the one thing to watch for, especially on a bullish day like today, is you do have VWAP not too far away. So if you're saying this thing is definitely going bearish, you're going to want to look for, you have to have conviction that VWAP breaks. Otherwise, your risk to reward is probably going to be off. But if you have that conviction, you do have a little hammer over here that was never retested. That's probably where my final target would be, 52.56. But again, it has to get through that. See if you get, what I would do is, because you're so close to this thing, see if you get that little bounce, create a double top. Obviously, there's extreme resistance up here. So we should have a spot where we're like, okay, if we're going to go bearish, probably shouldn't break it. But you definitely have clear stops on this trade. Targets are to me would be a little questionable as to how far this thing could go. Unless we do stall out at this 400 on the SPY. Right now, no signs of it yet. But if we do start rejecting that 400, that could be a decent push. Christmas Pat says, I have 300 shares of Verizon in a long-term account. Earning report tomorrow. Buy put protection. It's expensive. Or sell a call. I got 3 minutes. We could go through this a little bit more in detail. I don't know if you're around at 3:30 today, but that's when we'll talk a little bit more about the long term. For me personally, and again, this is not financial advice, because I would need to know a little bit more. Number one, as to why you bought Verizon, because that would determine how I want to play it, right? So you have a bunch of shares of Verizon. For me in the long term, I would not sell it. And I also don't know some other things like where your actual entry is. I don't know if you're up, you're down, or you're all around in this play. Which would determine a lot. Let me see if we can zoom out a little bit. To me, again, in the longer term sense, and any earnings is a gamble, right? But in a little bit longer sense of just a chart, and we'll see what happens after the earnings. We have a nice little double bottom with higher lows. We have some kind of a neckline. Looks like we're attempting to retest into that. To be somewhere right around there. And if everything plays out as it should, we should get a little bounce and maybe some kind of recovery on Verizon. I mean, Verizon's not going anywhere in 10 years. Pure downtrends. So there's a lot of room to the upside. Right? I don't know personally that I would start doing cover calls here, because the last few days have been to the downside. If I was going to try to do some kind of cover calls, I'd want maybe 3, 4, 5 green days in a row. So around this time would have been the time for those cover calls. Now you're losing a lot of value on those cover calls, even though they'll probably get a little jacked up on premium because of earnings coming out. Right? But on that way up was a much better time. Now, after the way down, you probably don't want to really sell them. And again, if it's for the long-term account, honestly, I don't care if for me, holding shares, my intention is to hold them for the next 10 years. Right? And I'll explain again how we go through the long-term, or how I do it, and how I would encourage the long-term to be handled. But for me, you're at a win-win situation right now where I would just do nothing. Because if they kill it and they come out, earnings are great, this thing takes off, great, you're making money. If not, it's down here, and then you're kind of assessing, is this a company I still want to own? Well, you liked it for some reason at a different point in time. Now the shares are lower. This is a spot to buy more shares, or look for a spot to buy more in dollar cost average, right? So now you're bringing your cost of those shares. So you're kind of in a good position on Verizon. right? And that's how I would play it. But if you get like a drastic move like this, and you're saying, okay, this thing just got out of hand quickly, look for some kind of a pullback, sell the calls. Then you're going to lock in a decent amount of premium on those calls. And then even with this kind of move, you could probably be buying or selling those buying back those calls and kind of even locking in some profit before you get to the earnings. Yeah, took partials at CRM at market open. Beautiful. Broke 400. Yeah, will it hold is the question. That's going to be the spot.
What's up, my brother?
Johnny G's in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on?
So no trade today yet for me. Still kind of scoping this market out.
Wait a minute. Say that again. Am I talking to Dan Jansen? Is this
no,
Dan?
You know, must have woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but yeah, no trades yet. No trades as of yet.
Did you say no trades today there, brother?
I know. I gotta. This is being recorded too, so we can replay that over and over again.
Holy cow! All right, go ahead.
Just kind of waiting to see. Yeah, I mean, we were good on the initial assessment. We were waiting for some kind of pullback. They came in. I just kind of wanted them to pull back most things a little bit more, and we did not get that. So yeah. I don't know. I mean, you got your hands full on trades because we're at that key level on the SPY, that 400. We're starting to break again. We've got rejected over there in the past a few times. It's a very, very strong resistance, and things have run like wild coyote today. So maybe look for a little pullback. But if you're brave enough and you want to go long, I mean, we will see. I don't know. I'll be sweating the whole time.
Yeah, that seems to be the case with my shift, right? I come in and it's always chase time and then waiting for the counter trend trade. That's Johnny Guarco shift for you.
But you know what you got that patience. So yeah, even on the reversal, usually that first dip is not the one I've seen your trades. You've been managing to avoid that first little head fake in the markets that they've been giving lately, and you've been catching some nice trades on those reversals. So yeah, I think that's how you kind of have to play those. But
yeah, man. So how's everybody liking Free Week?
I know. I was gonna say. I mean, this is I think Free Week is my most favorite time ever in the course of a year.
Ever,
I think. Yeah, there's so many awesome people that pop in, and just you, like when somebody says, "Man, I love learning something new." Oh, those are my favorite people. So
yeah,
we get a bunch of people into the community, and I mean, the community we have is incredible, and just to be able to share that with other people is, I mean, to me, amazing. So
yeah, absolutely. All right, man.
Let me. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stop.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna stop my recording on my side, and then I don't know if you want to record your session or not. This way, it's kind of broken down for wherever these recordings go to.
Okay,
there you go. All right, participants.
The only thing that I need hand with is, let me see if I can find the old YouTube, because are we continuing to?
Oh yeah, that's up to you. I have it going now. I just made you host. I believe YouTube is still running.
Okay.
Honestly, I think most people are probably in these rooms anyway. So if you want, I could stop the YouTube and.
No, just go ahead. I mean, might as well keep it on if that's what we want to do.
Yeah, I'm good with that too. I'll be here. I do have a meeting at 1, so I don't know if I leave, if that shuts it down or not.
Okay.
We'll keep it open for now. That's fine, and we'll see what happens. And when I log out, if it does shut down on YouTube, then if you want to restart
I can always go back live on. Yeah, let me know if you're going to leave or whatever, and then.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll be around for a little bit. I know I got a meeting at 1 on Zoom, so I got some coaching, so I got to make sure I'll close out at that point and then eventually be back, but we'll see.
Okay, sounds good, man. Thanks, brother. the amazing Danny J. Stand up and give him a round of applause. Way to go, Danny. Great teaching as always. He's the man. Hey, welcome everybody. My name's Johnny Guarco. I live right outside of Honolulu, Hawaii, in a town called Aiea, Hawaii. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here. Sun's not up yet, but we are ready to rock and roll. My favorite trader, Yovaris, how you doing, girlfriend? How you doing? How you doing? I'm so excited you are here and everybody else. Woo! Tana, how you doing? Haven't talked to Tana in a while. Franco, Agnes. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I love saying good morning to my team, man. This is like when I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, that's one of my favorite things I'm looking forward to is joining my team. They are the A+ team. Jay Linder, good morning. Rock Fullwood, Carolyn Bailey, how you doing? Euros, good morning. Wow, the whole crew is here. Stephanie, Emily, Craig, aloha to you too. Renee, Ray Humphreys, whoo, in the house. Win Schmitty, Rich, yo, yo, yo. Albert Chen, wow. This is unbelievable. Just the whole crew, one place, one time. Jeffrey Smith, L. Chuck, Agnes, thank you. Love having you on the team. Wow. I'm excited for your future, Agnes. Really excited. Wesley, my man, how you doing, brother? Always great to see you. Julio, Carl Spence, ZJ. Whoo, ZJ's coming out to Hawaii soon, everybody. Got to make ZJ throw us some pics when he gets out here. Him and JoJo, Hawaii bound. Mark, how you doing? Know several Marks, but good morning to you, Mark. Cristobal, JoJo, Mike York. I'm just seeing who's here, man. I'm having a great time. Pardon my saying hello to everybody. Gerline, how you doing, girl? All right. Carlos, first time here. Wow. Dude, man, I don't know. You better put this day in your diary or something, because this day, if you allow it to be, it's a fork in the road for you, dude. Whew. This team, this community, you could not be in a better place. I'm telling you that. If you want to be financially free, being with Jeremy Newsom and staff, I got goosebumps. I literally sitting here having goosebumps talking about it. Just how my life changed for the unbelievable better when I met Jeremy Alexander Newsom. So yeah, do it, Carl. Today is day one, the rest of your life. Ryan, how you doing? Good morning. Hey, for all my traders who are part of the team, throw me a Lima Charlie if you agree with what I'm saying. Lima Charlie for everybody. I'm a retired Marine. So Lima Charlie stands for loud and clear, but this is what you're seeing is the Lima Charlies from our A+ team. This is our team that is part of our family, part of our community. Gosh, Woodshed Williams, you guys got to get know Woodshed Williams. I don't want to leave anybody out, but geez. Raju, how you doing? B-Matt, Chris McCoy, Luke. I'm telling you guys, this is the day to change your life. This is the week. Cindy K is another one. Cindy K and me have been trading forever and a day. And yeah, that girl is just a fantastic trader. Part of that A+ team. Vaughn M, another one. I mean, you can just keep rolling. If you don't believe any of the moderators, don't believe in Jeremy, just talk to any of these moderators. I mean, any of these other people that are not moderators, and they will give you their opinion if they're in the right place. All right. Enough of my talking about greatness and real life trading. Let's go look. So I'm going to throw a disclaimer out there. Everybody does things differently, right? I grew up trading, just FYI. Jeremy and I have been friends for close to 11 years, I guess. I met Jeremy when he was with another company as an instructor. He decided smartly, thank goodness, because we all wouldn't be here, to step out and go on his own and teach everybody how to trade for free. He basically revolutionized the trading education system around the world. And I was blessed enough to be friends with him. He started Real Life Trading. I helped him start Real Life Trading and been with him ever since. But here's the point. I tried to do everything exactly like Jeremy, but we're different people. We have different values. We have different risk tolerance. We have different values of money. We have different profitability. So you can never trade exactly like somebody, but you can take up the same principles and discipline and ethics as another person. And I think that's why me and Jeremy came together like we did as friends, because the Marine Corps just instilled a lot of those things into my personality and characteristics. But yeah, Jeremy stands for that too. All right, let's roll. We'll talk about more of that. Let's get right into trading. Let's go look at the SPY and the Qs and the VIX real quick. The point I was making is my charts look totally different from Jeremy's, which look totally different from Danny's, which look totally different from Tony Pollock and every other moderator that you're going to see here at Real Life Trading. Let me explain my charts real quick for everybody, because I got a lot of lines on here. If you ever want to know what a moderator uses, come over here. This is Trading View, and you can see all my lines over here. You can see volume, 100 moving average, 200 moving average, EMAs. I got my 10, 20, and 50. And then I heard Danny talking about VWAP. So let's go look at that. Big red line, 100 moving average. You can see it red over here, right? Moving average 100. Big blue line, my 200 moving average. My little red line over here, 10 EMA. My blue line, 20 EMA. My green line, 50 EMA. The other thing that I do, because I believe that EMAs and MAs are part of a good system of support and resistance, I put them on my chart. You can see them here in dotted lines. I got to change this in my template to move it all over to the right to make it consistent. I haven't done that yet, but you can see all my EMAs over on the right. They're not all of my EMAs. They're the important ones that I think are going to influence how I trade. Green lines right here are my targets, potential targets, which are nothing more than support and resistance. In this case, they're resistance, and I use my 15-minute chart to go ahead and come in here, and I look for little points of resistance in this case. So I'll show you here what I was looking on the SPY. So you can see over here on the SPDA, sometimes I'll hone in on the 15, but for example, this may have been pre-market resistance, but now you can see I have a little target there at 492. And then really my next targets, just depending on where I see support and resistance. I mean, we really got a couple places here that could be targets coming up in the near future. So I'll use wicks, support, resistance, and I'll hone in on where my targets are. You'll have to excuse me, by the way. English is my second language. I haven't really figured out what my first language is, but yeah, you'll get to know Johnny here this week. But anyway, these are some targets for me. You can see, you can't see them on the daily, but I'll break down on the hourly chart too, and I'll look for nice little wicks. So, and then the big thing that I use that Some of the other moderators use it in moderation. Yuck, 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 pun intended. Go down and look at the bottom of my chart. We'll talk about RSI a little bit more. I don't know, trading view, there it is. Average daily range, right? So I use the average daily range over the last 14 days. What that tells me, if you go way over here on the right side of my chart, 595, that tells me that the SPY has moved on an average on the last 14 candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So from here to today, the SPY has been averaging about $5.95. Can anybody tell me if SPY has gone, and that's just an average, remember? Isn't that coincidental how SPY has gone now $5.98, and it looks like maybe it's potentially pulling back, right? Maybe now is the time, like Danny was talking about, maybe now we can start getting serious about a pullback. Thing being is it's up above a little bit of resistance, right? Green line being my target, which was a little bit of resistance. Now it's support, right? So I use average daily range to tell me, hey, a stock has either gone its average daily range, or it will give me a good hint on where some good where I can mark some good targets. So what I'll do is first thing in the morning, I'll come over here when the morning starts, and I'll go and check out if I can figure out how to move it. Me and TradingView, we've known each other for about 8 years, I guess, but we still don't get along all the time. So you'll have to excuse my goofiness. You'll get to know Johnny a little bit more, but I'll go in the morning and then I'll see where the average daily range is, and that will help me determine whether I have good enough risk reward in here. So if we're here early in the day and I see this unbelievable, beautiful hammer, I'll go into my long position. I'll say, hey, entry, stop, and then I'll bring my target on my long short tool up to the average daily range, and I'll say, oh yeah, I can make $1.38 right here. So this means obviously that this right here is $1, and that means I'll be making more than $1, right? Here's a 1-to-1 ratio, which would be down here around $400.77. But me personally, I don't get into trades when I only have a 1-to-1. I got to get like a 1 to 1.2 ratio. And in this case, you can see my average daily range would allow me to have a 1.37. So I use that as a big assistance tool to kind of tell me where targets could be and whether I want to get into a trade or not. Because what happens if, for instance, and we're doing a little teaching here this week while we're trading, let's just say, for sake of argument, that the average daily range of the SPY was about $4, right? And this was my entry. I'd go over here and say, man, why would I want to risk $1 to make 57 cents? Does that make sense to everybody? Throw me a Lima Charlie if you are understanding that average daily range and how I use that. Everybody tracking? So I just want to explain that kind of in detail, because if you're going to hang out with us all week, that's what I'm going to be looking at quite a bit. If anybody has any questions on that, let me know. Of course, we talked about, now I forgot already, $5.95. It's just an average, right? We see all the time, like, look at it now. It's up at 606. To me, it looks like it's coming up here to $7 plus. And we've seen days, if you look at this chart, you can see, and that's why I want to give you guys a disclaimer. Average daily range, like, look at this candle right here. This candle was, we only went $3.74 this day. Look at this candle. This candle, we dropped $8.74. So it's just a yardstick. It's just another tool in my toolbox, just like EMAs and MAs and everything else that I use to help me decide, again, whether I'm getting in a trade, to find targets, et cetera, et cetera. So Danny hit it. Does anybody think that I'm going long right now and going to chase the SPY on a trade? Probably not, right? Probably not. Nope, with a capital NOPE. D-Bay, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. And like I told y'all, English, I never went to school. And that should give you hope. If you went to school, if Johnny's here, if Johnny can be a consistently profitable trader, then you can too. So if I mispronounce your name, because I especially didn't like English and didn't go to English class, I was too busy playing baseball and football and chewing tobacco and doing all those silly, dumb things. D-Bay, yeah. So if I mispronounce your name, no hard feelings. Correct me. How do you find average daily range? Go over here, D-Bay, to indicators if you're using TradingView. So some brokers may not have it, right? But you go in here and you'll type in average, you'll come up with average day range, put a star on it. And then once you put a star on something, it becomes your favorites. So these are all my favorite indicators. And then you go over here, and then what I just did, we'll put that on your chart right here, down here on the bottom. It will set that up on your chart. And then you go over here to this price range tool, and that's where you can use that, right? Hope I answered your question. Carl Spence, wouldn't it be a good idea at this time? Wouldn't it be a good idea at this time? Don't know exactly, because we lose track of like what we're talking about. Carl, can you explain what you're asking again real quick? Wouldn't it be a good time at this? Meaning to go bullish on the SPY. For me personally, no, Carl, because yeah, we are hella bullish, but everything is telling me that this is coming up into some good resistance here. And at this point, since we've already gone $7, which really is about the average of the last 2 weeks, I don't want to chase what we call chase. So this was what happens. We're going to talk about gaps later on in the week, but we're going to talk about fear. We're going to talk about fear of missing out. We're going to talk about all kinds of things this week, but a lot of new traders will get excited once they see this kind of move. I mean, this is the place to go in long, down here on the SPY, not way up here. You guys give me 5 quick seconds. Hold on. All right. Sorry, this is real life. So I got to kiss the kids and the wife. Aloha. They're off to school, believe it or not, 6:24 in the morning. This is real life trading, everybody. But anyway, Carl, yeah, this is a lot of time that people get excited. Now, could it go, up to 404, 405, 406? Sure. Because again, we've seen days of past where the SPY has gone $8. We've seen days where it's gone $12, right? But all I'm doing is I'm trying to put probabilities on my side of the fence, and probabilities tell me that at this point, after it's moved, almost $7 or 6 something, that we're probably not potentially going to go up higher. So at this point, I start kind of sitting back and seeing if I can get signals to get a counter trend trade, which again, counter trend trades for beginner traders are not where you want to focus. Counter trend trades are going against the trend. The trend is our friend, but the point being is we are probably pretty much out of gas. You can see, Carl, here, look at all these candles. You can see not many of them go past $6 or $7, right? Here we had a big day. Here we had a big day, but probabilities are we're going to probably stay about where we are. Does that make sense, Carl? We're talking day trading, right? We're talking about things. Bullish is definitely the trend, but yeah, I think we're kind of out of gas. Great question. Craig Rogers asks, how does average daily range different than average true range? Average true range counts gaps, Craig. So average daily range is from the very low to the very high, or the very high to the very low, right? Average true range in its calculation calculates gaps. That's the only difference. They're very close together. I personally don't get wrapped around the axle. I used to use average true range for most of my trading life, but TradingView came up with average daily range about 4, 5, 6 months ago, and I switched to average daily range. For me, it's just, again, they're usually within pennies, so no big deal. It's really a preference thing. Sue says, would Roku be something you look at to short for 10 EMA on the 3 time frame? We have a green candle closing below the 10 EMA. So I haven't even looked at Roku today, but let's go ahead and look at Roku for Sue. And again, I have this habit. I don't know if it's a good habit or a bad habit, but I love nicknames. So like Sue, if I call you Susie Q, no offense. It's just a bad habit of mine, and I might accidentally bust it out there. I can get away with it on the A+ team, everybody that I know. But if I call you something that you don't like, please tell me. So this is what I'll do. First thing is I'll open up and I'll look at the gap. Real life traders, we are big gap players. We like to look at gaps because gaps create momentum, right? They make traders do something. So in this case, Danny's been talking about it all morning. This is a retest gap. You have, by the way, if you're not tracking, white candle is a bullish candle, black candle is a bearish candle. That you'll also see different on some people. Some people use red and green. So we're talking all different things. I'm going to be very descriptive today. This red line is the 100 moving average on the daily, right? We gapped up a little bit, which tells us that things like to gap up as a continuation, come back and retest and then go. Why? Why are they retests? Why do they get, when they gap up after a bullish day, do they come back? Because a lot of people, once these guys and girls were in the trade from Friday and it gaps up to a certain point, a lot of people like to take their profits. And what happens is when a lot of people like to take their profits, the price of the stock comes back down. But when it gets to a certain point, they get excited and they say, hey, this thing is on sale. And that's when you get this run up. So we got this run up right into the 100. I'll look at the weekly to see what kind of support and resistance. You can see we also have some nice old support, new resistance right here, about $55 makes sense. I'll put on, things like I haven't used this. I haven't looked at Roku in a long time, but I'll put on like my EMAs. We'll do that. And then, of course, here we go. One of the first things that I'm going to look at is all of this, but then I'll look at 267. So what is 267 telling me? It's telling me that Roku has ran up very bullish, pretty much $2.62, 67 cents average for the last 14 days. So I'll go in here, I'll go into my 15-minute chart. I'll throw up that $2.67 on my price range starting today, January 23, and I'll see that here is around $2.67, and I'll say, wow, Roku has come right into its average daily range. It's come right into resistance. It's come right into the 10 moving average. So do I want to consider it for a counter trend trade? The next thing that I'll look at is purple line is VWAP. I heard Danny talking about VPOC and VWAP a lot this morning. Danny comes from the school where he likes to look at VPOC. I grew up trading VWAP, and I just personally like VWAP better because I think it takes into price in the calculation. It's a volume weighted average price, which means it takes an equation of price and volume, which is the most important indicator. And it calculates an equation and comes out to a point where Danny, I heard him talking, brokers and hedge fund managers love to buy and sell at the VWAP. It becomes a very strong support and resistance. And so, like Danny, I like to take profits down at the VWAP. So I like to look at getting in like around where I have at least one R down to the VWAP. I heard Danny talking about R's. We'll talk about that. If I'm down here trading bullish, I like to have about an R to get up to the VWAP. So this is really decision time. This is when you're going to see, hey, is this thing going to bounce off of here and continue? Or is this potentially going to fall out of bed and pull back? So I got to get some good signals. This year, we're going to be looking at double tops a lot. So I would like to get some kind of signal, since this is so crazy bullish, to come up here, do something like this, bounce off of the VWAP, and then, like Sue is talking about, a great potential place maybe later on for a 10 EMA trade on the 3-minute. Okay, so you can see right now, after all that discussion, let me get rid of some of my, and you're going to see me do kindergarten drawings all the time. So here on the 5 is really where I focus in on the VWAP. So you can see at this point, if I had a 10 EMA trade down to the VWAP, then I don't have a 1-to-1 trade down there, right? So I put my stop probably somewhere like there. Obviously, I don't have a 1-to-1. Here's a 1-to-1 trade right here. Then I'll go into my 15 and I'll say, okay, what's down here? And I'll look. My favorite is looking for nice little levels of support and resistance. So coming back down here, I would say, all right, here's my target, because this is where a lot of bulls want things to pull back before they buy them on sale again, right? And the bears, any bears coming down, are looking for support and resistance. Coming down, you see we have a lot of little different areas of resistance or support, I'm sorry. One of them being here at the 20 and the VWAP, and the next being this 50 EMA. This 50 EMA, I weight this very heavily, especially on the 5. So I always like to know where my 3-minute and my 5-minute 50, because those become really good targets. I would say we're coming down here. So Sue, I know you got, you looked at this earlier. So, it's a matter of decision. It's a matter of business decision of where you are in your R's, whether you want to risk a trade coming down to the VWAP or not. Can this just bust through the VWAP and continue down? Heck yeah, it can. But that is a consideration to think about. So right now I'm waiting for maybe a pullback and see if we can get a double top or something like that. The other thing is I'm always looking at the SPY and the Qs, because for me, That's the basis of, especially if something is going to pull back or not. We didn't really even look at the cues that much, but you can see 562 on the average daily range. We've gone well past that for today. There's 562. Where are you? And sometimes I'll just in a hurry just get an approximate. It doesn't have to be an exact because it's just an average. But see, now I got one candle giving me a hint like, Johnny, this is a shooting star right into that little bit of resistance at 289. So it's giving me a hint now that we're looking to pull back. And why is this a hint? A shooting star is, this is selling pressure. This is people coming up here to 289, these bulls, and they're selling off. The thing about this shooting star, I love when my shooting stars have this kind of volume. So you see this kind of volume over here on this green candle or this white candle, bullish candle. If you have really big volume, that means that there's a heck of a lot of bulls that are getting out at this point. We have pretty decent volume at this shooting star. You can see it's a lot higher than this, but I really love my shooting stars when I have higher volume come in. So based on that, I'm looking right now, and I'm going to be going slow and explaining just how I trade. And we'll get it faster during the week, but I'm really looking for now a pullback to this 10 EMA because we've been so hella bullish. I like chart patterns. I love shooting stars. I love hammers, but I love chart patterns even more. And that's why Jeremy's going to have us focusing in on like double tops and double bottoms. So I would love to see this thing come down in this area, come back up, some bulls buy, they take profit again and fail. And then we'll have lower highs, we'll have lower lows, and it will give me a better feeling like, hey, yeah, we can take a counter trend trade now. Everybody tracking what I'm talking about? Lima Charlie, everybody. All right. So Jojo says, which ADR do you use? I see several. ADR. Which ADR do I use? I use the 14-day one right down here, Jojo. You see several. So I think what she's asking me is like, now it says 102. So look at the daily. Daily says 562. What this tool does, it's your average daily range of whatever time frame you're on. So if you go to the 1 hour, let me get rid of all my kindergarten drawings. So if you go to the 1 hour, this is now telling you that over the last 14 hours, the average move has been $1.80. If you go to the 15-minute chart, it will go and tell you over the last 14 15-minute candles, it's averaged $1.03 for every 15 minutes. Lucien is talking about Delta Mini Inverse Head and Shoulders. So Lucien, being one of those go-to guys that we got here on the A+ team, he sees a little bit of that inverted head and shoulders. And this is the unbelievable thing about this community and this day trading channel. Instead it's just Johnny Guarco or whatever moderator, we have just nothing but professional traders looking at trades saying, hey, Johnny, what's your opinion about this? Right? Nobody takes offense of if I say, Lucien, you're crazy, man. This thing is so crazy bearish. Why are you looking for a bullish trade? He doesn't take offense to that because it's like looking at a Picasso. He sees something that maybe I don't, right? But we'll talk about it. And because we're all professionals, and everybody will come up with their own opinion, and nobody will hold anybody hold offense about getting their feelings hurt or anything else, because we all know we're here all for the betterment of everybody, right? We're a team. So he sees a special setup. He says, hey, this is a potential inverted head and shoulders, Johnny. Got that failure down here, bounce back up, sold off a little bit, and potentially now people are going to buy up into that 39.40 area is what he's saying. So let's go look at that. Thank you, Lucien. Delta. So I'll go into it and then I'll just start looking at it myself, because again, you guys ever seen that picture of that young woman and older woman? And just when you open it up, it just depends on how you see things, right? Some people see the older woman, some people see the younger woman, some people can see both, some people can't see both. So that's why we love trading together, because believe me, I am a human being who I do not see a lot of things, and we might miss things, right? So I just open to the 15-minute chart, but one thing that I see that I love are these kind of high wave candles, right? We got kind of this hammerish candle on the 15. It's not quite a hammer, but it gives kind of a little bit of sentiment of buying pressure in here, right? This wick came down here. A lot of people bought and bounced up. And then we got these two indecision candles. We love inside candles because, like, I think Danny was talking about it, or maybe that was Jeremy. I was looking at a video Jeremy made last night with the 90-day class. This builds compression. We call it compressor because pressure is building up and this thing is going to pop one way or the other. I see when I break into here, I automatically obviously see some resistance right here. Come on, brush. I told y'all I don't get along well with the trading view. I see a little bit of resistance right there. I'll go back in and I'll go from scratch because I haven't looked at Delta today. So retest gap, right? We had Friday, we had a white bullish candle. Now we have a black bearish candle that we're forming. Our average daily range is $1.14. I'll go in there real quick. I'll turn on all my moving averages. I'll see if there's anything above us, below us. I got nice support down here. You can see that's probably what Lucien is looking at. We got the 100 moving average right here on the weekly. 100, I'll go and throw that in there. I got to throw in a W. I got to throw in a W, Woodshed. So we got nice support Lucien's looking at. I'll go into my 100, see if I got any moving averages. I got my 10 down here. So nothing really down here, but I do have that weekly right here. If you go in here, I learned from Jeremy in the morning time, what I'll do is I'll go in and I'll set my pre-market high and low. You can see this dark green line is pre-market. So I missed this little tick mark right there. That's our pre-market low right there. You can see this is our pre-market high. That forms support and resistance. So we're chopping, very choppity chop, right? Over pre-market. This yellow and this blue is overnight for me in here in Hawaii. This is Friday. So you can see we've been chopping around since Friday, right? Now for Lucien, he knows that the right place to look for a buy is in the lower part of a channel, because all we're doing is this, right? Right now, we don't really have momentum. He knows that the 10 EMA strategy works in momentum plays, right? So here we just got a bunch of chop. We don't have too much momentum, but he's looking to say, hey, you know, this is a pretty good place to buy, and it will give him good risk reward back up in here until we get to either today's high, which now becomes a target, right? Or pre-market high becomes a target, right? And then we're looking, let's go back and take pre-market off there. And now, so let's go back and see what Lucien was just saying, hey, man, this is a good, remember we talked about candlesticks versus chart patterns? This inverted head and shoulders is a very nice, strong, bullish pattern. So he started looking at that. I'll go in here and then I'll break down to see, okay, now we're below. Lucien was looking at it when we were above the 10. Now we're below the 10 EMA. We formed a little bit of a double top. Let's go see where we moved on our average daily range of $1.14. Come back in here, $1.14 price range. Come down here and see, we got plenty of room on Delta to go one way or the other, because here's average daily range. Does it have to go $1.14 today? No, but it has the potential. Isn't that funny how it has potential to come down to this target that I had earlier? There's a lot of things in the way here, but I haven't gone in and checked my SPY. Normally when I'm not teaching like this in depth, but I'll go in and check it out. But we'll keep an eyeball on it for now, because I need to go back and check in to the SPY and the Qs. But we do have a double top now for any of the more experienced traders. We got this 200 right there on the 3-minute. We don't really have anything now on the 5-minute. My next target would be down here at pre-market support. So there's some good room in there to take that as a 10 EMA trade, but you do have this one big trend line coming up to support us. Raju, do you use daily VWAP or multi-day VWAP? Which period? During my day trading, Raju, I use my 3-minute VWAP and my 5-minute. My 5-minute, I weight it a little bit heavier than the 3-minute. So as you can see, beautiful double top right here. It broke the neckline on the 5. So that gives me, good feeling that we're going to continue to make lower highs right here, right? We're kind of making lower lows. We failed. Here's another thing, right? Here's the high from Friday. Here's the high from Friday, and we basically couldn't close above that. So gives me a little bit more of a tinge of bearishness, but realize that we got some really good support down here. So this is again, it's a counter trend trade because we've just been so hella bullish, but it's something to consider, right? Matt, Ray, I'll go to Amazon real quick. Matt says, is it possible to maximize your screen? You may be able to do it on your side, Matt, but I can't do it on my side. It might be your Zoom settings, but right now it's as big as I can get it on my screen. I'm using my entire screen, so I can't get it any bigger. It's usually on your end. If somebody has a screen, the maximum they can get it, then it's usually your Zoom setting. All right, let me just get a feel for what we're doing on the Qs and the SPY, because that gives me a good feel for whether we're ready to come back bearish yet. You can see we potentially now are forming a beautiful double top here. So if we can form a double top here, then I would be definitely open to taking a bearish trade. So this is something I have. Normally I have 5 screens. I had computer problems last week. As a matter of fact, I got to get a new computer. So I'm using my family computer. I only have 3 screens on this computer, but I'll be looking at the SPY and the Qs and the VIX on my other screens while I'm looking at something like what Ray was looking at. Ray was looking at Amazon. So I hope if any staff is here, man, I know I'm so far behind on questions, but if anybody can help some of these people out, I'll eventually get to them, but we may not get to setting anything up. So any assistance would be much appreciated. Anyway, Amazon, I think we got, if that's my correct average daily range, yeah, 336. We got hella bullishness coming in. Something I use too is Elliott Wave, which Danny talked about this morning. I'm a big Elliott Wave fan. The problem with Elliott Wave is that it's a theory, so it's a theory. Like anything else, it doesn't always work, right? And it will make your head hurt sometimes. But, this could be a potential 1, 2, wave 3, and we're in a 4, which would be we're looking to make a wave 5 up into the average daily range. My target today would be 99.34, potentially bullish. But when I go back and think about what I just saw on the Qs, right? Said, hey, the Qs, we've gone our average daily range, right? We're potentially up at a point where we could make a double top right now, right? This is the 15-minute, this is a 5. So I would be very careful at this point about looking to go long because we've gone past the average daily range. So Amazon, sometimes stocks have a mind of their own. And then I'll say, well, maybe I didn't count this right. Maybe this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And starting, once you have a 5, then you go into correction waves. So maybe this is, if this isn't 5, we haven't broke this point yet. So 1, 2, 3, coming down 1, 2. Yeah, that couldn't be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm thinking this might be a wave 5. Like Danny said this morning, also wave 5s, you never know when they're going to end. Right now, it looks like we're having a really hard time up in here at $98. So if the Qs hadn't made its average daily range, I would be open to taking Amazon long. But because it's up at this resistance level, then I'm not willing to take that Amazon trade right now. That's just my analysis. So another thing is, I talked about it earlier when I first came on. Remember, everybody is at a different point with their profitability, right? Some people may be up 20 Rs right now. So taking a little bit higher risk trade may not be a big deal to them, right? Some people maybe only be up 1 R, 2 Rs. So they're going to say, well, that's not an A+ setup for me. So it has a lot to do with your profitability, where you are, and that influences your decision. But yeah, you can see where right there at that resistance, and I'd be looking to take this thing probably short more than anything else right now. MW, drag it to your right. I think Brois is talking to somebody. Thank you, Brois. Patrick, what's going on, buddy? We got a hammer on Amazon on the 1 hour chart. Thank you, Patrick. See, here's a perfect example where we have a professional trader looking at something saying, hey, you do have a beautiful hammer. So that would come into consideration, right? You could set, depending on what strategies you use, you could consider, taking something long in here, getting your stop maybe down, let's see, $97, probably somewhere about $1.50 down in here. And then saying, hey, do I have a good risk reward there? So I only have about $1, not even $1, somewhere around $1, 1-to-1 ratio risk reward coming into my target up here at 99.32. So this is one of those trades where, wow, you got a beautiful hammer with volume, but in order for me to get good risk reward, whoops, I moved my hourly. Yeah, that's a good thing, I guess. We'll move the hourly right there. So having my stop under this hourly 10, I'd have to move my stop like right up in here to get a 1.2 R trade. And that's too tight of a stop for me. But good catch. Thank you, Patrick. Got a bunch of Lima Charlies. Jojo, I see several listed when I search for the indicator. Okay, answered that. Pro traders, and then there's me. No, Jason, I don't believe that for a minute. Here is always two parties to the trade. Yep. You got to have a buyer and seller for every trade, right? Agnes, may I ask how the VWAP and the session volume can be so different values? I know you spoke about it already, but could you address it? I'm not a huge VPOC guy. Danny, I know, is bigger on the VPOC. I use VPOC to provide me where good support resistance is, and it also tells me, like Danny, where the preponderance of volume is coming in and out. It's really based on just the calculations, Agnes. VPOC is figured out one way. I like VWAP just because I know it takes in volume and price. I think VPOC really is just where the preponderance of volume is coming in and out of a trade. Of course, it correlates to price, right? Because you have this line over here saying, hey, right about this 97 area is where people are, buying and selling and making a decision. So it's just a matter of where the calculation is. And again, I don't go into usually the details of, like how is VPOC calculated, but if there's a great tool, Google is how VPOC is calculated. We could go in there, check it out. You can read taking the highest volume traded at each price level and then constructing a histogram. So, and then if you go into VWAP, it will tell you that here's the formula of how to figure out, the volume and the price, and it comes out. So it just makes my head hurt. So I keep it simple. I just know that VPOCs are great places of support and resistance, and that, they're good places. They'll usually always correlate pretty close to the VWAP. I use just the VWAP because the way I learned was way back when, I used Hector probably doesn't like it, but when Hector was a pup, I'm not talking about Hector Hernandez, but when Hector was a pup, I learned the VWAP is where, hedge funds and brokers like to buy and sell. So I like to buy and sell as close to that as possible. If you're up here, you're a little bit further away. So do you want to sell right here into the VWAP? I don't. Not necessarily. Do I? Sometimes, just depending on where I am with my R's. But it's just a calculation, and it's whatever you're more comfortable with. So as you're learning, Agnes, you just got to figure out which one that you use. Like Jeremy Alexander Newsom, I've never seen him use VPOC, right? Tracy Ball, who teaches a fantastic class on VPOC. If you're interested, I would recommend taking her class. Yeah, she uses it quite a bit. Danny uses it quite a bit. So it's just preference. Chuck says, do you have to replace those horizontal MAs often? All the time, Chuck. I got to move them all the time. There's a way, there's an indicator. Actually, you can go in here. I don't use it because it's got dotted lines all across my my chart, but you can get like a script in TradingView that allows you to put lines on automatically. I'm just used to doing this, so. Whew, I'm exhausted. I want to go show you because I'm so dang proud about it. Did anybody take this Tesla trade this morning? I'll just show you a couple things that I was looking at on Tesla. My decision this morning on Tesla, I took this trade, got like $1.20 and then just got out. But I opened up pre-market, and so here's the process again, setting the highs and the lows pre-market. You can see low, high, but I saw this high wave right here. And then I saw the pre-market high, and I said, man, if we break this high, then we're going bullish. And so that's pretty much what I just set up. Is a breakout of this high wave, breakout of this this resistance right here, because this was a little bit of resistance. So some people took it earlier. You can see some people took this hammer right here, which was a lovely, beautiful trade. I don't usually trade Tesla like the first 15 minutes to half an hour. That's just, I do sometimes, but I, in this case, decided that I was going to wait for that hourly resistance to break. And I waited for that and then just took that up from there. So here was my trade this morning. Pretty close to a 10 EMA trade anyway, because as you can see, we broke out of that high wave and that hourly high wave, and that high of pre-market, came back and retested that area. And then I just took it long for there for like $1.25. So that was a good trade. You can see Tesla is way up above its average daily range right now. So be looking potentially for a pullback. It just hit, or is hitting my target, my secondary target right here. I'll usually, in the morning, I'll usually get out pretty quickly. I'll usually trail my stop pretty tight. I don't like being in trades, personal trades, when I get on the mic with you all. So I'm a little bit more aggressive in the morning with my stops and targets. Whew, man, y'all are hammering me with questions and comments, and thanks, Lucen. What do we got? Do you have to replace, got that? Sue says potential 10 EMA on Square. Let's go into Square. Haven't even looked at Square today. I'll go in and say, let me get my EMAs on here. Square been very bullish. We got $3.47. So you can see where the average daily ranges change daily, right? They actually change during the day while the stock is moving, but 347 now on Square for the day. So right up there, right at its average daily range. I'll go into the 15 minutes. I am in the 15-minute. I'll look for targets around $80. $80 already is a good place where people are going to sell off, right? So up here at $80, you can see we've had a little bit of problem in the past. We got, so my next target would be right here. I'll go into my 15-minute and I'll go here and I'll say, whoops. I'll say, give me that horizontal line. I'll go into that little bit of resistance and I'll say, hey, that's that would be my next target. You can see it was a target here before, target twice. You can see really good support and resistance. So 80.40, Sue, would be my target. Go back in here and say, okay, haven't quite got there yet. Not a bad place. I know you put this in here earlier. And you can see, you know, a lot of people get up in here and get excited about taking something short, but you can see 80.40, we got room to go there. Here's the average daily range. Is it going to stop, you know, here? This could be the high for the day. We don't know. But with my average daily range and that resistance right there, I think this is a pretty good target. Do I have good risk reward? Probably could get pretty close, but you know, I'm not, again, the SPY and the Qs, but for me, you know, you got to be under a good bullish candle. So The risk reward to there is only about less than 1 R. So I wouldn't take that trade if that was me, but let's see what Sue was looking at. Sue was looking at 78.80. I don't know when she was looking at that. So 78.80. 78.80 back here. I've been talking that long. Or are you looking to take a pullback? So either she was looking at like right in there to go long, or she's looking potentially to buy it down here at the VWAP, close to the VWAP. So pre-market resistance is my partial. Would that be something you look at? Let me go down. Sue, is this where you're going? 78.80, did you get in here? This breakout? You were looking short at 78.80. So down here. Did I read that wrong? I might have read it wrong. Let me go back up here. Phew. Sorry, everybody. Free week. We got, a little bit of teaching going on, and we got to make sure we're answering everybody's questions, which we always do. So the way that you have that written, 78.80, that's your entry, and 79, my bust, 79.91, that would be a short. I was assuming you were going long. Where's my short position? 78.80 by 79.31. Yeah. For me, I don't set up trades like that. If I was wanting to go long, I would set up maybe an enter there, with my stop down here, but that is too tight of a stop for me. And I'm not quite sure like what strategy you may be using. I mean, there's a little bit of support and resistance right here, right? You got a double bottom potentially right here that broke the neckline. You got room to go bullish still. The Qs and the SPY. Let me go look at the SPY. So now we're starting to get a look of a little bit of a double top, right? So now we can start thinking about going short on something, right? Now we got a double top. So let me go see if I can find something in here. But yeah, SQ. I'll look at the VWAP, see how far we are from the VWAP. Usually on the SPY and the Qs, I heard Danny talking about it too. Usually you'll get some kind of fake breakout, especially when you're so hella bullish. In this case, you might throw a wick down here, trap a lot of bears, and then this thing bounce. So this isn't a true double top until we get a close below this neckline. So we'll see where this closes. We got about a minute 15, but it's looking like it has some great potential for now a counter trend trade. And we may miss it. We may, get a flash down to the VWAP. But let's keep an eyeball on it. Let's go in here and look at some of our trades that we could have a potential good pullback. So this is look at now compared to SQ, Sue. So see how far the VWAP is down on Tesla compared to SQ. So you only have a little bit of potential support room down here versus look at Tesla where you have a lot of room down to the VWAP. So that goes into my decision-making process. Also, but Tesla looks good for a potential short. Let me go check in on the VIX. Let me get caught up. So if I've missed your question, I apologize. I just can't keep up with everybody. But I'm looking at the VIX. The VIX, the volatility S&P index usually has an inverse correlation to the SPY and the Qs and the rest of the market. So you can see we're coming down on the VIX, which means that we've been going up on the market, right? That's why we've seen such good bullishness, is we've seen this little rundown on the volatility index, which will make the SPY and the Qs go up that way. So right now you can see a little bit of bearishness coming in the market because we're bouncing a little bit on the VIX. So this is a nice little support area down here on the VIX. We got a little bit of a double bottom on the VIX. So you can see this may be a good place to bounce, which will take the market down if we bounce here on the VIX. Nick says, here we go. This is so valuable having this many eyes on the market. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. So you can see, look at the Qs. The Qs on the 3, we haven't closed below that neckline, right? We got a potential with a capital P double top. I mean, it's a double top that's forming. So when we say, you'll hear people say, hey, you got a double top on the Qs. Normally it's forming, but it really isn't from a sentiment perspective, which is the most important thing to think about. It's really not confirmed, quote unquote, confirmed double top until you close below that neckline. So here on the SPY, interesting enough, we have now pretty much a confirmed double top. So here's where Elliott wave comes in, right? Elliott wave, this big old hunkin' run up is probably wave 3. Most likely this is 1, 2, 3 with a potential that this is a 4. So this 4 could come back down into here, or this 4 could come here, chop around and bounce, or it could come in here, right? And then put in just a little bit of a higher high and then roll over. So you got to remember, you got to have a lot of patience when you go counter trend. It is very early, and I would be very surprised if we went screaming back down. You can see we got a lot of things to support us on the SPY too. We're just retesting that 20, which we haven't done since earlier this morning. So could we break down? Sure, absolutely. Has it gone its average daily range? Yes, it has. So those are all things to consider. You got to, when you're going counter trend, right? That's the, whoops, I moved my line accidentally. So let's just make sure I got all my lines in here. There's the weekly. Got that in there. So we're sitting on that weekly 20 there on the Qs. We got the 10 right there on the SPY. Okay, let's go to the monthly. Just see what we got, all around us. Okay, got that. All right. Trying to get caught up somewhat. If I missed your question, I got Lucen. Thank you very much, Lucen. Got Lucen answering some questions. Matt got 2.5 R's on the AMD today. Done for the day. Congratulations, dude. Woodshed. So Woodshed is looking to go short on the NASDAQ futures. You can see he has a nice trend line here. So his orange lines are his entries. His red line would be his stop. So he's, Woodshed likes to take these trend line shorts. So he's in that. That's the futures. Let me just see what we got going on again. So yeah, we're back down under. So it looks like Woodshed is in short on the Qs. That's looking good. You go back into, I'm going to keep an eyeball on Tesla. Let's go count some waves on Tesla. One, two, 1, 2. This could be a 4. 1, 2, 3. This could be a 4, and this be a 5. Also, TradingView, if y'all are interested, go take all this off of here. TradingView has an Elliott wave counter. Where is it? I guess I didn't go into search Elliott. Where's my Elliott wave? There you go. Elliott wave chart pattern counter. Now it's in my favorites. So I use that a lot to see if I can get some kind of Elliott wave count. You can say here on this fractal, they're counting this as a 5. So we're going into a potential good point. It's 5 on the longer fractal, and it's 5 going into correction A mode potentially. So this looks like a pretty good time. We could maybe catch this for a 10 EMA short. So here's a potential, and this depends on your risk tolerance, right? So here's a potential. You can take this short, but it hasn't really formed any kind of chart pattern. What I really like on my Tesla 10 EMAs trades, especially at the top, is to see a double top here. So let's see what happens. Let's keep an eyeball. I'm hoping that this bounces up and really gives us a double top. I'm going to be checking out the Qs on my other stock. Looks like Qs may not be ready to go. It's kind of at that thinking place. But yeah, you got something like that that has potential down to this VWAP. Some good room. We didn't put in a trap. So if we would have trapped some bears, we would have probably come down here and taken this little hammer out, thrown a wick in here, and then come up here and taken all these bears out. So that's not a trap. Let's go keep an eyeball on this. We didn't get that white bullish candle that we're looking for, but we are now under the VWAP. So you can see here on the 3-minute, on the 10 EMA strategy, what we're looking for is really a bullish candle here. And I'm going to see, I'm hoping, like what I say is we get a break back up above this. If we get a break above this and then we get back down below the 10 EMA, that's going to be a beautiful short. If we throw everything on in it, you got some challenges below, but what I immediately see is we got a couple of targets. This is going to be a target down on the low side. And then next target is going to be the VWAP. So, somewhere down in there is going to be a target, then another target if we break the VWAP. So I'll go and put my green lines in there as targets. All right, Franco, I'll talk to you this afternoon, my man. Tyler got 2.5% on Apple. Great job, Tyler Gray. Congratulations, my man. Raju, what do you think about Vet Long? 6 months, $30 calls. Okay, this is exactly what I'm looking at for Tesla. So somebody keep an eyeball out on me. Let me go into Vet real quick. Vet, 6 months, 30 calls. I don't know. I see just a bunch of bearishness. I don't really see any real great support down here. So my next support is down here in like the $13 range. So just for me, I wouldn't be ready to go bullish on it yet, Raju. That's just me personally. Let me go back to Tesla. Okay, now we got our potential double top. So it depends on how you play this. You know, if you're waiting for a 10 EMA, you're gonna have to wait for a white bullish candle once you get below to retest the 10, right? Some people are gonna take this like that, something like that. Just remember that this thing can be choppy here up at the top because we are very bullish. And if you take this, we could come back down here, retest this 20, bounce and chop around here. So you got to have your stop, give it a little bit of room. So we're at 141.64. Usually on Tesla, we like to go somewhere in like around $3, not necessarily always. This is about $1.50. So I'd probably give Tesla some room to chop around because we could still be in this choppy area where we come out and take that high of the day out, right? I didn't see any really good big volume in here to tell me, okay, everybody's sold and they're going to sell off, right? It's going to take a little momentum for Tesla to go down and keep going down to get some profits. But you can see we have some good potential down to this area, down to get about $1.20 something. But we'll keep an eye on that. Blake, what's going on, buddy? Blake is talking about same thing, bud. Looks exactly like Tesla. It's got some good room to the VWAP. It looks like it's got better room than even Tesla does. So I haven't done any analysis on NVIDIA, but huge run up. We got $7.70. So look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA has gone almost $12, and its average over the last 14 days has been $17.70. We're at that beautiful point of a little bit of resistance up in here, right? We got some resistance here. Get rid of that. Let me check over here. Sometimes I use my squiggly lines to get a better touch points. I'll come in here. That looks okay. There you go, over here. So yeah, somewhere around this 189 is a good resistance area. Throw back my chart. Yeah. Looks good, man. Both are so strong, right? NVIDIA and Tesla. We'll keep an eye on both of these. Let me get my Slack ready to roll. Jeremy is saying covered call. This is nice, far away. Okay, he's talking about his covered calls. Let me go to my official day trade channel. Get that ready to go. Qs, I'm keeping an eyeball on the Qs. Again, you got to remember the Qs, especially this early, the Qs and the SPY like to trap a lot of people, right? This right here, potential trap for any bears. Came back. We may be now trying to trap more bears, and we may get this pop back up here to the high of the day. Qs and the SPY usually will take their sweet time up, especially after a bullish run like this. And we could even just stay up here. This could be choppity chop, as we all know. This could be choppity chop up in here. But it's looking lower highs. If this thing comes back under the 10, we'll jump on something, whether it's NVIDIA or Tesla. Whatever gives us the best setup. But we do have room on either one. We got to me, that's a nice target. That's about $1.50. The problem being is we got those dang 50s coming up on us. So 5-minute 50, really far away on Tesla. That's great. Okay, sounds good. Both the 5 and the 3-minute 50s, we got some room to go. MU for Lee Min. I mean, I think if the Qs is ready, then everything, and the SPY is ready, then everything is ready. But we're filling this gap on MU. Gaps usually, my gaps on my chart are orange. So gaps like to get filled, but they also provide a good point of resistance. We got $1.84. Price range. Yeah. Looks like it's ready to turn too. I don't like it as much as NVIDIA and Tesla because of the room back to the VWAP. This would be my first target right here. But yeah, looks like it's ready to roll. So again, I'm looking for that weakness in the Qs and the SPY, but I'm looking for some kind of nice chart pattern, which this looks pretty nice. Keep an eye on that. NVIDIA, we got double top on NVIDIA. So these are all counter trend trades, everybody. So hold on to your pants. You are going to be trading very counter to some crazy bullishness, what's been going on. So on a longer perspective, I mean, look what you got. Look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA been really strong in here, right? But it looks like it's certainly ready for a pullback. I just have a lot of patience on counter trend trades. A lot of people will get in earlier, and that's okay. That's their style, right? Because their risk tolerance is different. But when we're so crazy bullish, I mean, gosh. Kevin O'Toole, what's going on with the Goog? Kevin, you looking to day trade this? What you looking at? Whoops. So I'm glad Google put in that gap because that gap will get refilled. I'm actually looking for Google to come back down here further. But Google, we got 252 on the day. All right, I'll give you a target, my man. I'll go in here. Again, looking for 252. That's my average daily range. So it's right at its average daily range right now. Let me go see over here what we got for targets. My next target's Mr. O'Toole. Since we've gone, our average daily range is $100.33. Let me go in here to the 30. Yeah, you can see this little bit of resistance in here, right? And if I was going bullish, this wick would be my target. It's just how I target things. So let's see where you're at, brother. Yeah, man. So can Google go higher than this average daily range than 133? Yeah. But just depending on where I got in. I mean, this was a gorgeous 10 EMA play down in here. You should be up, 2 Rs, something like that. I'd probably be taking profits right there. If that was me, I'm just saying, if that was me. Lucin, thank you for saving the day. Just making sure. Nick, sorry, man. I missed your Microsoft. I missed the 10 EMA there. So yeah, Microsoft 2 is looking like potential to come down to VWAP. Microsoft 565. So at this point, it's pick your favorite stock, right? 565. So yeah, it went about its average daily range. It really didn't hit my target, which is a weird thing. I think for me, I would just be a little bit cautious. When something doesn't hit my target, Qs a lot of times won't hit the target and will roll down. But a lot of times I think Qs is kind of unique in that respective. A lot of times when we're so bullish and people are looking for pullbacks, a lot of these strong stocks will pull back a little bit and then go to target. So if you're in that, yeah, you have a choice of, okay, is this thing going to pull back? Because this thing could pull back right down to the VWAP, right? It's so early. Pull back down to the VWAP and then come back up here to target later on, right? Let me catch back up. I think, I don't know. I think Emily said there was a speaker later on today. We got, that's the same trend line Woodshed was talking about earlier. So go back here. Let's go back into the Qs and see if we can catch. All right. So now we got nice double top. Tesla. Okay, so now we got to close below the 10. I'm waiting for a bullish candle. So what you could do, this depends on your risk tolerance, right? So what if we have just a little white candle like that stays like right in there? Could you go like this? Absolutely. You could do an entry like that. Am I going to do that? We'll see, but I would feel much better on a pullback with this crazy bullishness if we break this neckline, right? That's just, I'm being ultra conservative. That's just how I trade, especially when you're so bullish, but we'll see what we get. So potential triple top, right? Boink, boink, failure, failure. Lots of potential just to chop in this area for a while, right? And again, 10 EMA is a momentum strategy. So any of my 10 EMA traders, especially new ones from the 90-day course, just remember this kind of entry, whether it be 10 EMA or Momo, it's a little bit more risky because you're channeling, right? It doesn't really have momentum. Right now, we got a little bit of this is nice on the video too, Blake. We got a little bit of an inverted, or I'm sorry, a head and shoulders. That's a good look on, that is a very bearish signal for everybody. See, we don't have that head and shoulders over here. What I like about this is this really is exactly what I look for at when we've passed all-time highs for the day. But now I got to wait until we get, kind of hoping we break down and then close and then get a white candle retest, and that would be picture perfect. Alexandra, usually first in, first out, meaning whatever shares you got in first are going to be the first ones that they take from you. I think it's an EU thing. Oh, okay. Tony, are you talking about speakers today or an EU thing? Gotcha. Thank you. You taught trying to pick tops was not a good idea. Did you teach or you thought? I just want to make sure I understand what you're talking. Yeah, picking tops is you got to be an experienced trader, and that's why I'm very conservative, especially after this crazy bullishness. But you got a shooting star, you got a double top. Those are all chart patterns that are showing weakness. Over on the Qs, you're showing potential weakness. But yeah, counter trend trade is not necessarily a thing for beginners, nor is it something for somebody who wants to stay with the trend, right? But that's all we got at this point, Kevin, because I'm not going bullish on anything at this point. And going counter trend just takes a lot of patience to get what you've been looking for. When you've been trading for 10 years like me, I see a lot of chart patterns and things that I've seen in the past. So that my experience helps me out a little bit. Now, can it turn against me? Absolutely, especially when you're getting into at the top, when you're getting into so much chop. So it's a lot more risky to go counter trend. Just trying to explain, Kev. Kevin, are you a newer trader? Are you a more experienced trader? Some people, like in their plan, they have in their plan that they won't go counter trend. So if they don't get into something early in the morning and it goes, bullish or bearish and they miss, then, a lot of people won't trade counter trend, which is smart. Counter trend trades are hard and a lot more risky. Albert, I'm going to miss you, my brother. Make sure you hurry back, all right? We'll see you in the morning, brother. We love you, bro. We love you. Where is my Tesla line? Okay. Yeah, we are just crazy. Crazy craze. One would think, yeah, wave count is kind of hard right now. But this looks like time to come down. It never worked out for me. Yeah, I mean, it is hard. If it never works out for you, Kevin, just go and, back trade it and see if you can practice a little bit. We do it all the time. Do we win all the time? No. I mean, this is a strong move. And again, I don't really see that much selling that's going on here. I think we're chopping and we're trying to trap. I think this was a little bit of a trap for some bears That's why I'm surprised we didn't shoot up higher yet, unless we're trying to trap some more bears. We may miss this. This may just go shooting down. So just depends on your risk tolerance. You know, you could set that up. You could wait till down lower. Whatever you want to do. But yeah, back trading is the best way, Kevin, if you want to, like, because there's a lot of times, especially of late, we've gone just shot up and we've had to wait for counter trend trades. As a matter of fact, I was kidding around with my shift when I come on at 6 o'clock Hawaii time, which is 11 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time. I'm always having to trade counter trend trades. Is that my preference? No. But you deal with what you get dealt, I guess. So I haven't talked about it yet. I use my RSI quite often, actually every day. RSI is a relative strength index. So here you can see we're moving higher in price and our relative strength index is moving down, which tells us the strength of this move is really over, right? And this is called divergence. This is called bearish divergence. So we look for that all the time. When we get this signal, this is also a signal that this is getting ready to roll over because nobody is buying. So if the strength of it is weakening, then all it takes is a little bit of, it's like that first step, rolling down the steps. You get that little bit of roll, and then you're going to get a pretty good pullback. So let's go look and see if we have that. Yeah, we got it. We had it right here. You can see we started pulling back a little bit. That's on the old Qs. The white area up here means that a stock or ticker is oversold. The white area down on the bottom means that it's overbought. So we don't like to buy when something's overbought, right? We're looking for a short. The RSI is kind of low, kind of low for being so high up there right now on the 3. Why is my chart not? There you go. So double top. I'm looking at NVIDIA. My settings, I use 9 during day trading. Win is going 142.20 by 143.50. All right. So this is looking pretty good at divergence. Good divergence on Tesla. Where's my best target? Yeah. I think NVIDIA has a better target than Tesla's. But we are in this dang chop. Okay. So looking out at the Qs in one eyeball, the VIX, what are we doing on the VIX? VIX, it looks like we're going lower, which is interesting. That means if we're going lower on the VIX, we're not potentially ready yet. Yep, I don't think we're still ready yet. Let's go check out Apple. Haven't looked at Apple yet today. Apple strong too. We've got 378 on Apple. Apple, nice kind of high wave-ish with kind of a shooting star on the 15. Doesn't look like we're going to get, potentially this is maybe a 1, 2, and a 3 roll down. AMD looking strong. Amazon kind of just chopping sideways still. Square still in the chop. Delta, so remember our channel here. Delta still just channeling. Looks like it's just maybe potentially slow roll down. Several 10 EMA trades right there below the VWAP. Roblox. Yeah. Roblox kind of hanging out there at the 100, 200. Netflix. They all look alike, yeah? All the big boys. Google. All right, this is when it just takes patience. We just let the trade come to us, right? Instead of having ants in our pants and jumping on things that you really don't have a signal for yet. That's it. Let me see. For those of you who know Calvin Williams, my buddy. Okay. All right, sounds good. Good to go, buddy. I'm on the mic right now. Thank you. I'll see you later. So Calvin's doing a documentary on me. We've been all over the place on Oahu. Took him for that beautiful Cocoa Head hike the other day. That was gorgeous. Man, he's got a drone, a UAV. That's what we call him in the military. I guess some people call him that. He's got a drone. Unbelievable, man. I've never seen gosh, this thing takes pictures like you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. And he's like a pilot, man. I think he's saying shorten here with everyone, spies going down. See, I think, yeah, everybody's expecting that. And so when everybody's expecting that, the spy in the queues likes to trap everybody. So that's why just my style, I'm being very, very patient. We got weakness here. I wish the RSI was higher. Not going to take anything long, that's for sure. So the VIX is coming down. Wow. We may have some more bullishness in us. We got the VIX. Let me show the VIX. VIX is coming down. So that means that the market is still kind of bullish. You can see all this bearishness on the VIX and then vice all this bullishness, right? Woodshed, there's no offense. You can't hurt my feelings, buddy. You're my bud. Yeah, I'm Lucent's got a chart on there. He thinks we're going higher. I'm thinking this is wave 4. But so wave 4, all we got to do is punch up here, take this out, and then once we do that, but like we talked about, if this is wave 4, right, which is just a little flag and pennant, then does wave 5 stop here, or does it stop here at 402.79, 403.59? Calvin, you just missed the flyover on the parrots. This is Lucen's chart. He's tracking a little channel down on the SPY. So he's saying, yeah, if we break out of that, then potentially a wave 5. All right, patience. What else can I show y'all while we're just hanging out? Anybody got any questions, especially our newer folks? Pezzles. Was that the trap? So now we got pretty strong support. I was going to say resistance. So we got this close above the 10. We got close below the 10. See if we can get something now. I'm looking for a 10 EMA trade still. I don't want to get trapped. 141.63. $141.63. Yeah, I'll get up here. You know, this is a time where it's very like frustrating, right? All right. We'll see what we get here. We got 2 minutes. Over here is my counter. I'm going to keep an eyeball on this. Let me jump real quick. Raju, I might have to come back to it, but are you talking longer term or shorter term? A lot of selling. I think we probably just stay kind of inside, you know, probably like a high wave today. I don't see us coming all the way down here. So I don't know that the risk reward would be good if you're looking to short that. We've got a pretty big pullback. My next target is down here about 57 something. I can jump back in a second. I just don't want to miss this. So I'm going to give it a few pennies. See if I can avoid a trap. So what is that? 63. It could still come down and trap us, but trying to lose less than an R, right? Qs is popping up now above the 10. So Qs isn't ready to come down. We're getting a little like high wave-ish candle, kind of up and down. Right there on the VIX, on the 5. What's the volume on the SPY? Real quick. Volume, yeah, good on the SPY. This is when, you know, when you get all this futziness up and down, and then what will happen is it will just haul buns. And a lot of times we'll just miss the entry. So when I'm with myself, a lot of times is, okay, if it breaks down here, then I'll be adjusting the stop. And then I'll put an entry down here, because if we get down here, then, you know, we're going to go down. But yeah. Don't want to do that right now. Winds move to stop. All right. Matt, after consolidation like this, AMD usually breaks up or down about 1:30 p.m. What was my nickname from last free week? Matty Ice. I don't remember. Matty Ice. Okay. Matty Ice. Yeah, don't beat yourself up, man. You gotta have a lot of compassion with yourself. The world is hard enough, Kevin. Don't beat yourself up, man. Plus, you got the A+ team here, so if you ever want to talk to any of us, we're here for you, brother. Yeah, man. When you're still learning, that's the time to be more conservative, right? That's when a lot of beginner traders get in trouble. Because if you blow your account up, then what money do you have left to trade with? You either got to go and borrow some money, or you got to go sell aluminum cans and get some money back. The great thing is with our funded accounts, you can always get back into trading less resources with our funded accounts. But so you can see here, this is exactly why patience pays, because everything here on the chart was saying that it wasn't quite ready, especially the volume. The volume is the key indicator where, again, if we had big volume here, then I would have been a lot more at the trigger. But I had a feeling this high was going to get taken out first, because the Qs and the SPY also not quite ready, right? Yeah, you could always go to them. There's all kinds of those groups that you can go to. It doesn't just have to be the Korean ones. All right, let's go see AMD. Just totally chop. All right, Annie, have a good evening. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, we got diddly squat, chop sideways right now. Let me see what my girl. Thursday and Friday. All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Let me see on Real Life Trading Slack if anybody's got anything set up. Jeremy's talking about his covered call. All right, nothing on day trading. Yeah, Tesla is still going higher. Mari Mar, of course I can. What you want to talk about, Mari? Are you looking for that for a day trade or for a swing trade? Lots of people going on cruises, it looks like. What you want to talk about, Mari? It's right up there against that 200. Day trade, possibly a swing. So for us, anything under the 200 still bearish, right? If we bust out, then I would look for like a retest, come back. Here was your 10 EMA trade setup, boom and boom sauce. So that target would have been, for me, that would have been like 1.2 Rs if it gets up there. But I probably wouldn't have done that just because of this 200 coming down, and 200, like I say, if you're underneath that on the daily, then still more on the bearish side. Your inside week on the weekly, you got the 10 EMA on the monthly coming down right there. Let's go look at, see what the average daily range is, 47 cents. That's weak sauce, CCL. 47 cents. So yeah, it kind of looks like everything else to me. 47 cents, price range. So you actually got some room. It could actually run up into up in here. So here's an example where, you could have this baby roll. There's some good right there. You got some good resistance, right? Kind of right around the average daily range. The thing that would keep me from taking this on a bullish trade though right now is this 200. I mean, could you bounce up there? Of course, but because we're underneath that 200, I'm still kind of bearish on it. But yeah, I can see what you're looking at. Diana, average daily range. This over here on the daily, this average daily range over here tells me 47 cents in the lower right hand part of my chart. And then I use the price range right here. Never really deal. Let's see what this date range is. Oh, date range. Yeah, that's not the day range. Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, look at this crazy bullishness, right? So very, very strong coming up into this place, but it's really so high right now. I'd almost love to have this thing form a double top, come up in here and take this thing bearish. I don't know what's going on the cruise industry, but yeah, one of those trades for me, it's not because of this 200. It just isn't an A+ trade. It's kind of a little bit more risky. It's got plenty of room to go up in here. But again, the whole market is already way extended. So kind of not interested at this point. I'm not interested in taking anything long at all. Whew. Up there at 142.75. So not ready yet. Win, that's okay. What was your setup? I thought you got in over here and you had your stop at 142.50. Throw a chart on there, brother. No problem, Mari. No dumb questions, man. We're here as a team to learn from one another. So not at all. Agnes, can you throw a link on there for everybody so they can just click on that link? I kind of looked at a little bit there, Jason, but not all that much. We looked at a little bit earlier when it was like back in here. So we made this move. I was waiting to see if we could come up a little bit higher, but it's kind of weak sauce, yeah, compared to the rest of the market. You got to go over here, Agnes, and copy link to chart, and then you just throw there instead of like I got to go and cut and paste and get that chart in there. Thank you. Yeah, Apple's looking, Jason, Apple's looking a little bit weaker than, because you can see the Qs still made that, trying to make that higher high. It's funny, Tesla came out and broke that with vengeance. Okay. Yeah, it's something to look for. Because look at, gosh, I can't believe how strong the market is. How's that for remarkable? You know, everybody's looking for shorts, right? Right in here. Oh, we got a double top. This is kind of where, excuse me, this is where, you know, my Elliott wave, the love for Elliott wave kind of comes in a little bit. But I don't know. This still could be, this is either was a wave 4 or this was the 5, and this is like a 1, 2, 3 down on an A and a 1, 2, 3 for a B, and then we might just be rolling over from here. If we could get some good momentum, then we could get like a C wave going down, and that would be cherry. Preparing live stream. I don't know. Preparing live stream. You guys can't see this, but it's now this is in my way. Let me move my Zoom control. How did that get in the way? My Zoom control. Get out of the way, man. That is really weird. Hold on 1 second. I got this. You can't see it, but I got this preparing live stream thing, and I can't change around on my chart. There you go. Okay, so what they're saying is, yeah, I don't think this is right. I think this is either a 4 or this is 1, 2, 3 down on an A. So that's a problem with TradingView is, yeah, it's not exact, and it changes. So we'll see if in fact this was a wave 5 or not. If we make higher highs than, which I've seen before, we could be higher. Also corrective waves. You got a flat corrective wave, which could make a higher high up in here. So this changes quite often, but yeah, wave 5 is the toughie because you just don't know when it ends. Same thing with wave 4 though. Wave 4 can be choppy, chop, chop, and then just roll. Let me see. All right, let me just cut and paste and show you what Agnes, where's Agnes's let me cut and paste this. So Agnes is triggered in square. So nice job, Agnes, playing the 10 EMA back up on the north side of things. Very nice, Agnes. Let's go look at that. So my target, that 80-40 that we discussed earlier, Agnes. Hopefully we can get up there for you. But good job, girl. Diane, I usually trade AT&T because I have a small account. I know that they have earnings this week. Is it best to wait after earnings to get into an options trade? Absolutely, 100% yes. Yeah, the only time that I will not, me personally, and I know Jeremy teaches this, you know, you got to be way profitable in to want to trade and stay in over earnings. Most people, just depending on the situation, of course, right? Depending on your R, depending on your risk tolerance, all those things, right? But the far majority of people I know get out before earnings. So I usually, when I enter any kind of swing trade, me personally, I look to have like 2 weeks, usually is my benchmark, about 2 weeks to go before earnings, before I'll get in, unless I'm already in and way profitable. But yeah, earnings, you just never know, Diana. Everybody's a little bit different, but yeah, especially with options, right? Because options, you have that theta decay and you never know what's going to happen after earnings report, and they come out with their news and they could be downgrading their forecasts, or yeah, you just have no clue. Fritz, please explain trading view, not exact, and it's changes. I don't get it. Can you be a little bit more robust? I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying, Fritz. Please explain trading view, not exact. Oh, I was talking about on Elliott Wave, Fritz. So what happens is, it's just an algorithm, right? And it changes as the market changes. So a lot of times you'll see that it calls out like a 5. And then if the market continues to go up, then they'll change this 5 to a dotted line. So it's what you see, you can't always take for fact with their Elliott Wave algorithm. That's what I was talking about. Does that make sense, Fritz? Yeah, because Elliott Wave is a theory, right? That's all it is. It's a theory. So the market isn't driven by Elliott Wave, but it's a factor that a lot of traders use in their trading, right? Just like EMAs or Fibonacci or whatever. So as the market rolls, so does the Elliott Wave algorithm. Yeah, also you can see a lot of times if you change, here you go, look at the difference. You change from the 3-minute to the 5-minute because in Elliott Wave, you have different fractals, right? You have fractals inside of fractals. So you can see this is a nice 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this whole thing could be a 4 and this be a 5 on a smaller fractal, but then on a bigger fractal. That's why I pay limited attention to the Elliott Wave. You just use it when you can use it, right? When it makes sense. When it's really crystal clear, that's kind of when I hold it heavier weighted than I do when I just like, what the heck? Also, when you have extended hours on, it changes things up. So yeah, we still, it's coin flip time. All you're doing is everything is just chopping sideways to potentially going up a little bit more right now. I'm surprised we haven't made higher highs yet on the SPY, on the Qs. Be like Rock Fullwood. What did Danny call you? Did he call you Superman before? Superman with cape or something like that? We're still, this is still double topish, right? Still double topish. Like Jeremy Alexander Newsom says, especially when going counter trend, patience pays. Tyler Gray's talking about a little bit of a spike trying to happen. Like that shaved top, Tyler. Yeah. Got these shaved tops. Let's look at it. That's the 15. That hammer failed. Trying to break out of there, brother. Trying to get up and go. Like the CNO. Phew, that Tesla. When Tesla is strong, Tesla is strong. That's my brilliant statement of the day. Agnes says almost at her target. All right. High of the day, that's the first target. Yeah, looks great. The only thing that's going to bring it down is the rest of the market, Agnes. So just make sure you got your stops in a good place. You got a double bottom, two double bottoms, double bottom, and then kind of a double bottom. And SQ's been real strong coming out. Thank goodness. I got shares of the SQs. Yeah, Jojo, they're all not bad. Not bad. That and NVIDIA. I like NVIDIA's distance to the VWAP better. But just got this choppity chop. Yeah, I mean, it's, if you guys wanted to set up a trade and just say to yourself, hey, this thing eventually is going to pull back. But we've also seen of late, I think Friday, as a matter of fact, did it even pull back? No, we just remember Friday. So I don't know, maybe because everybody is, everybody here was chomping at the bit to go short. And then everybody was chomping at the bit to go short. And then everybody was chomping at the bit to go short. And we never went short. I'm glad I was busy with Calvin. Calvin made some money actually on that last little short. So he got a quickie, came in and came out. Yeah, I mean, you got this, double top forming. Let's go look at it on the 15. It's one of those trades if you want to set it up and you think, you got some momentum going, because on a counter trend trade like this, you really want to get momentum going, unless you want to do some kind of anticipatory type of trade, right? I'm not big on anticipatory. I like reading the chart and figuring out what's going on. But, if you wanted to do something like that, say, hey, if it breaks this hammer, this is a pretty good little area right here to break. I think if we break that area, we should be good. About 78 something. Nathan says, will there be a future trading focus session? Will people be like Arabia part of this free week? Yes, sir. If so, what day and time? So, I don't know. Do you guys, for free week, do you get access to the dashboard? I don't know if you get access to our dashboard or not, but if you go right to the Real Life Trading website and go to live trading, then you can scroll down here and see our weekly schedule. So here we got options trading. Danny was talking about long-term market review, options trade, future trading right here. So Wednesday at 3:30. Yeah, I think this is Eastern time. I'm on Hawaii time. So this is futures trading with Maloney. She does a lot of futures. Arabia, of course, does a lot of coaching and futures trading. So yeah, we just got, looks like we got 1 day just this week. Yes, sir. Great job, Agnes. Superstar. All right. Agnes got a $1.20 on Square long. Good job, girl. All right. Still no signals. See, I'm looking now. This is interesting. Now we're getting more, although we had less volume. Yeah. See right here, when we hit this little resistance area, we had some good volume going into that area. A lot of people sold off here. You had a lot of people sell off again, but not as much as in here. So Always want to keep an eyeball on the volume. You can see, yeah. Yeah, see how everybody is? Everybody roots for the home team, man. Nobody gets jealous of others. But just don't try to be like anybody else. Just be yourself, right? You saw, I had opportunity to go long with Agnes and I just chose not to. My experiences are what I see and what I trade, and that's what it should be for you guys, right? Never be pressured by, just because also the moderators are getting in doesn't mean that you should get in. You should do your own analysis. Make sure you do that, because the moderators, we have our own style of trading, right? And may not end up being your style. Our risk tolerance is different. Our value of money is different. Our profitability for the month is different. Okay, NVIDIA setting up. Tesla. Where is Tesla's next target? Let's see here. Wow. What do we got going on here? Tesla may not be coming down for a while. Hard to believe, but what do we got? Yeah, I mean, we really don't have much stopping us. The only thing that's going to pull us down on Tesla, I guess, is the general market. I mean, we got a little tiny spot of a little bit tiny resistance over there. Let's go look at the hourly. 144.33. Let's go see what's way over here. Really nothing at all on Tesla to say bearish. Yeah, that's interesting. That 15-minute candle over there is going to fill this. Let's see what we got. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, so you can see that hourly, that's kind of a little bit where resistance starts. So that would be my next target on Tesla. After that, I mean, whoo. Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't know this. I was just wondering how come Elon hadn't been in the news. So Elon testifies in federal trial about tweets he made. And Tesla is going up. So everybody probably read this morning and went, I don't know how it went short, but Tesla was definitely long this morning. I have no idea. Pretty interesting. Tesla, very nice. Very, very nice, Euros. Yeah, you really don't have anything. That's a great target right there. Man, I'm 100% with you. Yeah. Yeah, that's sweet. VIX at the top of the range. VIX at top of range. VIX is down here at support, Nathan, or Nick, I'm sorry. Are you talking on a smaller time frame? Maybe you're talking about this range right here. Yeah, you must be talking about this, yeah. This little resistance right here. Kind of double bottomish, yeah. This will be an interesting spot. That shaved top right there. Yeah, I mean, Nick, just I just I keep everything simple. Usually if you correlate it, it's just inverse correlation with the market. I think we saw a little bit of weirdness on Friday, and I'm thinking it had to do with options expiration. But where was that Friday? That's the wrong place. Friday, like in here, I think. But I would say 99% of the time that I've tracked it, it's had an inverse correlation to the rest of the market. But today it's kind of just chopping around in this, I guess, like anything else in the market, it sometimes works and sometimes don't. So pretty good little support level right here. You can see this double bottom-ish area. We broke out of that, retested, broke out, retested. So I had a pretty good level. I mean, to me, it would seem like if we went up, into the upper 19s, that we should come down in the market, but we shall see. Go back to the SPY. Yep. I agree. Barney style works for me. So now we're looking, pretty saucy, right? We got this big trap right here for the bears. Well, we got a couple traps. We got this trap right here, and we got another trap, this big old shaved top, big bearish candle that took out these two 15-minute candles. And now we're looking like we're double topping a little bit, struggling with that 402. Just checking out this hammer. Had some pretty decent volume come in this hammer on this high wave breakout. Yep. All right. Man, I should have never got out of my dang Tesla trade. I was thinking, should I stay in for that 142? But yeah, I don't like being in trades that I got in pre getting on the mic. All right, let's go look and see. Let's check out Fibs. So Fibs is another tool that I use all the time. Fib retracement tool. We can check out potential retracement areas. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is all potential pullbacks in here, but it's being so strong. Hope it goes up there for euros. But if we take a fib up in here at this targets, let's see where it brings us. Wrong way. Um, 382 looks kind of like a little bit of VWAP stop. That looks pretty good. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, look at that. 618. That's a beautiful target. That doesn't have to happen today. That might be just a retest tomorrow. But we got a lot of stopping places on Tesla. Really far from that VWAP now. NVIDIA, probably same kind of look. I like to do this too, and kind of like almost like with a fib extension, because fibs is nothing more than support and resistance, right? And this gets pretty good alignment. Look at this. You got this little area in here, which is a little tiny support area, lines up pretty nice with that big bullish candle with all that volume. Then you get the 5-0 at pre-market high, which is down here where this 15-minute 50 is. And then you got the 618, which is pretty much pre-market low. So let's see if we get up in there. Attorney Dan, what's going on, Attorney Dan? Attorney Dan, where are you from? Chicago, Chi-Town. Is it cold there, buddy? Carl. Come to Hawaii for a visit, Attorney Dan. Are you my wife is Filipina. Are you Filipino by any chance? I was going to say either that or Greek. Gotcha. I like to know everybody's, I don't know why. I just like to know where everybody was born, grew up there on their ethnic side. You got a lot of Filipino friends? Gotcha. That sounds good. I mean, Danny J, how could you not love that guy? Thank you very much. We appreciate that, man. We love our love. Really appreciate it. Carl, how can I replay your session today? Oh, Sochi, are you here? Got to ask Sochi. So I'm recording this. I know these recordings will be made available. I just don't know when and where and all that. So we'll find out, Carl, if Sochi isn't here. And yeah, we'll let you know. Yeah, Lucien, they'll only be on YouTube if we download them all. So we gotta download those babies. Got to talk to Jeremy and Lucien and see exactly what we're gonna, if we're gonna be posting everything or what we're gonna be doing. Attorney Dan, since I came on, I traded Tesla long this morning, but when I came on, I didn't want to get into anything bullish because I felt like I was chasing a little bit, but we're still going bullish. We've been looking at a lot of counter trend possibilities, but yeah, nothing yet. At this point, not going to jump in anything bullish. I don't know if you've been with me from the beginning, but I use average daily range. And once I get to an average daily range, I usually will not go any more bullish. But you can see average daily range of 565 on the Qs. And we've already gone 715. So my next stop is this target, I do believe. Can y'all hear the grass blowers? I'll shut my window if you guys can hear that. You can hear that, ZJ? Okay, hold on 1 second. I closed my window, so I got to turn my fan on. All right. I'll open it back up. But anyway, I think yeah, that 291 area should be next target. If you coach with me, buddy. I actually gave a pretty detailed lesson on it, Dan, this morning. So I'll go over it as we go. But when you get the recording, you'll see. I mean, average daily range. I use my 14-day average daily range. I use it to help me with my targets. It helps me figure out whether I want to get in or whether I'm chasing or not. So, all you got to tell me, buddy, you just gotta, if you go, so while I'm doing it, while we're waiting, everybody has access to reallifetrading.com. Let me go here. So if you go into our website and you can go here to our mentoring tab. This is, we have mentor groups. So these are groups that our mentors teach, and they're usually about 6 to 8 people. You can see they're about $400, about an hour, for 8 weeks. And then if you come scrolling down, you can see we got some existing groups that are going on right now. Emily is teaching beginner kids, Maloney teaching beginners, and there's girlfriend Arabia Johnson teaching futures. She's our go-to futures trader. Maloney, I think also she does coaching and she does some, I don't know if she does mentor groups. I think she does mentor groups with that. But then we got our master mentor groups with Tracy Ball. She does that volume profile I was talking about earlier, and Danny J, who is a master coach. You got Jeremy and Matt coming down here, and they got different subjects. So everybody's got different subjects. Just depends on you. We got our existing master class that's going on, just started for 90 days. This, you get $100,000 funded account in this included, and Jeremy, Matt, myself doing predominantly most of the teaching this next 90 days. You got Luis and Hector teaching about real estate. You can coach with them. And then I was doing mentor groups earlier, but I just made a business decision not to do mentor groups. Just personal reasons, but I do coaching. If you go down here to the personal mentoring here, you can go in here and see all our coaches and mentors: Thomas Wong, Stephen King, Arabia, Yates, Sochi, Dan, David Potvin, Maloney. And then you get into the master coaches: Tracy, like we talked about, Tony Pollock, Johnny Guarco, and Robert Thompson. So if you want to sign up for personal coaching or mentors, this is where you go. Just FYI, I'm getting ready to raise my price. This 4 sessions is going to be going up quite a bit. So if you're interested, this is a good time. But yeah, you can coach with anybody or join those mentor groups. Those mentor groups are only $400 for 8 weeks. The one-on-one coaching obviously is more specifically to what each individual needs, and those are specifically addressed in the one-on-ones. Tyler says VIX is bubbling up to the retest an earlier high, maybe reversal if it breaks out. What's odd is now we don't have an inverse relationship. We have the Qs are kind of going up and the VIX is kind of going up. So that's really got my mind kind of boggled right now. Remember when I told you 99% of the time it's got an inverse relationship, but as of Friday, we got kind of it correlates. It was starting to correlate with Friday a little bit when I looked at it last. So yeah, this is we got a little bit of, like I say, this is a time if we're going to go back down for us to go down. Danny, that's what we're here for, brother. We're mentors and coaches. We're here to teach. The moderators, we're here to teach. Real life trading, we're not here to just hand over trades, right? We're here to build your family legacy. We want you to learn how to trade on your own instead of feeding you fish. You know what we do? We're trying to teach you. It's always good to be able to be independent. What? Wow. Dude, hang with us. We'll change that. We got to get that back, man. You stay with real life trading, we'll get that back. Get some discipline rolling and get a plan. Get how real life traders trade. We'll get that back, brother. Mari, great question. Mari wants to know how long have I been trading full time? I just retired in May. So beginning of May, I retired. And so what is that? May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. Wow. Almost 10 months. So I don't know if you caught the beginning or not, but yeah, I learned from Jeremy when he was 23 years old with another company, learning how to trade. And I learned from him, and then he started real life trading, and I came with him. So yeah, I was in the Marine Corps for 23 years, and then I went to work for the military as a civilian, and then just retired. Now I don't know what to do with myself. I have so much time. No, I moderate Monday through Friday every morning for 3 hours, and then I coach, and then I also teach. I'm teaching in the 90-day class. So yeah. I don't know, Cindy. That was a lot longer than I wanted it to be. I definitely wanted to be faster. I mean, I worked for 47 years of my life, and yeah, that was enough. Heather says, I'm looking for the opportunity in the 90-day mentor now and have been overwhelmed and humbled by this community. All right. Heather, you are definitely in the right place at the right time. There's a lot of things that you got to remember, though. It's going to take time is the biggest one. You got to figure out your why. If you don't understand why you want to trade and put in all this time and effort to be a full-time trader, you got to get that why. There's absolutely that why correlates into the dream. The dream, if you don't have a dream, I mean, whew, you got to have something to fight, right? This is not an easy world we live in. You got to have a dream to help you get over those humps and bumps during the day. And just depending on you and your family and your circumstances, there's many humps and bumps. But being with real life traders is one of the best ways that you can get over those humps and bumps, because we're all in it together. We are all in it together. So yeah, just remember, if you want to join real life trading, I was an officer in the Marine Corps, and we pride ourselves of integrity. And that, I can tell you, real life trading is built around the pillar of integrity. Integrity, and then, helping other people and enriching their lives. So I don't know how you can get a better, more genuine why than that. And I can tell you, Jeremy, I was a little sketch on Jeremy when I first met him. I was like, how can this kid be so damn happy all the time? How can he be just so enthusiastic? And, I just kind of sat back and hung out and just kind of got to know him. And let me save you time. He's the real deal. As a matter of fact, everyone on the real life trading staff that I know is the real deal. I wouldn't say that I'm sketch about either one of them, because you know what? If you want to be on the real life trading staff one day, which is, we all came from being traders, right? And being real life traders, right where you guys are sitting. If you guys want to be on the real life trading staff, you better just emulate Jeremy, because that's all he takes as staff members. You got to be a trader. You got to be honest. You got to want to help people. That's my pitch. Mari says, I'm looking to join the funded account program soon. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. All you got to do is go, where was I again? Go back to real life trading. And there you go. There's our RLT funded accounts. 50,000 for $500. Who's gonna loan you $50,000 for $500 these days? 100,000 for 1,000, 200,000 for 2,000. So you pay a one-time audition fee. You audition for it. You pass the test. You see what it is. You see the rules right here, and you get access to whatever you want. No excuse anymore. We used to get the excuse from people, well, I don't have enough money, this or that. Well, now it only takes $500 and you get $50,000. All right. So Heather got that. Attorney Dan, thank you. Please guide me in the right direction. I'm happy to hire you as a coach for a session if that's the right answer, or I can join another program that you suggest. You know what I did? You know what I recommend? I recommend that you, are you already in RLT, Dan? Because, coaching has a lot to do with, the biggest one is what you want to do, because all the coaches do focus on different things. my focus is on beginner traders and struggling traders, right? Tony Pollock, for instance, he's our, Tony and Robert Thompson, they're our options expert. So it depends on what you want to do, number one. But then number two is your coach, because just like anything else, Dan, once you get to know me, you may not like me, you may not click. So what I do with all my students that call me or say, hey, I'm signing up to be a coach, I say, whoa, wait a minute, let's talk. And I'll do a Zoom with them, a free Zoom, and I'll find out, more about them, because there's so many factors, Dan, that go into having a coach. You need to click. You got to have the same thinking. There's got to be that ability to have a relationship with that person. So what I recommend, Dan, is go back into this, kind of read up on like your coaches. Some of us, I'm redoing my site, but wow, I didn't even know that I was on there. Huh. Anyway, back to the coaching. I'm somebody now. I'm a superstar. But no, if you go back into what site am I? Oh, I'm in the live trading. You go back into the mentorship part, right? And go see what all these mentors talk about and what they specialize in. So you got plenty of choices, my man. And then go down to, this is, we're all supposed to get videos like this. I haven't done mine. I'm a bad boy, but You can see not everybody has a video yet. But if you say, hey, man, yeah, well, whoever, pick one, Danny, do a phone call with him, do a Zoom. When I say access, so when I say access, meaning, where is it again? Sorry. So these are our funded accounts, right? So what you do is you go and sign up and you pay $500 and you get access to an audition account. So you get a $50,000 account, and then you have to audition and you have to make, you can see demo account target. You have to make 10%. And then once you get 10% profit, so in that case, once you make $5,000, then you will get full access to $50,000 to trade with. That's what I meant by access. Let me go real quick into here because I don't want to miss a trade if we have. Wow. All right. Wow. Holy cow. I had no idea. I'm getting ready to get off the mic. Woo. All right. So before that, if you guys want to talk to me, let me just give you my POC. You can reach me in Slack. Here's another way to reach me is Johnny, JONNY, no H, at reallifetrading.com. So anybody, any staff member, whether it's Sochi or Dan or whoever, Jeremy, you can reach them at their first name at reallifetrading.com. So you guys can feel free, if you have questions, comments, whatever, you can contact me there. And I'll be here all week at that time. I think it's 11 a.m. Eastern time. I got to do configuration in my head. So yeah, 11 to 2 every day, Eastern time, I'm here. And then you can see next on the docket is Tony Pollock. He's going to come in and talk about options trading. He's our go-to guy during the week for options trading. Attorney Dan, Jeremy and Dan and Tony and anybody else will tell you, before you start trading options, you have to learn how to buy and sell stocks profitably. Options, there's a lot going on options. The execution of options is a lot more detailed than the execution of buying and selling stocks. So let's focus, especially since you had kind of a big loss. Let's get you plussed up and fired on buying and selling stocks for profit. And then, then dude, the world will be your own. Let me show you this real quick before I get off. If you're new and or struggling, because I'm not going to enter a trade right now, but it looks like the SPY may be potentially pulling back now. I see there's a separation of state. This separation of state is called technical analysis, right? This is right here. This is what you got to get an expert at before you do anything, right? That's selling options, doing futures, doing cryptos. If you understand technical analysis, you understand trader sentiment, and trader sentiment is what drives this right here. You got to understand the chart. You got to understand the heartbeat. You got to understand what's going on, right? This is the analysis phase of trading. And then once you do that analysis, then there's the execution of the trade. And the execution of the trade includes everything from deciding, like, where to get in, when to get in, where to put your stop, where to put your target. But this is a different skill set. This includes management of your trade. So don't forget that, new traders. What should they be majority focused on? Analysis or execution? Somebody tell me. Because I don't know. Somebody tell me. I'm not leaving until somebody tells me. When you're a beginner trader, absolutely. 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 So, guys and girls, I mean, you can do whatever you want to do. What I teach is technical analysis is the key to your future success of being financially free. So I'm not saying about don't look at the execution. Because you have to start learning about the execution, right? But you got to put your time and effort into being able to learn about trader sentiment, because if you don't, you may as well not even use technical analysis, right? You may as well just use fundamental analysis to try to decide, when to get in and when to get out. So that's my little pitch. If you have any questions, let me know. Hey, here's the other one. I haven't even talked about that. We live, in my opinion, for whatever reason, before COVID, everybody knew, hey, customer service was everything. I don't know why, just my opinion, but customer service has fallen to the wayside. If you want to see, and there's no space in there, by the way, it's just support. If you want to see a 10x customer support program, talk to Marta or Emily. You can reach them at support@reallifetrading.com. They can answer whatever you come up with. And if they don't know the answer, they will direct you and tell you, hey, the best person to talk to in their opinion is such and such. So remember that, support@reallifetrading.com. Roger that. Give me a big Lima Charlie, because I'm getting off the mic and I need my Lima Charlie so I can spend the rest of the day with some love from you guys. Everybody got that? Support at Real Life Trading. They are 10x customer service. Yeah, man. Yep. All right, dudes and dudettes. Tony's going to come in here. And he's going to come in a minute or two. Look at Tesla. Tesla's still jamming. Hey, guys and girls, you're talking about like coaching, helping people. I really believe that helping people go their whole life, unfortunately, without ever helping anybody. And the staff here at Real Life Trading, that's what we're here for. That's our job, is to enrich lives. That's what Jeremy set Real Life Trading up, is to help people. That's our brand. So yeah, man, if you ever want to get fulfilled in life, if you feel like you're down or something, go give a homeless person like $10, or go buy him lunch or breakfast. And my greatest joy in life at this point is helping people. So whatever I can do to help you guys, that's like, don't even thank me. That's my reward. I need to thank you guys for letting me help you. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Chick-fil-A at RLT are the only places. Chick-fil-A, they have great customer service, Rock. They just opened Chick-fil-A's here. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that, man. I don't know you from a hole in wall, but when somebody pays me a compliment, dude, man, they call it chicken skin in Hawaii. I got chicken skin, man. I appreciate that. Dude, all you got to do is get on an airplane and come see me, or come to one of the retreats. Dude, everybody in Real Life Trading, we got the same heart, we got the same enthusiasm, we got the same love for people, buddy. All right, one last look. Oh, Tony is here. I'm not going to take Tony's time because Tony is the master blaster. Let me get my speaker on, make sure that we're cranking. Tony P, are you here? So Tony has a coaching group right before he comes on. So he might be a minute or two late, but
I just got here 2 seconds ago.
All right. Go back away. I was talking good about you. I don't want you to be.
Oh, man.
I don't want you to blush.
Right. Hold on. I'll step back out. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, man. Tony, you guys, I mean, you think I gave you some great teaching. Wait till Tony comes in and starts teaching you guys about options and stuff. So how you doing, brother?
Dude, I'm good. I'm getting kind of squeezed out a little bit of some trades here, some of my big swing trades, but we're surviving, brother. I'm going to show you a day trade I just put on a little bit ago. That looks a lot better. I haven't looked at the markets here in a second, but
yeah, we've been waiting for the dang market to pull back like all day.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's getting ready to do that. So I don't want to waste too much time. I want to give you the give you control. Hey, everybody. Love being with you here today. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to turn it over to Tony P, the Master Blaster. And Tony, I'm going to stop recording. And then I think Jeremy wants us to record everything. So
yeah, no problem. Someone already messaged me on Slack and said, can I record it? They can't make it. So as soon as you kick me over the host, recording. I will start recording.
Stop recording. Yes. And I'm going to make you the host. And over to you, my brother. You guys have a great time with Tony. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Aloha.
Aloha. Love you, man. We'll see it. Isn't Johnny the best? I mean, the freaking best. Oh, that's looking saucy, my friends. I'll get into this here in just a second. Let me get this recording started because I'm going to forget. I'm going to go ahead and record this to the cloud. All right. Okay. Get the chat pane pulled up. Turn on this here video so you can see my ugly little mug. Hey, there we are. Let's see here. Hope everyone is doing well. Enjoying the free week. This is options hour and a half. So, yeah, excited. Whatever options questions you have, let's go. Throw them at me. What's up, Carl? What's going on? Sorry, still trying to get this thing all figured out here. Make sure we're good. Okay. My trade today. I'm waiting on a reversal. I think this is just a squeeze. Greg, what's up? What's my stop on that SPY? So it just closed up above my level. Okay. So I don't get out until it closes. We're on 1 million bull candles in a row. I'm going to let this thing pull back, and then I'll probably get out of this thing for a smaller loss. So we'll see. Again, how I set up my options. One of the benefits of options, let me go into this right now, is that you can manage your risk extremely easy. People that don't know options think that options are extremely risky. Well, let's flip that on its head a little bit. And what is the truth behind it? The truth is, if you're buying an option, the most you can lose is what you spend on that option. So let's say you're okay to lose $200. All right. Will my pen thing work today? Oh, no. Dang it. It's still on the other screen. I've got to get that figured out. I'll do that later. I don't even know where my mouse went. There we go. Let's say you want to risk $200. If you bought some puts that cost $200, that's the worst thing that can happen. You can't lose any more than what you spend on it when you're buying options. Selling options is a different game. Buying options, that's what you can do. So with my swing trades, what I do is I got into a swing trade right here. So we pulled back up. I started legging into some puts here. And I bought the amount, the max loss, the most I can lose. I bought the amount that I'm okay to lose, right? So a couple percent of my account. It's not going to hurt me at all. Now, if I can get out less than that, then awesome. If I was using shares and I had my stop right there, which I would have, I'd have been stopped out. I have a strong feeling that this thing is going to be pulling back down. I don't know how far it's going to pull down. Maybe it traps everyone and dies. Maybe we just come into here and then bounce. But either way, I get to stay in the game and wait and see what happens, because I know the worst thing that can happen is I lose $200 or less. That's the worst thing. So it gives me time to stay in the trade. So I technically don't even have a stop on this. My stop is the way I set up the trade, the absolute zero, right? Of the max cost of these options. So I, again, think that this is a squeeze, and I would not be shocked at all to see some real selling coming in throughout the day and see if we can close down into here somewhere. Will that happen? No idea. No idea if that'll happen or not, but it makes a lot of sense based off of some larger timeframes. This is just way too much of an extension. How much time on expiration? With my swing trades, I do at least 30 days. So on these, I have till like February 17th. So, yeah, just about a month out. Yep. So I got plenty of time. So I'm really not going to be down that much, right? If I give this another 2 or 3 days and it really doesn't go much lower and we start to bounce, I can kill that thing and I'm going to lose half an R, 0.7 Rs. Because if 1 R is my max loss, I've got plenty of time before I'm down 1 R. Do you see how trading with options you can flip that on its head, right? You don't have to stress so much about it's hit my stop. I don't think it's going to keep going higher, but I have to get out because now you're down 1.5 hours, you're down 2 Rs, you're down 3 Rs, and now you're blowing up accounts. Options, it's not the case. Attorney, what's up, man? So you're not thinking SPX will go down today. It's possible. I think we're going to get a pullback no matter what, whether or not we close strong today or whether or not we do it tomorrow, we gap up or something and then fall back off. I'm not sure, but it's very extended. The hourly is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bull candles in a row, and now we're chopping. So a pullback makes a lot of sense. So with that in my day trade, let me show you what I did here on my day trade. I looked at this 15-minute chart and I was like, all right, we're getting higher highs and this RSI is pulling down lower. That's divergence. Doesn't tell you it's going to go lower, but it's telling me it's running out of strength. You then get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bull candles in a row on a 15. And I was like, I'm going to put on an absolute zero. You can see right here, AB 0. So the worst thing that can happen is I lose an R. And I went ahead and bought some puts. And if this thing decides to pull back down to about 399, I'm going to triple my money. There are a few things that need to go right on this. We could bounce right now, and that'll lose. That's okay. We could come down to here, which I think is going to be a pretty tough spot to get past at 400 and then bounce, and that's okay. No matter what, if I got in my entry here, then I'm profitable right now. My delta on this one, I like to go to about 35 delta. So at the time, I just did 1 strike out of the money. So it was at 402. I did the 401 strike put. Okay. So 35 delta is a pretty safe place to go. Okay. Carl, please explain how you arrive at an R. An R is simply a risk unit. Okay. So if you decide, right, if I take this trade, it's a 50-50 shot. It's either going to win or it's going to lose. So how do you make money? Well, if I only lose $100 up here if I'm wrong, but I make $200 down here if I'm right, well, now you can make money with the 50-50 game. That's what your R is. Your R is simply your risk. You figure it out by placing it on a chart where you're wrong, right? If it gets up above this or whatever, then I'm wrong. So if I know I'm going to lose $100 there for, let's say, but I'm going to make a couple $100 down here, then there you go. So that's how you find an R. We actually have a whole video of this on YouTube. If you want to check it out, go to reallifetrading.com and go to our search bar and it'll search all of our YouTube videos for you, or you can just go to YouTube and search that there. So it explains exactly how to find your R, calculate it, all that stuff, but it's very, very important. If you don't know how to manage your risk, then you're in trouble. You are in trouble if you can't manage your risk, because Trading is simply, think about this. You're the casino in trading. You're not the gambler. You're the casino. All right. So if you're the casino, what does that mean? The casino has, let's say the casino has $500 million in their bank account and they give out $1 million jackpot. If they give that $1 million out, are they out of business? No, they have $500 million in their bank account. It's a drop in the bucket. But how much money are they making of people trying to win that $1 million jackpot? They're making millions. So that is how the game is played in trading. We're the casino. Let's say you have a $100,000 trading account. I'm putting $1,000 on this trade. So if I'm wrong, I lose $1,000. Cool. $1,000 is not going to make me broke because I have $100,000. Let's say you have a $10,000 trading account. You're putting $100 on this trade. If I lose, $100 is not going to blow up my trading account. If I'm right, I make $200. And you slowly build your account, right? That's how it is. Gambling is you have a $10,000 trading account and you put $7,000 on this trade. So if you're wrong, there goes your whole trading account, basically. If you're right, you'll double it. That's gambling. You are not gambling. You are the casino. You're putting odds in your favor. You have a 50-50 win rate. And when you lose this much. When you win that much. Okay. Hopefully that kind of helps a little bit. Does day trading rule apply to options? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So what's up? How do we decide credit spread picks? Oh, what a good question. Credit spreads are that's my main income right there. I love credit spreads. Let me check my little trade here real fast. All right. It's actually pretty happy right now. It's up 45%. Dang, that's good. That means by the time it gets to here, I'll be up 100%. And by the time it gets to here, you're tripling your money. Boom. Options are awesome. So, how do we decide credit spread picks? Man, that's a big answer. That's a long answer. First off, what is a credit spread? A credit spread is a trade. Credit spread is a trade where you're wrong if it gets across a certain level. Let me explain it. So if you're going to sell a bear call spread, if you buy a put right here, it has to go down in order for you to make money. If you sell a bear call spread, which is a credit spread, you make money if the price goes up, sideways, or down, as long as it doesn't go past your sold strike. That's technically where you're losing. Anything below that by expiration, you're winning. So you have this cushion. The key is with credit spreads is don't be dead wrong. You can be wrong, right? I could sell a credit spread here and it can keep going higher, but as long as it doesn't go up to here, I still win. Scott, give me an example of that. Give me a credit spread that you or someone you knew did, and let's pull it up on the charts and I'll show you what I'll do. So you have one right now? Okay, send me it. Send it to the chat pane. What ticker is it? What price did you get in? What's your sold strike? What's your long strike? Is it bear call, bull put? I guess bear call, you said, right? I'm happy to look at that. Sorry, my voice is freaking out. Hopefully it'll last. So that's what a credit spread is. How do you choose what location? I have a course, by the way. If you guys are interested, you can purchase it. It shows you everything you need to know about credit spreads. It's how I make my money. I love credit spreads. It's how credit spreads are still my main source of income of how I pay my bills full time. So it's just an awesome tool to have. And I'll show you exactly where to sell them and where not to, because it's a really cool strategy. But with credit spreads, if you do it wrong, you'll lose your account so fast. You need to make sure you're selling them at the right time and most importantly, at the right place. Most people with credit spreads, they look and see what pays. Oh, okay, selling 405 pays me a lot of money. And so that's where they sell it. That's a death sentence, guys. Don't chase the money. Choose your location on a credit spread. And again, I teach you how to do this in the course. It's like a 6-hour course. So I'll do my best to explain as much as I can in 30, 40 minutes, but there's a lot of holes. Just if you're interested, it's going to cost just as much as it would be with you losing on one spread. So as long as I can help you avoid one losing spread, you've got it paid for. You can check it out on reallifetrading.com. Again, it's every little single thing of how to do a credit spread, because without that, you'll blow up your account. Trust me, I blew up lots of accounts trying to make this strategy because I kept making mistakes, and I go, okay, add that rule into there. Don't sell that. Okay, man, I just lost another 10 grand. Okay, make that rule. Don't put that in there. And guess what? I don't do them anymore, right? I follow my strategy. My strategy was built and back tested. I've been trading this strategy for like 5 years, 4 or 5 years. So it's learn from my mistakes. Because if you're wrong with credit spreads, you're risking a lot to make a little, and it only takes one little screw up to get messed up. So that's a credit spread. Let's check out your credit spread, my friend. Yeah, Scott, whenever you're ready. Sorry, I'm just kind of stalling. We'll look at that. It's on DFS. That's the ticker. Man, what a move. This is one epic move right here. Let me know what price you sold. Okay, so you sold the 106 call. Is that what you sold? Ah, suck. Unfortunately, if it's deep in the money, there's not much you can do. It needs to be away from it. So with my hedge plan, I need to know what I'm going to do before it gets there. Because once you sold the 105. Yeah, my friend, it's that deep in the money. There's not much you can do. It expires January 27th. Dang, sorry, brother. Good news is it's very, very extended and should pull back some. Once it pulls back to your sold strike, get the heck out. Close it. Credit spreads, it's not a 50-50 game. Yeah, it's okay. Hey, this is what I'm saying, right? Take that course. I promise you it's a lot less expensive than this one trade. I promise you that. Because I'll show you exactly what to do and what not to do. You can only hedge these things if you're ahead of it. If I sold a credit spread up here, I know that I could hedge this. Why would I know that? Why? Because if we get up above this, then we're going higher. So instead of selling a credit spread here, I would wait for it to get up into here and then sell it up here. I'll give you some examples of what I do a little bit later, but this strategy right here is going to get you selling at the right times and the right locations, and most importantly, in a location that you can hedge. Because if you sell it in no man's land, right here, we are still bearish. So it's like, do you want to buy calls? It's going up higher, right? Not really. Do you want to buy puts? Not really. It's screaming up higher. There's not much of an edge. But if we get up above this and keep cranking, you have an edge. You can buy calls and make money on the way up. Yeah, Rich, they're very different. Yep. RT3 has awesome strategy. It's more math-based. It's more math-based on RT3s, and it's just your style, right? My style is a lot more chart-based. So right here, I know I'm wrong. So I don't want to sell a credit spread anywhere under this because I can't hedge it. If I sell a spread up here, then I know, hey, if it gets up there, that would tell me I'm wrong. And so now I can buy calls. Credit spreads have a max loss, so they can only lose so much. So if I buy enough calls here, I can make money on the way up, and those calls will make more money than the credit spread can lose. So I was wrong, but I was able to hedge my way out of it. If I buy calls and it heads down, well, that means my credit spread is winning. That credit spread paid you money, and that can help offset your losses, right? So here, I'll show you where this credit spread course is. I'm getting a lot of questions on it. So go to online courses here and then scroll down, and it's right here, credit spread course. It took a long time. It took me like a year to make this course. There's a lot of effort. I wanted to make sure it was in it, but here it is. I posted on that. If you guys are interested, I'm only posting this because you guys are asking a lot of questions, and I've gotten like 5 questions of which course is this. So there you go. But unfortunately, once you start getting deeper in the money, there's not much you can do to hedge it. You're down too much, right? So now you're at a point where it's like, let it pull back and get the heck out. So I'm sorry, man, I don't have better news for you, but that is good advice. Let it come back, because what you're going to do is like, maybe it's going to work now. This is another tip with credit spreads. It is 50-50 game only works if you're risking small and winning big. So you could go, well, this thing will pull back and let's see if it'll continue and then I'll win. The problem is you're risking, let's say $500 to make $100. So over 10 trades, if you have a 50-50 shot on 10 trades, half of them are going to lose, half of them are going to win statistically, right? Give or take. And if you're losing $500 and you're losing trades and making $50 and you're winning trades, you're never going to make any money. So as soon as the trade's not working, I am no longer trying to make money. If I can get back down to my sold strike, I'm out. And that's going to lose about 30 to 35% of your max loss. Excellent. I can make that back in a couple credit spreads. If I lose 100% of my max loss, that's going to take me a month worth of credit spreads to get back out of that hole. The idea is lose small. And when it's not working, have a game plan of how you can work your way out. So my plan will teach you exactly how I do that. Honestly, it's how I still pay my bills every single month. Last year, I didn't quite do as many, but I still probably did 5 to 10 a month, maybe more like 5, I would say last year, just kind of depending on the month. But I've done quite a few this year. So yeah, that's my advice to you, my friend. He says, could you explain how to adjust credit spreads, as in when you get stopped out or when to roll out? Rolling, I don't usually roll my credit spreads very often. If I'm selling short-term spreads, I'll roll them out into long-term spreads. If I'm already selling a spread 30 or 40 days out, then I'm not going to roll it. I have a hedge plan in that case, right? Breaks that, goes up above it. So let me show you what I'm talking about with this. Let's go to SPX. Ooh, I like that candle. Let's go. Come on down to there, baby. Come on down. That is going to be a massive winner if we can get down to there. Where is it at? There it is. Okay. So last week, we sold the credit spread right up into here. I had a hedge plan of exactly what I am going to do. So we pulled up into here. I sold it early, I'm pretty sure. I sold it down here. I got kind of trapped on an hourly, but that's a whole nother story. So I sold it in the right place. So even though I was wrong and it kept going higher, I was in a place where I could hedge this. I have multiple different hedge strategies, right? So I was in a place where it's like, look, if we get up above certain levels, I can buy calls, or if I sell right at a resistance and it comes up, then I can buy some puts and ride that back down. I have a game plan long before it gets there. And that's the key with credit spreads. So if I'm not in this credit spread, we got out of it. Again, I'll show you when to take your profits. Very important. Don't keep, another tip, don't keep credit spreads to 100% capture. Hit 70% and bounce. You don't need to risk $5,000 to try to make 40 bucks. Just take your 70%, get out, and go find another one. It's not worth keeping the risk on for 30% of what your max loss is. It's just not worth it, because I could have done that here. And then now look at this. Now it's screaming up higher, right? So make sure you make sure you have a solid plan with credit spreads. My strategy has a 90% win rate. And if I hedge, it's a little bit higher than that. But the downside is if you screw it up, you can get beat pretty bad. So take the course. It's going to help you out. If you take the course and you're like, Tony, that was the most stupidest thing I've ever seen, then first off, I don't know what course you watch, because I have about 1,000 5-star reviews on it. Second, message me, email me, Tony at Real Life Trading, and I'm going to walk you through it. If you're not making my friends, you should be making your money back of this course pretty dang quick, like very fast, within months at the worst case scenario. That's if you're just doing like one contract. If you're doing multiple, you make the price back in one credit spread. But if not, message me and I'm going to walk you through it. We're going to figure out, send me your trades. And we're going to figure out what's going on, because this exact strategy is what I use to pay my bills. And I've been doing it for years and years and years and years, every month. Rich says, do you need quite good technical skills to follow your credit spread strategy? I would say you need technical skills to trade, period. So yeah, I got covered you on that one. Yes, reading price action. That's what I do. I'm a price action trader. So for me, it's like take every indicator off the chart. It doesn't matter. price is the main indicator for me. That's how I make my money. So price is how I figure out where we're going, bullish or bearish, and what's about to happen next. So again, I have another course on that. It's really cheap. If you want to know it, go to the course and check out the S-curve course, but change your life. Change your life. It's still about a 50% win rate. Everything in the market is. Don't try to find the golden nugget, my friends. I spent like a year of my life trying to find that strategy that wouldn't lose. And instead shifting your mindset to making losing a part of your plan. Instead of trying to avoid losses like as much as you can, you're not going to be able to. It's not going to happen. So stop trying to avoid losing and start figuring out how to lose. It's crucial. So crucial. This is exactly this week what I'm working on with my Premier group. It's foundational. It is the key that separates the 5% people that are profitable and the not. I know tons of people that know everything there is about technical analysis and trading, and they can't make $1 to save their life. Better yet, they can't keep it. Anyone can make money in the market. Who can keep it? I know someone that made over $100 million last year, 2021. 2022 lost 110 million. Guys, it doesn't matter how much money you make. Who can keep it? Anyone can get lucky and just close their eyes and just press a button. I mean, my little nephew can come walk on my keyboard and buy something and make $20,000 accidentally. But who can keep it after 100 trades? That's the big difference. And the people that keep it are the ones that know how to lose. Keep an eye out. I'll be having a mentor group. By the way, I haven't done a mentor group in like for all of everyone. I haven't done a mentor group in like a year and a half. I'm going to be doing a mentoring group within the next month or so. And I've got a lot of stuff to say. If you're interested, message me, Tony@reallifetrading.com, email me, or message me on Slack. Space is going to be limited. I tend to sell out in about 15 minutes. So it's not open yet. It's not available yet. I'll let you know when I open it. I don't have the dates nailed in yet, but it'll probably most likely be starting next month. I'm going to show you what it takes to make money in the markets. Would you recommend doing a short-term credit spread, less than 30 days? I've done varying expiration dates and mixed results. Yep. So in my strategy, I teach you two different things. I teach you how to do short-term credit spreads, the do's and the don'ts. And I teach you my 30-day, kind of 40-day credit spreads, which is really consistent. And I mean, they're both consistent, but they just have different strategies. So I teach you both. I love short-term credit spreads, but you have to be so careful. So careful. Almost your target on the day trade. Oh, see what happens when I just yap? Target on SPY going off. What's good, my friends? Oh, that's gorgeous. All right, take some profits. Oh, love that. Let's go. I got to update the group real quick and let them know I am taking some profits on our day trade. Again, if you guys didn't see this, this was a trade just for my Premier group. It is my 10-month coaching program that I share everything with. I post my best, most high probability trades with RLT and everything else that I do, I post with my Premier group. Let's see here. By day trade. Well, there we go. So there's a losing to a winning day. I took a few small losses earlier. What was the day trade? It was right here. 401 strike puts on SPY, absolute zeros, and I bought them up here after all the billion bull candles in a row on a 15. Right there. Just waited for it to make a new high, and I was like, buy it, and we'll see if it works. And by the way, this could have easily not worked. Can it go down more? Yes, it can. Can it go up here? Yes, it can. So I'll show you. If you want to get in on this trade, wait for it to probably get up to like 401.55. Wait for this up here. Don't chase this, especially with options. And I'll show you what option to get. Sorry, I got to post this to my group. Okay. This thing can go down a lot more. I think that it's possible. This is a super strong support. Like I said earlier, if you guys are watching the recording, rewind it. So this is going to be a very tough level to get below, in my opinion. Very, very tough. So what should happen is we should bounce back up into here. And if we're going to go bearish, it's going to roll down right in here. That's what I think personally. So we'll see if this can't come running down. If we break this level, we're going to go straight down to probably 398.50. So don't get in here and don't chase it. Buy up here. So if you wanted to buy this, buy the same puts, buy the 401 strike puts that expired today and do an absolute zero. So whatever the cost of the puts, I think right now those things cost, sorry, if I could get this thing to work. They cost $1.80. So it's going to cost $180 a put. When it goes up higher, it probably costs $150 a put. So if you're okay to lose $200, buy one put. There are some downsides of this strategy, right? Like I'm not going to make as much as I could have if I would have just loaded the boat. But if I load the boat, I have to put a stop in because I can't just give up 10 Rs because I think it's going to go down, right? So again, don't chase this. Wait for it to get up to your level right there. So I'll put an alert right here and just see if it'll go there. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. This is the 10 EMA. This looks great. Let it push back up into here and then roll over. If it just dies, then it dies. It left without you. So I take profits here because I don't know if this is the spot where we just start to bounce higher. Very possible. So the idea is lose small. I'm in a place now where I'm not going to lose. I just took 30% of my trade off here. And if we get back up above my entry here, I'll exit the rest, which will probably be down about 30%. So if I exited 30%, get out of 30%, it's just about break even trade. So now it's a free trade. Almost there for a head and shoulders. Yep. And you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to set you up for this right shoulder. So here's your left shoulder. Here's your head. Come down. Here's your right shoulder. See if that works out. Which has got some good charts for us. Ooh, let's go. If we can break this, I don't know what that was, but if we can break this, then like I said, there's not much holding us up back into this 399 spot. This will be my next place that I take some profits. Right down into there. So we shall see. All right. Any other questions, man? I love these questions. I love free week. I hope you're enjoying it. This is just giving you as much free stuff as we can. All right, throwing it out there. Smart, man. Let's go. Let's take a look at some credit spread, Ionex. All right. SPY bear call. Sorry. Trying to keep my voice. SPY bear call 401, 402. Nope. That expires 125. So how would you hedge that? First things first, you've got to know price action. And this is my opinion. Could that work? For sure. But you need to be perfect. How would you hedge this? If you sold the 401, are you going to buy some calls to offset the loss? Well, if you do, then we're super extended. There's a reason why I'm shorting the market right now because I think it's going to go down. But if it doesn't, do you buy calls? Well, as soon as you buy the calls, it's probably going to reverse and you're going to lose on that. But at the exact same time, if it doesn't, and this is very strong and it just keeps going, then what do? So you're kind of in no man's land. So instead of trying to make the most money, because that probably pays really good, what I would suggest is probably going out 30 days and selling something up here. Because if we get up above 410, that's clear sentiment. Anything below this, really, I mean, we could probably get still very bullish, but I think this is a big time trap area. So instead of trying to call it and make the most money, but have zero room to be correct, I would sell up here. Yeah, Lucian, exactly. You've taken my course. 420. It's a much higher probability trade that's still going to pay you a lot. A lot. It's just maybe I've done that. Yeah. So again, credit spreads, it's not about the most money. It's about how can you hedge it if you're wrong, because you're risking this much to make that much. And that's the issue with credit spreads. They're awesome, but when you're wrong, you get destroyed. I mean, you'll undo months and months and months worth of profits in one trade. So you need to make sure that you're selling in a consistent way at a specific location so that you can offset your risk and make sure that you can turn losers into winners, right? You want to make sure that you're wrong. So definitely check out that course, but also another one here, go to online courses and then go to this one. This is a beginner's, intermediate, advanced. This will change your life. And I have like the first 20 minutes of it right here for free. Even that is going to change your life. Just watch this for free. So I'll post this one here. It will completely change. And I think this is like a 2-hour course. It will completely change the way you look at price action. Nice breakdown. Okay, so we got to break this. This is the level I'm looking at. And why am I looking at that? Because this is where we're no longer bullish. If we get a candle close below this, that would tell me the bulls gave it up. It needs to get some continuation and then a retest. And then it's probably rolling back down some more. That is so good. The bulls are going to try to hold this up extremely hard. So I'd be shocked if we just see a lot more selling through it. Here, I'll put this little green line right there so we can see it. That right there. So we just broke down. Remember what I said earlier. I think we need a bounce. This is why I was saying wait to get in up here. I truly believe we're going to get there. So this is trapping all the bears that are just chasing. Strong breakdown. Let's go. Could it go lower? Yes, but this is not the place to get in. This is not it. This is trap central right here. Trappity McTrapperton, meaning as soon as you get in bearish, it's going to bounce, stop you out, and then go lower. So instead of playing this game, just wait for it to come up to here. Now, I would love for this to close down, but we'll see. Lucian, I am, yeah. I'm not, they're not looking great, but I have a feeling this is just a trap. So I'm going to wait on that. There's some good selling. Again, you've missed it. Don't chase it down here. The time to get in is up there, right? There's a big difference. I'm up 100. Oh, I'm up 211%. I've doubled my money since the time people are thinking of getting in. Okay. Come on down to here. Let's triple that. Let's triple that, my friends. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, selling. If we get all the way down into here, I will close out of that day trade for 300% return. And then on a bounce, let's look to see if you can't get back in. 4 seconds. This is about to close below that area. We just did. Okay. This bull trend is now over with. Now it's time for the bear trend. What's about to happen next? I think we're about to bounce. Now we can go a lot lower before we bounce, but a bounce is going to come. So wait for the bounce and then jump in short anywhere in here is perfect. Might not get there, but that's okay because you are wrong up here, right? Your stop needs to be up above that. So if you're getting in down here, your 1R is up. I've like 5x to my money by the time you've even gotten to 1R. This is not the place to get in. You don't want to just chase, right? What's a better play? A better play is wait for it to come up here. This is 2.5 times your risk compared to barely getting 1R. And it has to do with where you're getting in. That's the secret. That's the key. Most people struggle to get big wins because they get in way too late. Big winners come by getting in at good entries. Look at this 4-hour chart. Better be good, Woodshed. Oh, I can't see it. Can you make that bigger? Oh, man, sorry. I have a sneeze coming. It's been doing this for like 10 minutes and it won't come. So eventually I'll hit the cameras, I'll hit the mute button, and I'm going to go running for the hills. Something's getting me. How did I know to get in at 402? So if you pay enough money, Steve, you get a crystal ball. It's here. Let me see if I can't find it. Oh, right here. So you just flip this upside down, and then however long it takes, that's the price you get in. No, I'm just messing around. I had no idea that this trade was going to work. All I knew was that we are crazy extended. I'm starting to get signs of a reversal. So this is making higher highs, RSI is making lower highs. Doesn't mean it's going to reverse. It's just telling me strength is starting to lose. And then it gave me lots of candles in a row. My friend, multiple candles in a row is very, very powerful. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bull candles in a row, stepping into a new all-time high for the day. See how I did that? All-time high for the day. What are all your noobs doing? They see this breakout and they're like, woo, we are bullish. Time to go to the moon. So just do the opposite of what every new trader is trying to do. They're trying to go long. I'm buying short. And I set myself up with an absolute zero where I didn't have to have a stop. Like this wasn't my stop. I just put it in there. And if I lose, then I'll lose an arm. If I'm right, then I make 3 times my risk. And that's the idea, right? Make more on your winning trades than what you lose. By the way, before this, I lost twice, very small. Lost 0.2 Rs and then like 0.5 Rs. Maybe. I don't know if it was 0.5, might have been 0.4. Either way, I lost twice trying to do this. And then it finally gave me a good setup and I was like, all right, I'm taking that. And that paid out. So that was all I was doing. Yeah, there's nothing to it. It was not like my pleasure. I didn't know if this trade was going to work. In fact, I wrote it off. I put this trade on, I got filled and I went and worked out. Fully expecting myself to lose this. So the only thing I did know is that I was in full control and I was like, look, I can do my best to lose half an R on this, which would give me a 1 R loss for the day. And I'm okay with that. That's all trading is. So not trying to predict it, not trying to see what's going to happen. And if you guys want to see, I'll post the mentor Slack group. If you guys want to see my entry, it was all posted in there before we took this trade. But, because I know it's really easy. It's really easy for people to be like, oh, this worked. Hold on. This is where I got in, right? That's not us at Real Life Trading. You're going to watch me lose. Again, my group saw me lose twice this morning. I lost small. And when I win big. That's all you have to do. That's all trading is. That's it. All right, Woodshed, let me see this real quick. Let me zoom in. No. So we just hit this trend line. Is that what you're looking at, Woodshed? You have an entry right off of that too? There we go. That's better. So you entered here. You just played this little like reversal play. Nice. Nice. If today can close below 400, 400 is a big level, by the way. If today closes below 400, there is a chance we could actually see quite a bit of selling coming in because there are so many bulls jumping in right now or this morning. And if this thing starts to really sell off, which is possible, if these things starts to sell off, you're going to have a lot of people trapped. This thing got up above this trend line that has been rejecting all year long. So people are like, oh my gosh, we are going to the moon and back. And we still might, by the way. This thing is probably just doing a pullback and it could bounce and we could finish stupid strong today. So just wait and see. We'll see what happens. But hopefully it can pull down nice. I'll stay in my swing trade and we'll see how much strength actually comes in. But I would expect this to reverse pretty hard if it does. Let's check it out. BAC. What about it, my friend? So are you looking for a swing trade or a day trade? By the way, you guys are welcome. I'm not going to tell you what to do, how to do it. I'm just going to tell you what I see and how I would play it. So if you're looking at a swing trade, let me know. Are you bullish or bearish? Are you already in? Do you want to get in? You guys are welcome to throw tickers at me. It doesn't have to be about options, but throw it at me. I'll give you my little 2 cents for whatever it's worth. I lose half my trades I take. So don't be like, wow, Tony said you could do this. It's like, Tony said you're either going to win or you're going to lose on it. But this is what I see. All right, you're already in. Can we keep it or get out of this junction? Great question. Let's start with a bigger time frame. It's really tough to say because we're just straight sideways. Is SPY at my other target? Hold on a second. Oh, SPY's at my other target. Let's go. 400%. Can I take a picture of this? I am out, my friends. Boom. I am exiting. Why am I exiting? I think we're going to bounce. Boom. Just a few bear candles in a row. There we go. I think this is going to bounce. So why stay in it through all of this when I can just get out and get back in over here? Just made 400%. Ain't no thing. That was my target. And I still think we can go lower, by the way. And if it does go lower, who cares? Who cares? All I know is that the charts are telling me this is getting a little bit extended, needs to retest. And then I'll walk you through an entry here that we can get back into later on. Just give it some seconds. BAC is just completely sideways. So it's hard to say. One thing's for certain. We start getting below this, that's going to be a lot more strength for the bears. And if we start to get up above this, that'll be a lot more strength for the bulls. And at this moment, let's go to a different, smaller time frame. Big time frame is not telling me anything. So let's go to a smaller time frame here. You are bullish on an hourly, but you're really extended, just like the market. So it should come down and bounce. I would keep an eye at 34 and see what happens. Because if this doesn't bounce at 34, there's a chance we're heading down. Markets are going to do the exact same thing. This is your bouncing spot right there. So just keep an eye on this. Again, we're just straight sideways. I have no edge either way. I'm sorry. But if you're bullish, expect it to pull back, and this is where it should go high. If you're bearish, I would hold out and see what it does in this area. That's what I would look at. Sorry, I don't really have much information. It's flat sideways, man. Snow to the long side. Day trade or swing trade? Dan? Day trade. All right, cool. So let's take a look at this. So start on a daily chart with a day trade. Day trade has already made its massive move. So it's a retest. We retested here. So I'm guessing the entry was down here lower. And we've pulled up pretty much into a massive resistance. So I would say target is probably hit for the day. Let's go to a small time frame now and let's see. All right. Yep. So bulls should have bounced it right there. The fact that they didn't, all the bulls are jumping out now. So they're running for the hills. You have an entry at 149.20. For me, this just went bearish. So I'm guessing we're going to bounce back up into here and then roll down. That's what I'm going to guess. So your stop on this one, it's hard. You're going against the trend. Your stop probably needs to be down here, which means your risk reward is probably pretty garbage. Not that I'm saying if I was doing this setup and I was getting in here, this is where my stop would be. And my 1 hour is like up here. So is this a good short now? Yeah, it is. I would wait for it to come up to here. So if you're bullish, see if it'll bounce up to here, get out, and I would flip. Will it work? I have no idea, but that's what the chart's telling me. 15-minute, we could bounce here. Again, I wouldn't let it go much lower than this, though, on a bull trade. Don't short it right now. Like I said, let it pull back up. But, oh, you're not in it. Okay. So like I said, daily chart looks like we've already hit its target for the day. It's made its move. And then the 5-minute just proved that. It just, the bulls should not have given that up. So now you have this double top on a 5-minute retest, and it's probably going to keep pulling back into here. So good target for this would be like 146.50-ish. So let's draw this up. We stop up above that. 146.50. That's not quite 2 Rs at that spot. This is the spot I want to short it at. So you could move your stop down just a smidge, and there you go. So that's probably the setup. We could see if it comes wrong later on. I don't trade very many too much Forex, but let's give this a shot. G. All right. Way back when, I think like 10 years ago, I traded Forex. A chart's a chart though, right? All right. Let's go to a bigger time frame. To me, this looks strong. Bears should have pushed this down there, and instead it reversed. So we're retesting. This looks like a decent place to try to go long. It should continue up. Will it? I don't know, but that's why you have your risk in place. Your stop needs to go below this. So here's your trade. I would want my 1R there. I don't need my stop there, and that would put my entry like right there. I can actually move this up just a smidge. Right. If I can get it on 1R right there. So that might have just missed me. That's what I would look at. So me personally, it looks decently strong, but we're just in the middle of a channel. It's going to be very trappy on a long term. Daily, oh man, that might have just changed it for me. Daily just broke. The daily looks completely short to me. I don't know which one's going to go in. But this looks like a short to me on a daily. That is so weak. That looks terrible. The bigger the time frame, the more I trust it. So I trust the weekly bullish right now over the daily bearish, but I would not be shocked at all to see this thing roll down. Zach, my man, 1.35 on Google short. Very nice. Very, very nice. IBM for a short. All right. IBM. This doesn't look very strong, but it's still bullish. Yeah. So we are not bearish until we start breaking down. I mean, really, this. I mean, it's going to be a while before it breaks this bull trend, in my opinion, based off of my rules. If we go to a daily chart, we already broke it. So we are bearish on a daily. We broke it there. We retested it there and fell down. The weekly still looks pretty strong across the board, but the daily is starting to look very, very weak. This to me looks like a short, but I would not short it here. I would wait for it to break down and confirm it, and then on a retest, get back in. It's a lot like what we're trying to wait for on SPY. So on SPY, lots of bear candles in a row on a 15. I think we're getting ready for a bounce. And then here's where all your bears should come to play and push this thing back down. If not, then it's nothing changes. We're still going to bounce. No matter how low this thing goes, we're still going to bounce at some point. So don't chase this. What a great move this was, man. Holy cow. So now I would adjust my entry on this guy. So if I got down to there, this would pretty much be my entry now if I was going to do it. I think I like this more. Like 400 now, because 400 was such a strong support, I think that's going to be your place to short off of. But these markets like to go up a little bit higher. So short up into here should work out great. Should work out great. I think this is getting ready for a bounce. We will see. I have not, no, Attorney Dan, I have not heard of them. And again, just because I say something, it doesn't mean it's going to work. It's just I'm looking at what the charts. The charts are telling me the weekly's still bullish, the daily's way bearish. So we'll find out which one is stronger. these time frames are like dominoes. So you're going to go bearish on an hourly before you go bearish on a daily. And you're going to go bearish on a daily before you go bearish on a weekly. So they have to fall, right? So right now, the daily just went bearish. The weekly still bullish. Will it flip also? I don't know. All right, I know I'm missing a whole bunch of questions on this. Is UNG ready to bounce? Sorry, I'll get to it. That looks weak to me though. Yes, it looks like it's getting ready to bounce again. The power of many candles in a row. That's strong. The problem is if it had any kind of strength, it would have bounced right here. I mean, the fact that it didn't bounce right here tells me that don't expect this thing to just go ripping. Like maybe it does, but that's weak, man. That is so weak. You've got a strong support here. First off, you can't break this level. Like if you break this level, it's done. And that's the reason why you're getting such strong selling. It's because everyone is bailing out on this thing. You had a nice pennant there and it just broke down and it's dying. Do I think we'll retest this pennant eventually again? Yeah. Do I want to go long down here? I think that's a low probability play because I don't know how strong of a bounce we're going to get. If we were going to get a strong bounce, I think the bulls would have done it there. And like, we just kept going down for a few more weeks. After 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bear weeks in a row, you would think at a strong support, someone would be like, hey, let's buy this thing up. And it just kept, I mean, we just like shaved bottom close basically last week. It's not very strong. So a bounce, yes, just don't have your targets up here. I think we probably hit this EMA and that's about all we get. Like this resistance here. I think we fill this gap and it's probably done. And will it bounce now? I don't know. We might continue to go lower. That chart to me looks like death. Instead of trying to buy the bounce, short this thing. I would wait for it to get up into this range and short it. Your stop will go up there. Now you're staying with the trend. That's a much better play, in my opinion. Let's check out SPY bounce. Okay, it's trying to. Again, like it's the exact same scenario, just on a different time frame. Is right here a good time to be buying to try to catch the bounce? Maybe. But remember, we are bearish. We broke that strongly. All the bulls ran for the hills. That had to hold. So we broke down. This is going to bounce. But the question now is, how high will it bounce? We could go to here. We could go to here. Shoot, we can come all the way up to here. So if I'm getting in here long, my stop, it's hard because it's not like this is where it's wrong. We're bearish. Like I'm expecting this to go lower at any point. And then how high can it go? I don't know. To me, this is a low probability play. And for me, that's trying to pay my bills trading. I'm all about high probability trades. So I would rather wait for it to bounce here and miss out on this money to get in short up here and have a higher probability that that continues with the trend instead of trying to call bottoms and have this thing just stop me out on its way down, because that's a tough game. It's a really tough game. Fading, if you want to fade like this, fading means going against the trend. Right now we're bearish. If you're going to fade, get used to losing small, big wins, small. The problem is when your big win comes, people only win small. And so you'll never make any money. You're going to have a low win rate and you've got to be really good at winning big, because eventually you're going to catch a big winner. But people don't hold them. They're like, I'm up $300 and they're out when they should have made 1,000, because every trade they just continue to lose $300, right? Look at the level Tesla broke. Maloney, what's happening? Ooh, this is a good spot. Same thing, my friends. Tesla broke a level that you can't break this. Look at my note. Tesla's done if we break this. I wrote that way back yonder, like over here. And then it bounced and then destroyed that level. And we have had nothing but selling ever since. You see that? Once you know the levels that should not break, you think people that know what they're doing see that same thing. Look how much selling came in. I mean, just powerhouse, like bailing as hard as they can. This level cannot break. Really, it's that one. But this is like a for sure, do not break that level. And we broke it. So now Tesla's had a nice bounce. We're about to hit the 10 EMA and we're into a strong resistance. Now let's check the 5-minute. Always get perspective. Where are you at on a bigger time frame? Right? Is Tesla at a perfect support and getting ready to bounce? If that's the case, I don't want to be setting up a short, right? How do I decide to draw levels? Look at where the wicks are and find at least 3 wicks in the same area. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a strong level. Do that on every time frame. That's how I do it. Simple as that. CNBC is saying Tesla will go up now. Short it. Those guys have no idea what they're doing. And by the way, Tesla can go higher. I'll show you where my plan is to short this, but we're talking about a day trade right now. Tesla's into a strong support, just like SPY. It's probably going to bounce. Now let's go to a 15. Ooh, dang, you should have bounced right there. So bulls should have been right here and pushing higher. We can still go higher. CNBC, they helped you lose 80,000. It's their job, baby. Let's go. Go back as far as you want. Yeah, look at wicks. And the bigger the time frame, the stronger the level. So if you go to a weekly chart and you identify multiple wicks in the same area right here, 1, 2, 3, strong level. And if this is a strong level, man, my horizontal line sucks today. If that's a strong level, look how strongly we broke it. Like it wasn't even there. We just powerhouse through it. Does that tell you how strong something is? Yeah. Yeah. See, here's the secret, my friends. When you're talking about like news, you have to realize the stock market is not really correlated with the actual economy. This is what people get screwed up on so badly. Now, there is a correlation, but ask yourself, we close down the entire world for an entire year and the market goes up like 80%. Doesn't make sense. It's because it's manipulated. Play the charts. Play the charts. So this is my area to short Tesla right here. I think back into 160 makes a lot of sense. So like on earnings, if we can gap up to here or something, I'll be shorting that. Can it not get there? Yeah, of course. It could just fall right over. But all I know is that this is weak sauce. And if we can retest back up into this range, it should be met by a lot of bears. So make your money out. You just have to be patient. Friends, if you could just wait a few weeks to catch your trades, you'll make a heck of a lot more money than trying to make money right now. Be patient. All right. Come on, voice. You can do it. Sorry, I've been in meetings and coachings all morning, and my voice is like, we're done. We're done. Check on SPY again. Okay, here comes our little bounce. I think we're going to bounce back up into this range. Makes so much sense. But is this the place where you should short it? Well, ask yourself, where are we wrong? We're wrong all the way up here. So do I want to short it here? No, I don't. Because if I short it here, look what my risk, I'm only making half an R at the bouncing spot. It's not worth it. The risk reward isn't there. So wait for it to get up into here. And at least now I make 1 R. I'm getting 1-to-1 risk reward at a place that it's already been, which has a high probability of returning. If this thing only bounces to here and then goes down, then so be it. We missed it, right? All right, sorry, helping someone out. What's up? Says Tony, how do you find your trades? I tend to trade a lot. I trade a lot of options. So I trade a lot of SPY and Qs. I'll trade anything with credit spreads and whatever, but I find most of my trades through scanners that my broker has. So that's what I'm looking for, is finding stocks that are moving, finding stocks that are trapping, especially day trading. Which he calls me, bro, don't give away all of my secrets, man. You know, once you join RLT, all you have, we just call Woodshed. So then he's the one that's like, all right, Tony, bro, all you have to do is short over here. I mean, all I did to get this was I just texted Woodshed real quick and I was like, bro, where the heck do I get in on this trade? And he's like, all right, Tony, let me help you out. He just is humble. He doesn't like the attention, but that's how RLT works. What's your number? Woodshed, bro, you're gonna boom, let's go. Big Papa Wall Street. That's right. That's how I find most of my trades, is through scanners. I'm just looking to see who's trapped, especially on my day trades. How do you draw the risk reward box? Oh, good question. Go to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down. Click on it. And then here's your short and long position. And if you put a little star next to it, it'll keep it up here on your box for you. There we go. Good questions. That's why I was late. Bro, it's so true. I was like, Woodshed, dude, what trade do I take? He's like, Tony, just take this one, bro. Let's take that one. That was a good trade, my friends. And it was a good trade because I set myself up to lose small and to win big. That's all a good trade is. I can't control the outcome of it. No idea what's going to happen. I just took 2 losses over here. I tried to short right here. Oh, wait. Was it just this one? I lost on something else. Oh, I tried to short this and I got stopped out for like 0.2R. And then I tried to short this. It should have rolled down. And then I got stopped out for like 0.5R. And then I was like, all right, jump on that, control your risk. You did the same thing, Woodshed? Oh, no, that was for you with Maloney. Okay, I was going to say, woo. Dang, man. That was my day. Lose small, win big. That's all you have to do. Set yourself up so that when you do lose, because it's going to happen, half your trades are going to be losers. Just lose less than what you win, and the math will work. All right. I've only said that 50 times today, but it's that important. Okay. Will we get a bounce? This looks weak sauce to me. There's nothing happening. Nothing. Go to a 3-minute. Let's see if this can start to bounce. 3-minute looks a little bit better. I like that trapping candle on a 3 with some good volume. This is very strong support. And again, I'm looking, I don't think we're going to get much higher than this, but my risk reward tells me I need to get in higher than that. So pull up into here and see if we can't roll back over. All right. What questions we got, my friends? Options, more tickers. Jump in. If you put yourself on panelists and attendees, no one can see it but me, and then I just won't say your name. So, can I look at snow again? Of course. What do you want me to look at? Snow. So, dang, that Squiggles was dead on. Bounce up. It went a little bit higher than Squiggles, but drew that a hot minute ago. Just lost $20 shorting it. Okay. Oh, that's right. That was the trade that we looked over. Okay. Remember, let it bounce up to here, then short it. Did you get in down here? Favorite tickers? Yeah. Wait for it to come up to here. And by the way, will this win? I don't know. Flip a coin. 50-50. But I know I'm going to lose 1R here, and I'm going to make 2Rs there. That's all you need to know. So do you think this is a bear market rally, or are we out of the woods? This is a bear market rally, in my opinion. I do not think we're out of the woods. I think you'll see an absolute meltdown. I think within a couple months, it's just going to pile drive itself down back to COVID levels. And then Start buying the bottom. That's when you know the bottom's in. When everyone is like, oh my gosh, should I just sell everything? This is it. That's the bottom. This is not the bottom of the market. Doesn't mean we're not going to bounce for another 6 months. No, we could totally bounce, but the bottom's not in yet. Sorry, my friends. I said it and you guys are jumping in now. Let's go. I got a lot of questions now. This is awesome. Yeah, short spot, let it retest into here. Stop up there, and then it should roll down some more. Will it? Don't know. If you get filled on it, then take some profits down here at the place that it was, and then wait for the rest. It's going to do something like that, if it's going to work. Favorite tickers for options trading. I absolutely love SPY. It's just my go-to. Love SPY. Selling credit spreads. I love Amazon and Tesla because premium is awesome. SPX, another version of SPY, right? Index. Those are my favorite option tickers because they're liquid. What determines going from one lower time frame to another? If you're not seeing what you're looking at on one time frame, would you go to another to provide better? Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah, I bounce around different time frames all over the place. Get an idea of where we're at, what it's trying to do. Because markets move just like this. And my course teaches you this, right? That is your market. But if this is on a daily chart, then on an hourly chart, the market's moving like this. That's the exact same price right there. But on an hourly, it was bullish, went bearish, and then went bullish again. Right? So every time frame is inside of itself doing this. Just find this and you'll trade it. And that's how you can make money. Just figure out a time frame that's doing it. Steve, where's your next ad on our June Q swing trade? It would already be in. Like if we don't start falling here, then I don't want to be in anymore. Oh, that is such a good trap, my friends. Come on down. Come on down. If we do finish like this and start to gap down, Qs have a long way to go. They need to drop quite a bit. Yeah, for me, it's like I am not looking at adding. You can kind of see where I don't want it to get above, and we're way above it. Do I think that this is a trap? Yes. Look how many candles in a row. I mean, it's just powerhousing up. So, Leos is, so if you are buying an option and you let it get in the money and expire in the money, then you will get assigned on that option. So whatever the case is, right? If you're buying puts, that means you're agreeing to sell shares. If you're selling puts, that means you're agreeing to buy shares, and it's 100 shares per contract. So for me personally, I don't let them expire in the money. I get out of it. In fact, I don't really hold options. Oops, sorry. I don't really hold options less than a week or 2 weeks out, unless I'm day trading. So if it's already getting within a week or two, I'm out because theta is just going to wreck you. Theta is time decay. And there's a reason why I sell a lot of options under 30 days, because within 2 days, they lose almost all their value. So if you bought that option within 2 days, it can lose all of its value. So the only real danger is if you let it expire in the money, if you don't want that to happen. So if you sold a put down here, that means you want to buy 100 shares at least at 264 on Qs. If it comes down and expires down there, well, then it's not that bad. There's no danger because you were planning on buying put or buying those shares. That's exactly what's going to happen. Sounds good. If you don't want to buy the shares, then yeah, don't let it expire in the money. That's really the only danger is if you're just trying to flip the option, if you're just trying to make money on it and not actually get assigned it, then don't let it expire in the money. So if you're day trading and you keep close attention, I'm usually out of my day trades within 30 minutes of market close because there's no point. Theta is destroying it, but also I don't want to have a risk of it finishing in the money unless I want it to. Not the end of the world if it does. Yeah, my pleasure. It says, do you draw the trend lines to determine direction on a trade? No, I use price action to tell me direction on a trade. Yep. So you can refer back to that course I talked to you about. I'll show you everything of how I determine what's bullish and what's bearish and what's about to happen next so that you can plan ahead. I'll show you an example of this. Okay. Last year on SPY, we started shorting the markets right here. It broke down, retested, and I'm in puts. When everyone else is buying long, I'm in puts and we make money. Bounces back up. This was a tough one, but I did start to buy puts here on the way down. Broke down. We made some money. I don't think we bought any puts on this one. I can't remember. But on this one, this was a really hard one. Kept going higher when everyone else, I mean, look at this thing. Look at this. Does this look bearish to you? No, it looks like it's rampaging bullish. And in the meantime, we're buying puts the entire way up. And we're like, we are out of our minds. Patricia, I am in puts right now. Yep, on SPY. Will they win? I don't know. But I'm in puts right now. We were buying puts. Why? Because price action told us to. The charts told us to buy puts. When everyone's thinking bullish, I knew to go bearish. And so we were just loading the boat with puts, and it was hard because it just kept going higher and kept going higher and kept going higher. And we got paid. Everyone else, this happens to everyone. As soon as they get in, it reverses because you don't know how to read price action. You're relying on indicators. Look, the indicators crossed bullish. The RSI, whatever. No, those are all lagging indicators. You're too late to the party. It says, I'm thinking about buying puts for December. I love it. Buy the 35 delta for, for December. I keep thinking it's still December. I don't think you need to go out a year. I would go out like 6 months. This is going to be over with, I think, well before that. How do you decide if it's not a fake out? You don't know. If it keeps going higher, then it's a fake out. If it goes down, then you're right. I mean, that's honestly it. So put the size on that you're okay to lose on everything. That's the true thing. With credit spreads, no, you could do my strategy with like 5 or 10,000 in your account, and you're going to average 10% of your account every month is what I average. So this market right now is a little bit different with all of this news. I mean, it's hard. I don't sell credit spreads over news, and there's a news event like every 3 days. So I've had to like work a way around it, but still for years and years and years through every market environment, I've been able to average 5 to 10% of my account every month. Well, 90% of the months out of the year. So you don't have to have a very big account to do it. The bigger, the better. But do you ever trade really cheap options on the day of their expiration, so-called lottos? Sometimes. Yeah. Again, the idea is, am I comfortable losing that amount? So that's the key. All right. It's coming up to your short spot. Let's see what it does. Unfortunately, I have to get off the mic in like 12 minutes. So dang, I could hang out with you all day long. This has been fun. I love Free Week. I love meeting new people, pouring value into people. That's all I do. Man, it makes me happy. Because when I was blowing up trading accounts, not knowing what I was doing, when I was just blowing them up, RLT helped me. And Jeremy, when he made it, he could have just been like, see ya, I'm making all my money, I'm good. He turned around and helped others. It's the same thing with me now. That's all I want to do is turn around and help others. And it makes me a lot happier than money ever could make me. Because I want each and every one of you to be able to change your lives. And it's possible. Each and every one of you can do it. It's like walking 1,000 miles. We can all do it, but is it easy? No. Right. Can you walk us through SPY long-term? Of course I can. SPY long-term right now. Get off of this. SPY long-term is we are in a pennant pattern. So this is why it's really hard to trade, is because we're just chopping. Super, super choppy. A pennant pattern is a continuation. So we are still bearish. Even if we break higher, we are still bearish. We are bearish, in my opinion, until we get up above 430. Okay. So we are chopping in this pennant pattern, and it's going to continue to chop, and it's a continuation pattern. So most likely we break down. I don't think this low with the volume, the VIX doesn't tell us there's a low. All of these things are telling me that we're getting ready to roll over again. And when it rolls over, and if we do take out this low, it's possible that we could go to 320 to 260. I mean, it's very possible we drop another 20%. That's not out of the question at all. This is just back to the COVID levels. The only reason we bounced was because they printed money. Now that they turned off the printer, where do you think we're going to go back to? The evaluations that we were at before they printed money. It just makes sense. When will that happen? I have no freaking clue. It might take another year. It might take 3 days. I don't know. But that's my perspective on the markets right now. At the moment, we are just screwing with as many people as humanly possible. That's what's going on. So right now, in my opinion, is not the time to be just cranking it on markets. I'd be patient. Okay, what's my view on VET? Oh, just missed that entry. Still might get there. What's my opinion on VET? 30 strike calls, 6 months. Let's check it out. I would not do that. With options, you have to be right on the direction and the timing in order to make money. So for me, I'm looking at this and I go, I don't see a whole lot of bullish edge right now. In fact, this is very bearish. I would wait for this to bounce up to here and buy puts. So that's my 2 cents on it. Could I be wrong? Sure. I don't really care. Again, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about, if you do buy calls, make sure you lose small. And if you do buy them calls, make sure you win big. And that's what I'm saying. At this point, I don't think there's much to an upside to be able to win big. So I wouldn't buy calls right now. This looks extremely weak. Again, this level should have never broken. You can see the volume coming in. Everyone ran for the hills. I think this is getting ready to bounce and then roll back down, probably to like 12. It doesn't look very good, in my opinion. That's pretty rough. That is a massive head and shoulders that we just broke the neckline on. So a good short, don't try to buy calls, buy puts. Buy puts 30 days out when this thing gets up to like 1650. That would be the trade. And then you know you're wrong if we start getting up above that. So put your stop up there. Do we get text alerts for your credit spread entries? I set up a scanner and indicator where every day it'll set you alert straight to your thing, straight to your trading view when setups are there. Yeah. Realistically though, if you can wait on those and they'll give you a couple of months right now, because it's meant for bullish markets. We're very bearish right now. And I didn't make a bearish scanner because we hadn't been bearish in 15 years. Right? So use price action to show you, and I go over this in the course of exactly how to do it. They're called advanced entries. Use those to make money on the bear side. But yeah, I have a whole scanner and indicator that will send you alerts straight to your trading view. So you can set that up to have it text you if you want. The expiration is fine by June. I also don't think we will see 410 again in the near future. So would we maybe wait a bit? Did I miss it? Did you ask me something earlier? Oh, okay. You're talking about your original position. You think expiration is fine by June or July? Yeah, I think so. Because we're at the spot where we should roll down. I mean, if this doesn't start to roll down, then, oh, there's your bounce though. Nice bounce back up. And we'll see if it can make it up to this area or not. But this green line is going to be really tough to get above. If we roll all the way down, then that's a cancel. I think 6 months is more than enough. We should know. We should know soon. I'm not sure whether to hold on to this put in snow or take my loss. What was your plan? What was your plan on this trade? Where were you planning on getting out? What was your risk? That's the real answer. So if you shorted this, you shorted at the wrong time. So your risks, no matter where you get in, your stop still needs to be up here. So how much are you going to lose all the way up to here? And then are you comfortable losing that? For me personally, I think that we could bounce up into here range. I think this is pretty good, but this box is where bears should come in. Will they? I have no idea. That's where it should happen. So it says, how do we get access to your services? Yes, my friend. It's real life trading. Come join us. Come trade with us, and you have access to me. I have a 10-month premier coaching that I do. It's limited. It's literally like 15 people I work with intimately every week, every day for 10 months. You can get on the waiting list for next year if you want. It's already sold out, but I start again next January. So if you want the waiting list, let me know. I'll get you on it. It's free to get on the waiting list. And then you get access to every single thing I trade. But I post a lot of my trades just here at Real Life Trading. So come join us. Come trade with us. You can send me questions on Slack. That's what we're here for. Is it a live course? It was a live course, but now you just get the recording of it. Yep. So let's see if this will roll down for you. Hopefully it does. What tool you recommend for journaling? Great question. I just do like a spreadsheet, but I really like TradeViz. I think it's called TradesViz. You can get that. It costs some money, but they automatically journal all your stuff for you. So I do that. What is Slack? Slack is a platform where we can all communicate. So I can go on there and post a trade, and everyone in Real Life Trading will see it. And then everyone in Real Life Trading can go on there and ask questions. It's a platform for us to communicate. You have it on your phone, you have it on your computer, whatever you want. Yep, great question. Okay, this is a good breakdown. I like this. We're going to have to break this. You'd want it to close nice and strong if this is going to be the reversal. That's a good break. What is SPY doing? Still can bounce, but if we got down into this range, that's a cancel. Just didn't quite bounce high enough. And it's probably going to continue. And I'm already out. Oh no. With options, I would have lost about $800 on that move because of theta. I'm day trading options that expire in 30 minutes. You don't get the ability to just wait and see what happens. When you get a massive move to a target, you take it. Take it. If you're day trading options, you don't get the luxury of like, let's see what happens. Take your profits and move on. I think I made like 420 something% on this. Up here, I was only up like 40%. Would have given up like 300% on that bounce. Lock it in. And by the time it gets back down to here, guess what? I'm only up like 200%. Why? Because theta's taken value off of it. It's not like shares. You have to pick and choose. And that's what makes options trading hard. But you can also forex your money if you just know how to trade them. And that's the key. Come back here, my friends. I will be on the mic. I'll be here on the mic. You can check out my schedule in Real Life Trading again on Wednesday, same time, again on Thursday. And I think that's it. So I have a few more times on the week, on the mic this week. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me, Tony, Tony, at reallifetrading.com. I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have. It might take me a little bit to get to them. I am usually in coaching sessions for 6 to 7 hours a day. So I never respond back while I'm in a coaching session, but I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I gave you some value. That is honestly my only mission. I could care less if you do anything else. Hopefully this at least gave you a little bit of insight of answer some questions, help you be a little more successful on your trading journey. That's all I want. So love you too, man. Thank you guys. You are awesome. So pumped. By the way, again, I will let you know by the end of this week, but I am thinking about doing a very cheap. So normally it's about $800 an hour for coaching with me. I'm going to do a mentoring group where you get 3 hours of coaching with me for like $200 because I want everyone there. And I tell you what, if you bring someone else with you, I'll probably give you a discount because what I'm going to teach you is going to completely change your outlook in trading. I am going to show you. I'm going to show you what took me years to learn. And man, if I would have just known this, I would have made so much more money. I would have saved myself from so much more losses. And it's not just fluff. Like I'm dead serious. So I'm not allowed to say too much else, but email me if you're interested in that. Tony at reallifetrading.com. all I want to do is bless you and help you. I'm doing currently every single week, I am shooting YouTube videos where I'm posting a lot of my trades and looking over it for you guys. So those will come out in the next few weeks. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Crazy story. I went through a lot, my friends. I learned exactly what not to do so I can turn around and help you not make those same mistakes. So look for those YouTube videos. They'll be coming out. And we're going to be giving away $50,000 every month in those YouTube videos. So go to reallifetrading.com. Sorry, go to YouTube, look up Real Life Trading, subscribe to it. Those will be coming out on that channel within a few weeks. And let's go bless some more people. Let's go change some more worlds. You guys will all be professional traders eventually. You'll be just crushing markets. You just have to face yourself, accept the loss, and learn how to lose. Man, so simple and yet harder to execute. But once you get it, your life changes. Okay, I'm done. Right on the money, 130. Dan the man, are you coming in after me, my friend?
What is up, Tony? Yeah, I'm just signing up for the group right now.
Let's go. Because
I want to be in Tony's group too.
I haven't done
I got to get in there before there's no seats left.
Yeah, it's going to fill out fast, my friends.
Yeah, man.
Email me if you're interested in that. I don't even have the links up yet. I probably shouldn't have even said anything, but Tony at reallifetrading.com and Dan will be there. So, I mean,
I think we can put everybody in the honor system. Just nobody mention it again. We'll just act like you didn't mention it. But.
Everyone here. Yes. Everyone here, do not say a thing and just email me. I'll put you on a waiting list. And as soon as it goes live, I want to go live. I'll just send it to you guys.
It's just between me, you, and the other 300 people right now in the room. That's it.
Boom.
That's and whoever's on YouTube.
Whoever's on YouTube. That's right.
Very
whoever's on YouTube. Yeah, man. Dan, this group is awesome, brother.
Yes, man. I was here in the morning, man. Great questions coming in. Like, oof. I was like, yeah, I love it.
Dang. Unfortunately, you can't trade options in the funded account. That's the one downside, but you can trade a lot. You can even short crypto in the funded account, which is, man, that's awesome. Let me stop sharing here. I will kick it on over to you and then I'll stop recording. Hopefully it was recording. It is recording. Sweet. Cool. My friends, love you all. Thanks for hanging out. Awesome. Again, if you're interested, I can help you on your trading journey, even if I can just answer some questions. I don't care. Just message me. Message Dan. You thought you had some fun with me. Just give it 30 seconds. As soon as I leave, you'll be like, oh my gosh, Dan is the man. And he's way more entertaining and better looking than I am. So I'm going to give it to you, my friend. Have fun. Love you guys. See ya.
That all went right to my head. If you guys love Tony, throw a quick one in that chat for Tones McGones. Man, that guy, he comes through with some killer info every day. There was a question on what is Slack. So with the All Access Pass, and again, just not a sales pitch, not trying to force. I mean, if you guys want to eventually in the future join, just FYI, but I figure we'll show what Slack is because honestly, I had no idea either, but a lot of companies use it. But this is the Real Life Trading one. This comes included with the All Access Pass. So it's just, you can see different traders' posts like the main channel. We'll take official trades throughout the day. This is where the official trades get posted. So this is where whoever's on the mic, myself, Johnny, Tony, Maloney, Stephen King, this is where we'll post trades and updates, move stops, covering 10%. Jeremy's posting. We have a Slack official swing trade channel. So any of the swing trades that we have or take during the course of, which tonight at 5 p.m., so about an hour and a half from now, we'll have the swing trade room. I believe we have the one and only Jeremy Alexander Newsom hosting that one. But this is where we kind of build out a list. So if you guys have, hey, this company looks good for a swing, what do you guys think? We'll make sure we cover it. All of the and because it's free week, we are recording a lot more than we usually do. Normally in the rooms, we don't really record the day rooms as much just because anything that we kind of cover is relevant to that certain time frame. The swing trade room in your dashboard, you'll have an archive box. So as soon as if you want to join us live, great. If you can't make it for the swing trade room, all of the recordings go into that archive so you can watch them just because obviously we're doing this as the market's closed, right? So we're looking at how daily candles ended, how daily candles closed, and we're able to say, okay, cool. If it breaks this is where our target would be, and we're able to get a couple day hold. So realistically, from the time we do the video until 12 hours later, something like that, when the market opens again, and then a lot of times even longer because it doesn't necessarily hit our entries right at open, and we're just kind of waiting. So there's a lot more time to get into the swing trades. So that room always gets recorded. Otherwise, for free week, we're recording it just in case somebody wants to review it or missed it or couldn't make it live or something like that. But you can see this, and you have a spot. Any of the traders in the room, you're able to shoot direct messages to. We have different mentor groups that we'll set up just group chats for anybody in the mentor groups, things like that. So it's honestly a way for us to share charts, share, hey, this is what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? And then any of the moderators, anybody from the group, they'll give the pros and the deltas to, hey, watch out, you got the 200 right in the way, or looks good, or watch out for this candle, maybe take an entry above. So it just, again, somebody mentioned before how many eyes are on the chart. I think Johnny was talking about, like, yeah, I got 2 eyes in the market, or I can't catch everything. When you have a group of 400, 500, 600 people that are all knowing what your setups are, what you typically look for, what they look for. There's a SPY trends adjusted for dividends, yellow line. So he's Brandon, who's the man, the myth, the legend. He's throwing in a chart for watch that possible break, or maybe a good spot for reversals. So just to kind of cover and essentially, yeah, put more eyeballs in the market. And if news comes out or CPI or anything like that, we're able to cover news relatively quickly in Slack and have the ability to kind of share what everybody else is thinking. But just want to share that with you guys, just so you guys know what Slack is. It's just really for real life trading and internal communication method, so that we're all kind of in touch with everybody while the market's open, while the market's closed, etc. Bro, definitely. Do I have to update Slack? I don't know what that means, Elchuck. I mean, it will update itself. Not the software. Y'all crazy. I don't know what you guys are. I'm not seeing today. The last message, Elchuck Jackson, is first of all, just make sure you're in the real life traders. This way we're on the same page. But no, it should if you haven't opened it in a minute, it will say last message. Just click on that. Otherwise, just try logging out and then just log back in from your dashboard. Maybe something disconnected potentially. But no, I keep my Slack open all the time. I never kind of get out of it. It's always there in some sense, because especially when I'm on the mic, I have to post into the official chat pane, and this way it's open, ready to go. But all right, let's take a quick look at the markets real quick. And then, and also if you guys are anything, let me know. We could put some special note to continue to watch it. And if I could help in any way on those trades, BEA beautiful, would love to. Otherwise, we'll definitely get into some long-term chat. But before we go, is anybody in anything, or is anybody watching anything? Anybody still taking trades with 22 minutes left of the day? Everyone's good. Everyone's okay. All right. Let me ask you guys this question as we get into the long term. I think the statistic, I don't know the exact number. I think I want to say 90% fails. The statistic could be 80%. It's either 80 or 90% fail. Day trading. What my question to you guys is why? Why does such a high number of people failing at day trading? Zach says no plan. Yeah, I would agree. A lot of people don't have a plan. They're just out there swinging these markets around. Mike says FOMO. Yeah, a lot of people chasing. I mean, we could have chased all day. We stuck to our plan and just kind of wrote it out. Win says I heard 95%, and he's saying bad money. Yeah, it could be. It's a very, very large number. I was in between 80 or 90. I've heard. Again, I didn't take the survey. I don't know. Craig says it's hard. Don't follow rules. Agreed. Emotions, fear, lack of skills, no proper teaching. Liza said because they didn't have DJ in their life. I mean, that's probably the number one reason, obviously. Clear. Why didn't everybody just say that one? No, I think 100, just Biden, just all political. I think here's what day trading comes down to, right? I 100% agree with everything you guys said. Here's the honest truth about day trading. And let me record this. Actually, make sure it's still being recorded. Yep, still being recorded. Perfect. Here's the honest truth about day trading. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Everybody just left the room. That's crazy. Everyone just dropped out. That's nuts. Nobody knows. I couldn't tell you right now if I'm like, man, here's a red candle. Therefore, you know what? We're losing bullish sentiment on Amazon. I'm going to go short. My entry is going to be 97.03. All I could do is set up a trade that says, okay, if I'm wrong, that's where maybe I get out. If I'm right, maybe I look for the bottom. I take a quick little profit and I'm getting in here, right? And I'm determining what my risk to reward is. Purple line is the VWAP. Yep. That's it. All I'm doing at the end of the day is I'm flipping a coin. I have a 50% chance of being correct on any given trade. Ever. It either goes up or down. As day traders, what we're trying to do is essentially time the market, right? We're saying based on this sentiment, based on this candle, based on this volume, based on whatever the case is, we're saying that we think we have a better shot of being correct on this trade than we do wrong, but there's always the chance that we lose on the trade, and we have to protect that risk, right? The risk is going to be huge. I believe we'll be doing the Pivot podcast on Thursday live here in the rooms. The topic is on risk on trades. Most people don't protect their risk, right? But even if they did protect their risk, trading is difficult because of one aspect that nobody has mentioned. Time. That's it. We could be as a day trade, we could be 100% correct saying that, you know what, Amazon's too high, it ran too much, we think this is a good price, yada, yada, for whatever reason. But not only do we have to be correct about the direction, which is either up or down, whichever our assessment is. In this case, we're saying, okay, bearish on Amazon, right? But not only do we have to be correct there, not only do we have to apply the correct risk to that trade, but we also have to time it correctly. If I'm in a day trade, I'm putting heavy amount of shares on something and saying that it's going to happen relatively quickly. It's essentially going to happen to hit my targets before it stops me out. And it's just a race to whichever one happens first. It's hard to trade during choppy consolidation periods. Yeah, typically. Yep, if things go sideways, there's a bull trap, bear trap, bull trap. You're getting wicked out on both directions, right? But this is what makes it tough to day trade. We day trade for the purpose of income. We want to be able to, number one, maybe quit our jobs, right? We don't want to go to that 9 to 5 every single day. So we want to quit. We want to free up time, right? So some of us are trading for time. Some of us, maybe you guys love work, right? Maybe that's not even maybe you guys love your job and this is additional income. So maybe you're looking for that additional income, something so you can take that extra vacation, something you can stash some money away, save it. But typically, right, we're trying to free up time. We maybe want to quit our job, have that financial freedom. Maybe we want to pay down some debts, whether it be credit card, whether it be mortgage, car payments. Maybe we just want some new cool toys, right? We just want to splurge a little bit. Maybe we just want to be able to say, hey, I just want to send my kids to school, right? I just want to make sure that I can provide that certain type of life for the kids or, family members or whatever the case. And maybe we want to just give back to the community, right? We want to give back to maybe people that have helped us along the way. And by trading the markets, day trading, swing trading the markets, doing everything that Tony said is in terms of credit spread, that's going to get us those goals. Long-term investment, it's solely about wealth, right? I want to build up this wealth, and that's where the long-term comes in. Do you have any suggestion for Leap trade? Not at this time. Not yet. And the reason for that is at this 400 zone, we're going to explode higher or drop drastically. So for Leap, not yet. I want something absolutely just, this thing just absolutely explodes. We start hitting something crazy like 440 on the SPY. And then I think we have a lot of Leap opportunities to go short, or this thing just takes a complete nosedive and we do reverse and the economy's still in shambles, and then we're going to have a good opportunity for Leaps. But in here, we're pretty much smack in the middle of things, and that would make it Leap very, very difficult on this is the market, but individual stocks as well. I don't think right now is the time to go Leaps, honestly. But so the question now is, okay, we want to build that generational wealth. Well, how do we do it? There's a lot of ways, right? Some involving the market, some not involving the market. We have to put that money to work somehow. Historically, and you could do this too. Historically, the market on average puts in about, on average, you get about 10% a year, 10 to 12% a year, right? So if I'm just following the market, I want to be buying the SPY. Great. I could be dollar cost averaging into the SPY. Obviously, last month we were down. I mean, last year we were down, 25%, 30%, whatever it was. Okay. That 1 year didn't provide it. But that means that typically the next few years, or when we start to bounce, we'll probably have a good run. The market is designed, right? The market is designed to do this over the long term. With everyone having 401k set up, everyone has mutual funds, everyone's looking for retirement. It's meant to be bought up over and over again. So in the long term of things, the market's a very good way to build wealth. Now the question becomes how, right? Let's say you have $100,000. Let's say you have $10,000. Let's say you have $5,000, $50,000. It doesn't matter. But you're looking at this. Let's say, for this example, $100,000. People are always like, hey, what should I do with this $100,000? What should I do with this $20,000? I want to get it into the market. How? Is today the good day to buy? No. Every day is a good day to buy, based on the fact that we know that over the long term, these markets they're built to go higher. Even just with inflation, if a company does the same exact amount of selling the same amount of units every single year, the price and value of that company will be higher because of inflation, right? The prices are going to eventually be going up. They could sell, let's say they sell 1 million units of XYZ product a year, just with inflation and nothing else. Okay, even if they stay stagnant and that's all they sell, the company's profits are still, the revenue of that company is still growing based on the fact that inflation is growing, right? You have to pay people more to work there, to get those parts are more expensive, and therefore the pricing goes up, and just the balance sheet alone will drive that company up over time, right? So then why is long-term investing so difficult? It's because they're taking the $100,000 that they're like, hey, I want to get $100,000 in, and they're buying it right somewhere around here. That's fantastic. Look at that move. Look at all that. That's a lot of gains in the future for them. The problem is, and more than likely, is we know the stock market doesn't do this. Over the long term, that's the medium. But the stock market actually does this. Right? Over the longer course of time. And now what ends up happening is They're the person that says, okay, I have $100,000 that I want to put into the market this year, and they're throwing it into right here. That's where they decide to get in. What do you think happens once we hit this peak? even though, yeah, potentially longer term, they're looking good. They're absolutely freaking out here. That $100,000 is now down to $75,000. They lost 25% of their money on that dip. They're not feeling good, and worse. I mean, this is still okay if they're using actual cash that they have and they're throwing it in. The other mistake a lot of people will make on long terms is now they're buying things with margin, right? And now that's getting very, very ugly, right? And maybe you get margin calls and you're getting pushed out. They're brokers selling positions. It becomes a disaster. So what I tell people is your goal is to not, I would never tell anybody, take that 100K and because the market seems low, put that 100K into the market. Ever. I don't care how low the market is. I don't care how high the market is. Our goal for long term is to do this. We're going to buy, 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 buy. You guys get the point, right? We're looking to buy every single month according to the plan. And our goal is, unfortunately, sometimes we're going to be buying probably a little too high. Other times we're going to be buying when this market is undervalued. But the average of what we're dollar cost averaging turns out to be something that's similar to this line. Right? So what I tell people is whatever dollar amount you have, and let's change it to 12K just so my numbers are easier to do in my head. Let's say you have $12,000. The successful way to do a long-term portfolio, the key is continuation. As long as you can continue putting in every single month, then you're on a very, very strong path to probably having one of the best investments you've ever made in your life. So if you have $12,000 and you're saying, hey, I think I could get 12,000 in this year. And not only that, but I think probably every year for the next 10 years, I think I get maybe $12,000 in. Okay. Is it too much? Is it too little? If that's what you think you could do based on how much you make or whatever case, fine. Right? All you do is whatever number that is divided by 12. Now you have $1,000 a month with this example to put into the long term. So now the question becomes, how scared are you to get into the market ever? I think we did an example like this 2 weeks ago. Tesla was at like 126, 127. Right? And everyone's like, oh, it's too high, it's too high. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, right? I have no idea if this is too high or too low for Tesla. But let's say right now, 143.70. That's the current price. Is now the best time to buy Tesla for the long term? I don't know. It's definitely off the highs. Could it go lower? Potentially. But let's say, you know what, you have a shopping budget, $1,000 every single month. Franco says, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens on Wednesday when those earnings reports come out. It's either going to take a nosedive and we'll be back to 100 or probably runs like crazy. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But let's say I go, cool, you know what? Yeah, I kind of like Tesla. I like Elon. I like the products. It could do something. Maybe we're overvalued, but I'm afraid of FOMO. All right, great. Here's your $1,000 for the month. You could buy $1,000 worth of Tesla today if you want to. And later and throughout the year, we're going to get into going through more fundamentals of companies and where we actually deem the price to be worth it and what the actual true valuations of the companies are, things like that, right? All throughout the year. Plus, we're going to look at individual names. I go over companies that I'm personally adding that month to the long term. So, and I'll give you the case reasons as to why I like company XYZ and where I think the valuation is and all this stuff, right? But this $1,000, okay, so what? I'm buying it at 143.70. Zero idea if this is right now, without even going through fundamentals, without anything. I'm in. I now have shares, right? Maybe what, 8 shares of Tesla, something like that. Maybe less, maybe 7. Whatever the case, doesn't matter. If I'm wrong, this is not the right spot, meaning that those earnings come out on Wednesday and this thing gets absolutely beaten down, and now we're at $100 a share. All right, well, guess what? Next month, I have another $1,000. I could reevaluate Tesla at that point and say, yeah, you know what? Those are really bad earnings. I want to sit this one out. I don't need to buy Tesla this month, even though I could definitely dollar cost average down. And I mean, again, next month, I still have another $1,000 if I had to. But those earnings were, those are rough. Short term, they're rough. I think I maybe get it lower. We'll see what it's like next week or next month. And this $1,000, maybe I want to apply to something like Amazon. And I'm like, you know what? Let's start building up my Amazon position because that's also low. I think this one's stronger, whatever case. Good. Now I have maybe 10 shares of Amazon, 7 shares of Tesla, and I'm building out that portfolio, right? And 6 months from now, the entire market crashes. I'm down on both those positions. Beautiful. I love it. I love being down in my long term. Oh man, I hope when I buy something, I hope I can get Tesla right here. And in 3 months from now, I'm negative on that position. Because this is only 1 month of purchasing. I want to get a bigger position over time. If every single thing I buy just immediately skyrockets higher, I don't really want to, there's times where I'll dollar cost average up. I hate doing it. I don't want to pay more for what I paid. So then I'm like, okay, well now I got in at Tesla at 143 and it's sitting at $200. So I really want to buy more shares at $200 or just, okay, cool. Let it run. If it runs, great. I'll make money. And maybe if it comes down, eventually I could buy some more. It could be 2-3 years later. I'll get some more shares of Tesla. I don't know. Right. But essentially all you're doing is dollar cost averaging. The other rules that I personally have for picking them, because now again, what I consider a long-term investment or for the long-term account, I'm looking for 10 years. When I buy something, I'm holding that stock. I have zero interest in wanting to sell that stock for the next 10 years. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right. All right, I'm back. Just had to take care of something. But yeah, I have zero interest in selling anything for 10 years. Why? Because I want to own the company. I want ownership in something. When you own a stock, no matter how big or how little, you have some type of ownership in the company. And again, we know that the market overall, longer term, that's it. Does that mean every stock? No. Does that mean you're holding a stock that goes to zero eventually? Potentially. It could happen. But the idea is all of the other shares that you've been purchasing will definitely make up for a couple bad trades, a couple bad stocks, something that looked really good, looked really interesting, and it just didn't really pan out. Or it could be like a T-Mobile type thing or Verizon type thing that just trades sideways for years on years and doesn't really do anything. Fine. Right? But the other stocks that you have, you'll be getting some wild moves over the next 10 years. The longer term, and everybody's so focused on and everyone's just so focused on the short term of something, right? So they're all like, oh man, what's the Tesla earnings going to be? Tesla's going to be, they shut down Shanghai productions this last quarter. They're probably not going to deliver. The Cybertruck might be another 2 years to come out, all this stuff. And they're waiting for this best price to try to build some kind of positions. And then either they miss it or because they've just been waiting too long, or they just never pull the trigger because they're just nervous and there's so much news on every news cycle. And as soon as they get in, now you get the negative news again. In the short term, stocks are a voting machine, right? People are weighing their sentiment on if this company is good or bad short term. I love or I hate what Elon Musk is doing to Tesla. I love or hate that he's got Twitter and he's focusing some time there. Right? Longer term, is Tesla going to be making it in the next 10 years? Because again, I'm not selling. So is Tesla going to be alive and well and striving in the next 10 years? And if they are, do I think the price is going to be higher or lower than it is now? Right? So that's rule number one is number one, know what the company does. There's a 4,552 stocks. Don't fact check that. Right? There's a ton of stocks out there. Even one today, I was like, I don't even know what this stock is. But on a day trade, it doesn't matter so much what the company does. It doesn't matter the fundamentals. You're trading the charts, you're trading the sentiment, and you can trade anything. But if I'm adding it to my long term, I better, number one, know what I'm doing because I'm married to that company now. I own that thing for the next 10 years. Two, do I think the price of that stock is going to be higher, or do I think it's going to be lower in the next 10 years? If I'm sitting there, I'm like, yeah, you know what? CRM, they're pretty low. I think over the next 10 years, CRM is probably going to be higher. Okay, that's a buy. Right? That qualifies. So those are two key points that I look for to just on the pure basis of, is that something that I want to get into? Right? Those are the two main key things. Know what they do, and do I think in the next 10 years, it doesn't matter what the next quarter is, what the next earnings report is. I took $257 gain today, allowed myself to lose $50 of that. Therefore, my gain was only $207. This was on a $6,500 account. I'm beating myself up for over trading. Please talk me through this. Please make me feel better. That's good because, part of me is here to trade, and the other one is just pure therapy. All right, so let's go. We'll take a brief minute from the long term. So, Dan, here's my question. You are at 257. Your account is 6,500. What is your R? And also, Dan, if you want to just switch the host and panelists over to everyone. Should be 2%. Okay, so you're trading 2%. Let me just do some math real quick. 6,500 times 0.02. So you got a $130 R roughly? Does that sound about right? Right. If you have $6,500 times 2%, that puts your risk unit on every trade you're taking should be about 130. So you finished the day with about 1.5 Rs. You had $257. Now you have 207 for the day. Are you positive or negative for the day? Think about this. Are you positive or negative for the day? Positive. Okay. Not only are you positive, but you're up roughly about 1.5 Rs. Which, guess what that means for you, Dan? That means at this point, considering, let's, I don't know if it is or not, but let's say this is your first day trading of the month. You should not have a negative month at this point. Yeah, Roxanne, not the clapping. I agree. 1.5 Rs. We did this before. If you're getting 10 Rs per month, if you're getting 10 Rs per month, you're looking to double that account. That account will double. And this is not me making it up. This is just math. You guys could do the math yourself. 7.2 months. Right? So now, in less than a year, your account will be roughly about 13K. Where else are you putting that money? Where else are you going to put that money that's going to have that kind of return in 7.2 months? Does that mean I should only risk? Yes. If you're sticking with 2%, the max on each trade you should be looking for is 130. And by you being above 1R for the day, okay, I mean, follow your plan tomorrow. But even if you have a losing trade tomorrow, your first trade out of the gate is a loss and you lose a full R, you've only lost $130, means you're still up roughly about half R for the month. So now you have that cushion built in, which is what I'm saying. You shouldn't go negative for the rest of the month. Be very patient for the next trade, right? Maybe you get another 1.2 on that trade tomorrow. Wait for your spot, wait for your entry. Don't get FOMO, don't jump in. Just relax yourself. Right? Now you're at 2.7. Now you have crazy cushion. Crazy cushion where now you could let maybe a trade run a little bit longer. You don't have to get so aggressive with stops, because now on your next trade after that, you lose that full R. Right? So now you're down 1. So what? You're still up 1.27. Oh, you're 1.27. You're still up 1.7 Rs for the month. Right? If you get to 10, we know you double your account. You have a lot of month left. I mean, right now you're running low, but if this is the beginning, you have another week and a half, something like that. Okay. You're cushioning it for next month. But if this is the beginning of the month and you started your month like this and you still have another 20 days left of trading, you're already 20% of the way to your goal. And that's after losing a full R on a trade. Right? Most likely, Dan, what you're upset about is this $207 number. This is where a lot of traders are going to get frustrated and start making crazy, irrational, incomprehensible moves. They're looking at, you're an attorney based on your name, right? Attorney Dan. I don't know what your billable hours are, Dan, right? To some people, $207 is a lot of money. To others, it's not a lot. I just met you. I don't know your lifestyle. I don't know what your billable hours are. I don't know how much you get as an attorney. I don't even know if you're practicing anymore. I couldn't tell you. You could tell me, right? So the question is, are you deeming this $207 as, man, I traded all day. I was in the room and you know what? I didn't really make that much money. Yeah, compared to 6,500 that you're starting with, that's a good return already. You've had a good return. You might not deem it a good return yet because you're like, hey, I needed $1,000 a day to pay my bills. I have no idea, right? Okay, that comes with time. So that's you. As you build your account, your R starts to increase. So maybe every 3 months, as long as you're trading consistently profitable every month, now you're saying, all right, you know what? My account has grown. Maybe my R is not 130 anymore. Maybe my R is, 160. So now every single time, if you hit a 2R trade, you make 320 on one trade. Right? And then eventually over time, as you're growing and growing and growing the account, now all of a sudden your Rs are $1,000, $5,000, right? So you're risking $1,000. You have one great trade because you're patient. You waited. That's your setup. You hit a 2R trade. Now you've made $2K for the day, hitting a couple buttons, just watching some green and yellow candles back and forth. All right. Dan says, I was mad at myself for allowing myself to lose 50. Why? If you have a plan, right? And if you don't have one, I would recommend actually like writing out an actual plan. Following your plan, that's how you day trade. It doesn't matter the result of the trade, whether you win or lose. I hate to tell people this, but because then I'm going to get all sad. You're going to lose on trades. It's going to happen. I don't want to be the negative Nancy here, but there's going to be trades you lose on. To me, I have a bad day if I break the plan, not if I lose on a trade. No, Dan, I'm spending time on you. I'm not wasting time on you. There's a difference. Because it's not you. Trust me. There's another 200 people that are sitting here, and I can guarantee you a lot of them will, if they don't feel it already, they will feel it at some point. And it's so easy to go, oh man, I lost that one trade. I'm a horrible trader. But you can't look at it like that. Right? If you go back, look at your trade. if your trade is not in your plan of what you would have taken, okay. Number one, you've identified it and you're saying, okay, that was not the best move. That's not what I would really want in the market. And then how do we work on that? How do we not break the plan? And what is the strategy going forward? If you take a trade and you had 257 and you gave back $50, but you followed your plan, well, your R is 130, right? So if you lost $50, you lost less than an R following your plan on a setup you probably would have taken 9 times out of 10. That's good. That's fine. The one big rule is you don't want to go from positive to negative. So if you're at 1.5 Rs for the day, you don't want to end the day negative, right? Then something inside my plan, if I'm positive, so meaning if I take that next trade and I go down and let's say I lose a full R on it, and now I'm sitting at 0.5 Rs for the day. So I'm in this case, it'd be $65, right? My rule is I cannot take another trade, because if I take one trade, no matter how great it looks, there's always a chance. We're flipping a coin. There's always a chance it doesn't work. Now, when I was positive, my day would flip negative, and now I got a lot more work to do tomorrow. Dan now has to shave his legs to post it in the chat tomorrow. Yeah, it is. There's in the rules. Check out the sample plans in the account. We come up with some crazy penalties. I think part of my plan was not to trade after 11. All right. I'm going to hold you to that one. I don't know if I'm on the mic tomorrow, but Wednesday I am back. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm here. I'm holding you accountable to that one, Dan. Win says, I get it, Dan. You feel like you should have walked away. The truth is, if you trade, you will lose. Stick to the plan. Consider your losses an investment in yourself, because you've learned and you stuck to your trading plan. Could not agree more to that. Print that one out, post it on the wall. Makes sense. One shorting SPX, the other shorting Snow. Nick says, my question is, when do you start questioning a plan? Give it time, 6 months. Yep. Have your plan. Do 2 things. I know we were supposed to be talking about long term, but that's okay. I'm okay. I'm good with it. I'm here for you guys. But I think this is all essential. So when you, first of all, make a plan. Step 1. Once you have your plan, that does not even look like the word plan, but it is, I promise. All right. Once you have your plan written out, back trade your plan. You could go to TradingView. There's a little back trade button. Go back a couple days. Go back a couple months. Whatever it is. Look for on the time frames that you would normally trade. Trade that plan for free. It costs you $0 to trade that plan. Besides, I mean, if you have to go to like the 3-minute, 5-minute chart back, you might need a subscription to, which is not, I mean, it's 100. It's less than an R for Dan, right? For the entire year. So it's not expensive. But go back, trade that plan. What is your document? Put it in a journal. What is your winning ratio using that plan? Right? If you're, I don't know, 51% win ratio, and you know that on your wins, you're averaging maybe 1.5 Rs, your losses, you're averaging maybe 0.7. My friend, you just crushed it. You just made a lot of money in the course of a year. This is a very good plan, right? But go back trade it, do it 100 times, do it 1,000 times, right? Look for the same setup, look for the stocks that you would trade, part of your plan, and see what those numbers are. That's the only way you know if that's something that works or doesn't. Then when you're in the real market, right? Stick with that plan because you back traded it. You looked at it 1,000 times. If you take 3 bad trades in a row, it doesn't mean your plan sucks, right? All it really means is those 3 didn't work. You know, you still have a 51% win ratio, and most likely those wins are right around the corner for you. And also, was those 3 losses still around that 0.7? Then your plan is still working. There's going to be losing days trading. It's just the unfortunate part. There's going to be days that you have a bad day, that you go negative. It doesn't mean change the plan. Give this some time. Give it 6 months. After 6 months of trading live markets, is that win ratio still about the same? Do you still have the same amount of gains over losses on average? If it is, continue the plan. We could always go back. We could tweak a plan. We could change a rule, look for a better entry, something like that to try to get this from 51 to 52, right? And now you're just absolutely clobbering the markets, right? But without really testing it in the market for 6 months, and then you trade it for about a month, you're like, man, I'm down this month, or I was expecting 10 Rs, I hit 1 R, I'm frustrated, and you're going in to change rules, and now you're taking setups. Then there's no consistency in your trading plan. If you want to be a consistent trader, you have to have a consistent trading plan, right? Can someone provide Tony's email that works? The email, it's just Tony@reallifetrading.com. Yep. You don't need the last name on that one. Just Tony@reallifetrading. Cindy K says, this is the only job that expects you to be wrong half the time. Nah, you could be a weather person. Yeah, you could be on TV predicting the weather. I think they got like a 80% incorrect. So they could get worse from here, you know. Win says, how much did it cost to become a lawyer? Well, becoming a trader also has the time. Yeah, the trick is to minimize the cost of learning. Yeah, the schooling is so much different. Like schooling, you're just paying, and you're like, you just accept that you're paying money. You're like, oh yeah, I got to take the school. $70 million every semester. I'll sign up for it. I got it. But trading, if you're not profitable week 1, you're like, this is not for me. Throwing the towel in. In my opinion, back trading is better than paper trading, at least on TOS, since fills on paper trading can be better. Yeah, I prefer. So Mason, however you do it, it's up to you. Whatever you prefer. I do. For me, I'm more comfortable trading just because this is what I've been used to for a long time. But I'm more comfortable. That's why as soon as the morning after we do the analysis of kind of, because it's easy to do the analysis on it. But I like Thinkorswim, which is more comfortable with it, the flexibility, all that stuff. I do not like, for me, the back trading on Thinkorswim. I just don't. For me, it's just a little clunky. It moves weird. I like the trading view 100 times better for me, right? Because in the back trading on trading view, you actually get to see those candles, number one, develop, right? So during this candle, you're getting to see it move back and forth. There's in trading, no matter how good your setup is, there's always the cost, or there's always the emotion that comes in. And as those candles develop, there's 35 times where you start questioning, man, is this the right decision? There's no way I could be this good of a trader. I got to move my stops aggressively. Oh, they're selling right away. There's a first reversal candle. I need to get out. So the back trading on TradingView incorporates some of that. Again, it does move quicker. You can slow it down and stuff like that. But for me personally, I like the TradingView a little bit better. Not to say don't use Thinkorswim. It's completely up to you. This jockeys are 50-50. We're on the 1s and 2s all day. Where do you want at 4 a.m. this morning? I was on this morning. I'm East Coast. I don't know where you are, Dan. I don't know where you're living. But yeah, no, I was on from 9 a.m. Oh, no, 4 a.m. That was probably Ricky Cadden. Which says Dan doesn't know what 4 a.m. No, that's usually when I go to sleep. 4 a.m. Yeah. I'm very familiar for it. 4:01 though? No, I don't know. Yeah, Ricky's in Australia. Yep. So Ricky is doing trading, and that's like a normal time for him. Dan doesn't sleep. I like attorney Dan. He doesn't sleep. He's like me. I stopped trading today after 2.5 hour loss on my Tesla trade. Not happy, or not because of the loss, but because the SPY crossing 400. I couldn't concentrate waiting for the bottom to fall out or not. Huge. Followed your plan. A lot of other traders would have been just jumping all around back and forth, bullish, bearish, and just waiting, and they would have had a minus 4 hour loss for the day. Right? Contain your loss, lose small. And it was very similar to myself today. I typically ask the market to do things. Right? If I look at a stock and I'm like, hey, look, here's the sentiment. I think it should go bearish because of this, but I'd rather see a pullback, or I need it to hit this spot before we take a play, or I need a breakout on this play, and then it just doesn't happen. Well, now I'm not in charge. I'm not in control of the market at that point. Right? Where now I'm going to be jumping after something. I'm chasing something. I didn't come back far enough. And then we start to roll back and I'm like, shoot, I knew I was correct. And now I'm in no man's land. But if the market, if I'm like doing my analysis in the morning and I see, okay, the market, I expect a pullback. It's happening. Great. Okay. It's doing what I wanted to. Now I'm more comfortable taking some kind of entry, some kind of stop. I can still be wrong on the trade, but I'd rather be wrong in control than wrong out of control. Right. So if this thing then starts coming back, great. I'm in the trade. We make some money. Awesome. If I'm like, okay, I really need this market to pull back a decent amount, and then I think we roll, but we get a small pullback like today, and then we start pushing. All right, I just won't play it today. That's fine. I'd have to wait for something else that maybe I do like or something like that. But you don't have to make. Well, Jeremy says it all the time. You don't have to make money every day to make money in the market. And trust me, that was a big change for me, because I was taking 20, 30 trades a day at some points. I was going crazy on options. I'd be up $15,000 within the course of 3.5 minutes on Tesla plays, but I didn't also have any risk. I didn't have any control. I was just like, oh man, that candle. And then I was going heavy on I was going Wild West until I figured, wait, why? why do I have to do that? I would just do it every single day. Do I have to connect my trading accounts to backtest in TradingView? No, RM, you do not. Yep, you just need, all you need is TradingView. You could back trade without signing up, so you could back trade for free with TradingView. But I believe there's some limitations. So one would be, I think, I don't know how far you could go back, and then I think it's only on daily candles. I don't know if you get into like the 3 minutes, 5 minute things like that. If you have at least the basic version, whatever the lowest cost one is, honestly, that's what I use. And then for me, you also, if you want to use it for live markets, you do have to pay for live data, which is like $6. I don't even know if it's a month or a year, but I just pay that in full. So it doesn't cost a lot, and then you get real-time data, and then you could have more flexibility, get to like the 5 minute charts, 3 minute charts, things like that. But no, you don't have to connect it to any trading accounts. Do screw in Huey. I made money on Coin Shop, Rivian, but uncomfortable, so I bailed. As long as you follow the plan, it's all good. The only reason that I had an attorney in my Zoom name today is because I had court today and I have court tomorrow. That's okay. When Woodshed Woodshed, he's on the other side of the court though. He's the one getting represented. That's all. But we're all in court. It's okay. We're in the court of public opinion. Depends on provider, $3 to $6. Yeah. After the Tesla loss. Yep. All right. Awesome. Did that answer any questions in terms of kind of the plan? Did I talk you off the ledge a little bit, Dan? Ultimately, that's my goal every day. Keep in mind, this is not, it doesn't, I don't care if somebody wins or makes $15,000 today because they YOLO'd an options play. That doesn't matter. It's, to me, because this is very easy to lose. Doing the same thing over and over again of just YOLOing things, most likely eventually at some point, doesn't have to be right away, but you will blow up your account. If you want to day trade or swing trade consistently, you have to have risk management. You have to be able to, I want to do something where even if my R is $130 at this point, right? This is scalable. This is YOLOing. This is just the Wild West of trading. And this is where most people will lose. There's that 95% of people, 80% of people that lose day trading. This is somebody that could do this long term and also is able to scale that out to take the same exact trades they would, to risk the same percentage that they normally would, and be able to consistently make earnings and profit in the market. So no matter how that 130 looks to you, if you think that's a lot, if you think it's a little, if you think 15K is a lot, 15K is a little, That's your perspective. That's based on your account. We're all in different paths of our journey. That's why we could talk. That's why we could use the R. I mean, Woodshed has a $500,000 R. I would assume. I'm not sure, but I think maybe I could take the same exact trade that he takes. We can make 3 R's on that trade. He might make different amount of dollars than I do, but that's fine. We could all talk the same trade. Huge help. Awesome. Would you have any favorite books you've read on day trading specifically? There's a couple day trading books out there. Honestly, maybe I'm there's like Trading Mindset, something like that was decent. I forget the exact name. All of the books I read, so like when I started trading, it was 16 years ago. And I was literally, because the internet was not the same, right? And my favorite books for me, I'm a very visual person. So my favorite books for me were ones that actually showed me setups, showed me sentiment, showed me how to get in. Because I understood that. Everything else was kind of a little philosophy and stuff like that. And I know there's a ton of trading books that you could take and run with. But for me, it was like the technical portion of things, which would probably bore people out of their minds. You have to be a certain type of person to go, but I would read every single page 12 times. And that's how I first learn and start to understand the markets, right? Because information was different back then. Otherwise, Richest Man in Babylon is by far my favorite book. Right? It kind of, because this is the other portion of things when trading, just the same way we went over that 257, now 207. I know that's not exactly Dan's point, but some people feel a certain kind of way about losing $50. Some people feel this is a great win. Some people don't, right? Understanding the relationship to money, how it works, being able to actually appreciate the money and actually befriend the money and know that, okay, that's you've traded hours, right? You didn't just get money. Money just doesn't come. You have a depreciating asset, which is time on your hands, right? No matter what, you're never going to get more time. It's always depreciating, unfortunately. So for you to get any type of money, you had to trade something or sell something or do something to get that money. So when you go to work, you're trading time for hours. You're trading time for money. Right? If you're able to understand that you put in that work and you have a good relationship with your money, at that point, you're able to figure out how to safely invest it. You know how to not get crazy. You could appreciate the 207 win because you know over the course of time, that's something that could build and become your best friend and a very, very good source of income. Trader Psychology is a session for 10 hours. Got you. Christmas Pat says, Dan, enjoy this book. Can we go back to the long term for the companies? Yes, we could. Yep. How would you go about looking to build a long-term portfolio now in a current market? Beautiful. Okay. I had to take the money out first, not easy, and started thinking in terms of R. We are all hardwired negative. Yep. And the market is going to cause emotion. So it's not you. Two very good questions in regards to the long term. I wasn't planning on really getting into the long-term companies, but I'll tell you what I own. So give me a second on that one. I'll log into the other account. Otherwise, how would you go about looking to build a long-term portfolio now in a current market? Yep. Question real quick, Sean, for you is, do you have a long-term currently, or would you be starting one? And by the way, when I say long-term account, it doesn't necessarily mean a 401k. It's an additional something. No, well, I don't know why I put Sean as a ticker. I meant SPY. The real question becomes, where are you on that journey? And by the way, I would say too, I don't even recommend, honestly, I don't recommend every single person in my mentor group. And if some of you guys are currently in it or took it with me, I tell people right away, I'm like, it's one of the first questions. Do you even have a long-term account? Because whether you start it today, you started it 10 years ago, it doesn't matter. Question is, you could start today. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is to plant it today. Right? It will grow, it will prosper for you. Sean says, I currently do not have a long term, but I have way too many positions and want to scale down. Okay. The way to scale down, well, we'll talk about that too. So the question is, are we at all-time highs? No. If we were at all-time highs, would I still be buying? Yeah, every single month. Right? I think we dropped whatever it was, 25% we'll go with. The market dropped, let's say 25% from all-time highs. Right? We're down a lot. Does that mean that this can't reverse and we just absolutely crank lower? No. So I'm looking to dollar cost average as this thing continues to drop lower. Right? And I'm looking to continue to buy. Even if I buy something here, I'm going to have another opportunity to rebuy it, add more shares as we drop to new levels. And then I'm using support resistance. I'm looking for something to, after it drops, to trade sideways for a little bit, and I'll start accumulating more positions in that sideways chop. Right? And whoa, dividends. Woo. Okay, we're going to get to that. Let me log into that, my long-term real quick. I'll go over just some of the companies that I have already built out. So companies for me in my long term: Apple, Abivai, which is ABBV. I got Airbnb. I'll throw it in the chat. I don't care. So AAPL. I got ABBV, ABNB. Oops, ABNB. I got AMD. I got Bets, which is a fund for, it's like a ETF for sports betting. GEO, which that one we could actually cover a little bit more. Intel, J&J, KHC, Coca-Cola, MO, got a large position there. Netflix, NOC, I got Overstock, I got RIG, which is RIG, I got T, which is AT&T. I got Teladoc, unfortunately, on that one. I got WBD. I got XOM. Those are my long terms, right? Out of all of them, just from accumulating, even with the market pulling back 25, 30%, the account was still positive. No, I don't have DraftKings in the long term. I've got another account which is like semi long term, but it's more for investment. I got tons of DraftKings in that one. Mm-hmm. This one's the long term, right? And I probably will be adding some DraftKings after the next pullback to start a position in this long term account. But this is the one I won't sell for 10 years. DraftKings, I was kind of planning on just you kept telling me $100, and I was like, all right. DraftKings I like, so I have a decent amount of DraftKings. But this account specifically is long term. Let me see what comments I missed. What is your plan, Sean? Dividends, faster returns? You have to plan first. Yep. So, Amanda Wong says, do you have a set percentage for each allocation in the company? No. Typically, I don't want one company specifically to get too large, right? If it's building out to be one of my bigger ones, then I'm going to try to focus more on some of the other positions. Maybe if I'm down on something, I can do some kind of add-on, bring the cost down, things like that. I don't have any, it's got to be no more than 20% of my portfolio. It just depends on where, how low, how much time it just chops sideways. Because again, my plan is to buy every single month. Right? I have Netflix in there. Right? Netflix, the world is freaking out about Netflix. Let me pull up this one. Maximize, right? So here's Netflix. We've had just I didn't have any Netflix prior to this. I sat through it. I was like, all right, it is what it is. Trade it. Swing trade, day trade, no problem. Then you get a couple quarters where we start dropping. And I think in the group we threw out, I don't know if anyone got with me, but I got somewhere around 212 on this day. It was either this day or one of the next 2 days. Somewhere right around here. Right? So I have 1 month deposit that was free for this month. And I was like, does it fit the rules? Do I know what they do? Yes. Do I think they're going to be around in 10 years? Yeah, I don't think they go anywhere. Do I think in 10 years from now, price of Netflix will be higher or lower? Yeah, check. I think it's going to be higher. Right? I don't care how much higher it's going. I think it's going to be higher in 10 years. Right? So it fit the criteria. I had the monthly deposit ready. My average price, or not average, I only purchased it for 1 month deposit, but it was somewhere around 212. After I purchased it, it went down to, I think, 169-ish, 167, somewhere around there. Am I freaking out about that? No, I was so happy. I was like, okay, good. I could even get this price lower. And then, of course, the entire market's coming down. So now you have some other companies. And I'm like, shoot, I really want to get these. I want to pick up some more Apple. I want to get some more of these companies that are also beat up. So I never got that second deposit in. It's kind of a regret to even lower that cost more. But right now, on the Netflix position, and this is only a few months later, I'm up 69%, technically 68.95%. Right. So just under 70% returns in not a long time. Again, other people might be looking at it going, you should probably sell. That's a crazy return you just had. Yeah, but if it comes down, that's fine. I'll buy more shares. Right? I've had other things where I was like, Teladoc could be something. I started to buy the Kathy Wood hype. So I picked up, I think, a 1 month deposit on that one. And that one I'm down 84%. Right? Already, the Netflix is definitely outweighing Teladoc. I need to see a little bit more if I want to add to Teladoc. I don't care if it goes to zero, though, honestly. It's not a lot of the portfolio. Could you repeat the 3 questions? Yep. So number 1 is, do you know what they do? Do you even understand that company, how they make money? Is it something that you use or something that you like? For instance, like I know what Netflix is. I own Netflix. I have Netflix. I pay them every single month. I know what they do. There's other companies out there that maybe I'm not a customer of, right? Like Caterpillar. I've never bought a bulldozer, but I know what they do. I know how they make money. I drive down the highway. I see bulldozers that are Caterpillar all over the road. So like, that's a company that I can make sense and say, okay, if we get the right price, we get low enough, I'll look to add it. Even though I'll never probably buy a bulldozer in my life. Maybe one day. I don't know. Time will tell. The second thing is, do I think that company is even going to be around in the next 10 years? Because my plan is not to sell for 10 years. I'm buying to own. You can't shake me out if I just never sell. Right? So are they going to be around? And then the third criteria is, do I think the price will be higher than current price in the next 10 years? Yeah. Netflix down at 212. I mean, worst case, it goes to $100, $80. Okay, great. I'll buy some more. I'll bring this down. Maybe I get some longer consolidation. I'm able to pick up some more. Who knows, right? I didn't get the chance. I only got the 1 month in there. So we'll just let it do its thing. I don't want to. Maybe if this thing dips down a little bit more, I'll buy it. If it goes to 700, great, fantastic. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Right. Each month, how much do you decide to buy? Okay, good segue, right? Everything and this is again, richest man of Babylon, right? Everyone's got mortgage or rent to pay, right? You guys are most likely living somewhere. All right, you got bills, you got internet, you got maybe Netflix you're paying, you got whatever the case. So we got bills, You've got maybe credit card debt. Maybe you got student loans. Maybe you got car loans. Maybe you got a personal loan. Maybe whatever it is, right? Most people, let's say you make $1,000 every single month, just again, keep it simple. Most people go, good. I'm going to cover the rent, cover the mortgage. I'm going to cover bills. I'm going to cover credit cards. I'm going to cover the student loans. I got to pay this. And at the end of the month, you got $0 left because you paid everybody first, right? You paid everybody. Now you got nothing left. You worked, but you've earned nothing. So it's important to pay yourself first. 10% every single month. Every time I get a check. By the way, yeah, DJ Dan, I actually do DJ, so I get money on the side for that too. Trading. You make money trading. Every single week that I make money and my account's up, let's say I make $1,000 that week in day trading. Immediately, like just a bad habit. Every single month, I'm like, cool, I'm up $1,000 this week, $1,000 this month, whatever it is. I'm going to take 10% and throw it into that one account. So no matter how I make money, it doesn't matter. I'm throwing 10% in. Right now, you have some kind of estimate, like, okay, I know what I did last year. I know roughly where I think I could be, and that's for you to decide. You're like, you know what? I think I could throw $5,000 into this long-term account this year. I think I make a lot of money. I could throw $50K. I think I'd be comfortable with that. Whatever that number is, just divide it by 12, right? And now that's how much money that you should be able to put into the market every single month to buy things. So that's going to determine your budget. What would you do in the end with the stocks you hold? Say in 10, 20 years, sell the stock or the gains. That's good. That's good. So what ends up happening in the market on this is why you go to YouTube and you talk trading, you put in stocks, all this, you're going to get Bitcoin's going to the moon, Tesla's going to the moon, Netflix going to zero, all of these, because people click on those. So make those titles and people will click on them. It's easy, right? It's hard to find long-term investing videos because it's boring and monotonous, but it will be one of the biggest, smartest things that you will thank yourself in 10 years for doing. The account's going to go like this for the first 10 years. After that 10 years, it's going to go like this. Right? Because now you're compounding on things. It's going crazy. Right? So you can decide. I don't know people's ages in here. I don't know where you're at on the journey. But after 10 years, you start to see this. Right? And you're going to be, I can guarantee you, in a different financial situation 10 years from now than you are now. So how you want, if you're like, hey, you know what? I'm close to retirement. I need the money. You have the ability to move it after 10 years. You can sell some shares. You can rebalance positions. You can do all that stuff. Dividend wise, right? Netflix doesn't pay dividend, but there's XOM I have, ABBV, MO. All these are dividend plays, right? And right now, with the amount of pullback we've had in the market, and the one big miss I had this technically end of last year was HBI. I was like, Hanes Brands. I think they're kind of recessionary. They were giving like about 10.2% dividends, right? But I've got MO, which is roughly in my account 9% dividends. I'm getting J&J. I got pretty solid dividends from the time I bought it. Even Kraft Heinz, I got a little bit. Good dividends. Intel's dividends right now is pretty decent if I was to buy more shares. Abivai, where I got in at Abivai, my dividends good. So you're going to look for the dividends, and the biggest key factor for when you have dividends, and every single long-term account has it, you just probably have to manually click it or just call the broker, find out, but ask them, how do I turn the drip on? That's your key on anything dividend. Right. So over the course of the next 10 years, what DRIP is, that's the dividend reinvestment program. So let's say you have, I don't know, let's say you make whatever it is, $5 a quarter on a certain stock, right? If you don't have DRIP on, that money goes to your account and just sitting there until you're able to buy more shares of whatever you want, right? If you have the DRIP on, that $5 automatically goes back into buy even partial shares. So in your account, instead of having 50 shares, once they pay out the dividend, you'll have 50.4 shares, right? 50.7, whatever it is. But now next quarter, not only are you getting that dividend on your initial investment, but you're also getting that dividend on top of the dividends you've already received. Plus, because you have more shares, you're also exposed to the growth of that company as well. Right? So the drip is going to be key for that. So now let's say you're 10, 20, let's say you're 20 years from retirement, whatever the case is, and you found a stock that's paying pretty decent dividends. It's kind of built up over time. You have the option. So if you sell a stock, now you've caused a tax event, right? If I sell Netflix in 10 years, there's going to be taxes unless it's in like a Roth IRA or something like that, right? Otherwise, regular traditional account, there's going to be taxes involved. I mean, you have to pay the government. But on the dividend portion of the account, you could simply turn off the drip, right? If it's built up enough, at that point, you just turn off the drip. You don't have to sell any of your shares or positions. Because now, anytime you get that dividend, let's say it's quarterly, there's other stocks that do monthly, like O, which is a REIT, right? You turn off that, and now you have just income coming in where you can take that money, spend it, and you're getting taxed not on the position you have, but the dividends you're receiving. Right? But now you're generating income. So at that point in time, it's up to you what you want to do. Right? But I know getting into a trade, I'm committed for 10 years. Todd says, can you please mention the stocks? Yep. AAPL, ABBV. This is what I'm holding currently. Airbnb, which Airbnb I kind of want a little bit lower, closer to that 60, 70, and I'm looking to do an add-on if it happens. AMD, Bets, GEO. Some reason my thing's not working. So GEO, INTC, JNJ, KHC, KO, MO, NFLX, NOC, OSTK, RIG, T, TDoc, WBD, XOM, and that's all of them. Yep. That's the portfolio I have. No more growth stocks, Fang. Any reason? Yeah. The timing wasn't right yet. That's it. So when I'm looking at a company, I would love to add some Tesla. I need it lower. I was about to add some Meta. I did like it around the $85 range. I kind of wanted a little bit lower, around 80. Right. And that for me on my assessment, and again, we'll in this time slot, we will look at individual companies. I've done full breakdowns on probably a lot of what I already own as to why I bought them, before I bought them, as I was buying them, just kind of giving my full analysis and reasons why I like it. But when Meta was up here, 384, I was like, I don't think this valuation. I think a true valuation on Meta is about 125. That was kind of a decent price, and I liked it. And then we were getting down to like 85. And again, it comes down to when I have money available, what else is out there. And I was like, all right, if this market comes down, which it still might, right? If I could get it around like $80, I think that's a steal. Tesla, what's a good price to start scaling in? I think it could be sub 100. I'd probably, honestly, on Tesla, like $60 is a good price. Again, does that mean you should not buy Tesla today? I wouldn't, because there's earnings coming out, right? And you might, I have no problem. If earnings come out on Tesla, and I own some this is my long-term, but I have it in like the semi-long-term, which is slightly different. That one's just more of like positions that I have. but I like Tesla around 60. Yep. So there's a couple things I look for on what's good. I also liked AMD. I think I could see a price target somewhere around 150-ish on AMD. I think it actually hit it. I was picking up shares. I think my average price is about $85, something like that. Let me see if what is my average on AMD? $87. Yep. So $87 is my average price. I like it to this, but there's one thing in investing that I'm starting to see AMD do that I don't like. And that is dilution, right? So that's where you have, let's say you have 100 shares that a company puts out, right? And these shares are worth, or they're selling $1 per share, right? Dilution is when, so it's different than a stock split or reverse stock split or any of that stuff. Dilution is simply the company says, look, we need to raise more money because we need XYZ. So they're saying, okay, we're going to put out into the market another 100 shares. Right? So now there's $200 or 200 shares out in the market that they sold for those extra shares for that $1. So now the company makes the extra $100. You still bought your shares at $1. So essentially now you need this stock to double in price just to get back to the same valuation of the company than it was before. So look for dilution. First of all, if a company is just quarter over quarter, just mass dilution, that's the one issue I am having with AMD right now as to why I probably won't be adding, because they've just been diluting the pants off of over the last couple of years. Their dilutions has actually been increasing. And I don't like to see that. Right. But otherwise I'm looking for cash flow. Number one, do they make money? Do they have cash flow? Are they profitable? Right. And typically when it comes to PE ratios, really, I mean, it depends on the industry, obviously. So like a Hanes brand, you don't expect that much growth from. Right. So you're probably saying, all right, I'm going to need, if I'm going to take a trade, if I'm going to own this thing for 10 years, I want something that we call margin of safety. Right. I want, realistically, when I get into a trade, when I'm valuing those companies, I want something that's going to be like 14% average rate of return, 14% at least rate of return over the next 10 years. So every single year, the position over time, again, not every year it's going to be 14%, but on average over. So there's going to be some bad years, some good years. I need at least that, which means I'm going to go conservative with my plays. Otherwise, just buy the SPY, right? SPY will give you roughly 10 to 12% on average year over year. So just buy an ETF that follows the market, right? But if I could get, okay, I'm able to get like 14%. So this way I'm looking at the stocks. I'm like, okay, they're profitable. They're not really diluting. And again, it's going to take probably a whole session to get into the financials of companies and things like that. But I'm deeming where that price would make sense. And then I'm probably a little bit more conservative than most, because again, I want this. If I'm going to be in this thing for a while, give me that margin of safety, because even if I'm wrong and this company struggles, whatever it is, we're on Meta. If Meta struggles, I at least want that potential, because then I know, okay, over the next 10 years, even if I'm off on this, it'd still be a decent return, right? I'm not gonna sweat it. I'll still be doing good in the market. How do you determine what's a good price? Yep. So that went through, and again, we could go through fundamentals of companies, and we will throughout the course of the year. But I got 6 minutes before Jeremy comes in. Oh yeah, what are the say? Is it Psy? All of these technicals, so they don't have anything to do with the long term, but these are all for TTM squeeze, which I'm looking for on swing trades and day trades. So this green line is the 89. This white one is a 55. The purple one is I clicked on the wrong one. Purple one should be 34. The blue one is a 21. And the red line is I think a 9, 8. The red one's an 8. All right. Those have to do with TTM squeeze, and they have to do with this little symbol over here on my chart, which is right here, stacked. So in this time frame on Meta, right, you have your stacked bearish. So this would actually light up red. This is a custom code. But this would light up red, right? And that basically says here's your bigger EMA, right? All EMAs is the average of all of the candles over whatever time frame. So in this one, the 89 EMA, to establish at what point that line is, they're just taking the average price over the last 89 days, and that's plots that point out. Right? And now you got the 55. All right. So the 55 is below the 89, which means shorter term, on a slightly shorter term basis, this is actually more bearish than the longer term. Right? The 34 is also weaker than a even bigger time frame. Right? This is giving me that we're bearish. Right? Because all of these small time frames and longer time frames are all colluding. We're all heading down, and the small time frames are still aggressively pulling the stock down, which is not going to help the longer term. Right now on Meta, though, this is grade, right? This little box is grade. That means those moving averages are a little bit conjumbled in this zone, and it's could be a little bit choppy potentially. We'll do a full thing on TTM at some point this week probably. I got to see when I'm on the mic that I'm free, but we'll do a full thing on TTM, right? And then same thing. So like over here, this is where those moving averages started to flip. We were also, and this is the TTM portion down here, right? So this is movement. This is momentum starting to fade. Those red dots mean we're in the squeeze. And then we have also now we're stacked bearish. So that tells me this is the spot for me that I want to look and lean more bearish. And it doesn't matter where I take profits, right? I could, if I'm diamond handsing it, would have just absolutely crushed it. But this is telling me not the spot to look long. We're starting to fade on those moving averages. Time to buy some puts. Time to get in short. Whatever you have to do. And then sure enough, we kind of faded and just pushed momentum. Makes sense? Oh man, you guys got good questions. I'm telling you, you guys got some baller questions all over the place. Not gonna lie. You know, we covered a lot today. We covered the a little bit of long term. We covered some moving averages. We covered some short term. We covered some psychological stuff. Is there a reverse on that? What, this one right here? Like right now? Yeah, the reverse to go bullish. I mean, you haven't seen it in a while because we've been bearish. But it's Matt R's in the house. What's up, buddy? We have the moving averages here. Again, they're not stacked. So you could do TTM without any of those moving averages, right? And these dots represent we're in the squeeze. Squeeze is you're expecting a big move very soon. Means you're building pressure within a very tight space. Right. And there's a lot of just compression built up. And this is going to happen, or this is going to happen. So right here, we were in this zone on the chart. I know it's tough to see. Right. So you could have played that technically. That would have been bullish. The problem is at that given point of time. Right. So down here, we're going slightly from red to yellow, and that would be your squeeze. Right. And you would have still made some gains. The problem is there's a TTM squeeze and there's perfect TTM squeeze. Perfect would mean you also have all of those moving averages in this. So let's say you're going bullish, you'd be above all those moving averages. They would be stacked inverse of what we just looked at. Right. So essentially you're going from, okay, we're starting to lean bullish, but we don't know how strong that 89 is going to be. We don't know. All of those moving averages are now acting as resistance as opposed to support. Attorney Dan says, did you buy the indicator? No, you can get it for free on Thinkorswim. I believe it's on TradingView as well. And then you just got to manually add these things to it. Can you share some ideas on how to reduce my watch list? For what purpose? Sorry, is that for day trading? Like, how do you focus on what stocks to day trade? Or are you looking more for swing trading? Elvis, what's up, Elvis? Elvis is my boy. What are those lines? EMAs. These are EMAs, correct? Yep. Exponential moving averages. Yeah, I'll list them out again if you want. But they're, and again, this is for the perfect ones. You're going to get less setups than obviously taking every single one, but you get like a 80% win ratio. I mean, it's crazy. The 89, the 55, the 34, the 21, and the 8. Those are those moving averages. Yep. And then essentially with this, and again, we could, by the way, guys, I know it's a week, it's a lot of time, but it's really not that much time. So if you guys did want to do any one-on-one coaching, I could help set up your charts, be able to get all of the kind of explain when to buy, how to use it, what to look for. We could do that. If I do have time during the week, again, it just depends on what days I'm on. I'll be more than happy to cover as much as possible on this or any other questions, and the other teammates as well. It just depends on what they use to trade and what their technicals are, and everyone's a little different. But we do have Jeremy Newsom in the house. I'm bullish on that.
Bro, buy 2024 RLT calls.
Yeah, buddy.
Deep out of the money leaps.
I've got my Jeremy calls still. So
there we go.
They're producing. They produce.
Yeah, I love it, man. Well, thanks so much for your assistance today, Burrow Seppi.
Yeah, man. This is a fun group, man. You haven't had a chance to talk to them yet, but oh my goodness, they're incredible.
I'm excited. Well, thank you so much for your assistance, brother. I appreciate it.
You got it. All right, team. See you guys later.
See you, buddy. Sweet. Okay. Give me everyone 8 seconds at most to minimize this and to minimize this. Perfect. Turn that off for just a second. Pull this up, and I'm gonna get the screen share started. Gonna stop the recording for just a moment so that we have everything that we need. Okay, beautiful. Stop recording. And live from Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. This is your motivational, sensational, inspirational, educational, aspirational, international, keenly awaited, daily created, highly anticipated edition of the Afternoon Swing Trading Floor with your humble host, Jeremy Alexander Newsom, with another daily dose of mentally delicious brain food, reminding each of you to love life, and trade it. What is up, my friends and family? Dan doing the Ice Cube Challenge. Thanks for being here. Chuck, what's up? Rockstar, Zach. Thanks for the free week, Jeremy. My pleasure. You're super welcome. Thank you for being here. My goal is to teach you and help you as much as I possibly can. And this week's going to be a great week. So I will be here as normal. This exact week, I'm going to have my schedule that I do with real life trading every single week, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 5 to 6 Eastern, 4 to 5 Central, where I will review the overall markets and help you understand what I'm seeing, what you're seeing, how we can make some gains. Elvis wants the recordings of all this. Yep, just come on our YouTube channel, Elvis. Make sure you be subscribed to it, and you will get all the recordings. So let's go talk about the broader markets. SPY. The big question, of course, everyone has is, will we roll over? And the only answer that I have is, if we're going to, this is where we need to. That's really it. That's all I got. If we will, this is where it has to happen. It needs to happen pretty soon. Otherwise, we're just at a really good level. We could easily continue higher. We just got this trend line and the 200 simple that we did close above nicely today. So my take is going to be one of two things needs to occur. We can get a little bit of a pullback over the next 2 or 3 days, but it'll be a buyable event on the broader markets. I will be going long on some things. I will have a few short trades as well. But if and only if we get a really, really nasty candle the next 2 to 3 days is when I would be like, all right, that was fun while it lasted. Let's go back to just being only bearish. But unless that occurs, I'm just probably going to be looking for some bull trades because we did get some decent closes on a lot of different stocks at this stage. And we don't really have any weird fundamental knowledge or news to my awareness anytime in the next few days or weeks. So SPY with a pretty good close, Qs with a pretty good close. I think the Qs is going to hit the 200 any day. Was a fantastic gap. And so pretty strong gap out of there. Who can tell me what candlestick pattern this creates? That candlestick pattern right there is a morning star reversal. And it's a pretty strong one too. On a 1 to 10, I would give that one like an 8.832, I think. So relatively decent from the morning star reversals that I've seen. And that's why I do think we could probably just slowly grind a little bit higher. Most of our swing trades that we did set up last week in the swing trading room, specifically on Friday and on Wednesday, most of them are bullish, and we will go through the bearish one that we exited early today. Here's the SPY that we just looked at. And again, we'll see what we do with the upper shadow. The IWM, right? Beautiful bounce off of the 200. So again, as most of you know this year, my main focus for real life trading is double tops and double bottoms, along with the moon phase. So those are going to be my three kind of main focuses. This is a double bottom, and we did break above the 200. We came into that resistance, we pulled back, and then we bounced. Now, again, as I mentioned, if we're going to form a double top, it needs to happen like tomorrow. Some selling needs to come in, which is always possible. But based on the volume, based on the close, and the fact that how beautifully we retested that 200, I'm a little bit more bullish right now. And on the weekly chart, you have a higher low. So this is, again, the IWM. We're above the 200. We got this little resistance here. So if we can break through this resistance with some decent news of some kind, or maybe some decent earnings, then it should be okay. Maud says, is the moon phase an expression or literally the moon phase? Literally. Yep. Literally. So pretty wild. It's in TradingView. Feel free to practice with it if you want to. It is it's kind of interesting. Matt says the Fed's going to start talking a little bit early part of February. Yes, that is true. February 1st. So I think we got a little bit until then. All right, cool. So that's the IWM. That's the broader markets. Here are some stocks that I got from the chat and request lines, and I'll take your list for tomorrow in probably about 50 minutes or so. I'm going to start with the stock that we exited for a profit, bearish today. And this was on Archer Daniels Midland Company. I'll explain why we exited bearish on ADM today. Number one answer is we were profitable. So there was that. Number two, the market was pretty strong today, and this was a bear trade. Number three, we were also at a potential turning point, which is if I just hide all these lines, the 50 EMA on a weekly. So that's this big green line. I'll hide the other ones here for just a moment, but type in a 6 if you can see how that's acted as a decent little guiding benchmark on the stock for a bit. Yeah, so we can see. I mean, it's not perfect, obviously, but there's some levels. So we were here, we were bearish, we were profitable, we already made some gains. It's like, all right, let's just, exit for a small win. Here was the exact setup. So I'll go back in time so you can see what I saw when I saw it. Really, really, really strong bear candle. I went to the daily chart and I said, okay, we just closed below the 200. We have, if I zoom out a little bit, a potential, or at least what looked to me like at the time, head and shoulders pattern. That would be a close below the neckline there, which would make this the retest. So once we close below the 200, shorted a pullback halfway into the bear candle with a stop above the pivot, and that was the setup. And the reason number 4 for exiting a little on the early side is earnings were also this week on Thursday. Chuck says, did you use a screener to find that trade? No. Nope, just used the list that some of you guys threw at me. That's the cool part. I do this every day, man. Look over the markets every single day for an hour. So we find some really, really good moves. And I can use scanners. I love looking for scanners. I love using scanners, but we didn't, to my knowledge, use a scanner for this one. All right, next on the list is Kroger, ticker symbol KR. Talk about a boring stock. Kroger is the blue chip grocer of America. I did drop $400 at Kroger this morning, as I do every 3 days, it seems like. And essentially, we're at a very good long-term spot to potentially accumulate. So old resistance, new support. What I'll do is zoom in here for a moment so you can see the 200 simple is all the way down here at 37. The 100 simple is here at that blue line. So from a long-term, big picture standpoint, this is an okay spot to kind of like stab a little bit. So if you are buying a little bit, some chunks, I think that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, that's it. I would just be tiptoeing in, sprinkling in some money, buying some longer term shares. I don't see anything great with extremely strong edge. If you want to play it bearish, you could play it bearish here at this neckline around 45.50. This looks a little bit double topish. Close with the neckline, retest. And again, right there is the 100 simple on a weekly and the 100 simple on the daily. So there's some reasons that you could have some bearishness there that I see. But generally, one of my rules, if you're jotting rules down, here's one of mine. I don't short food companies. And that's not because of a altruistic reason. It's because I've done it a bunch and I've looked back at all my trades and I've never made money doing it. So there you go. All right. CCI, Crown Castle, earnings right around the corner. Let's go to a weekly chart. The reason I'm looking at the weekly is just really to see what this bad boy's been doing. And this is a sizable pullback. Look at this drop. This is essentially the same size as 08. This is huge. 08 was down 80%. And this was down, wow, 40%. Not even close. That's interesting. Some kind of triple top, head and shoulders. Wow, we were right at that neckline. Well, here's what's interesting. Based on that analysis, we should go lower. I don't have any position on this one, but it looks a little bit on the bear side. Therefore, if it does not, and if we do have a strong gap up on earnings, specifically an open above 153, this thing's on a rocket ship, and it's going to be a really, really good gap. If it gaps down, I'd probably look to short a retest of some magnitude. This is not going to come out until later this week, so I will put it on the list for Wednesday and Thursday, and we can come back and look at this later that time, and we can see what that gap does. But I'm going to draw essentially here and here. So if it opens below 138, that'll be the most intriguing. And open above 153 will be the most intriguing. Other than that, no trade for now on Crown Castle Inc. Amazon. Type in a 9 if you could have easily found Amazon through a quick little scan of some kind. Bouncing off the 100 simple on a monthly chart. Wow. Amazing. So again, that is simply a great spot. And I did mention this about, I don't know, roughly 455 times as a great spot to accumulate some type of size on Amazon. Doesn't have to be huge. It could be 10 shares, it could be 20 shares, but slowly moving it. Todd, to take my face off your screen, just drag the camera to the left. Everything on Zoom is clickable. Should be really, really easy for you to click, drag, and increase whatever screen you want. It's very easy for my nose to take up too much space on a computer screen. So yeah. Also, here's what's cool. On a monthly chart, this particular candle, what type of candle is this on Amazon? There's a name for this one. One white soldier. Yep. Good job, Ray Humphreys. One white soldier on Amazon. That's a big deal. Also, since it's occurring on a monthly time frame. Now we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days left in the month of January, but that's a strong candle at a strong price on Amazon. Also, just to kind of come full circle, give me 3 seconds. I'll show you all how I kind of played Amazon a little bit the other day. Right here. Amazon at a nice buy spot. So we're going to look at this particular chart for just a moment. Since we're all practicing, we're always here to get better. Type in a 9 if you can see a double bottom there. So there's the double bottom. You also had a bear candle here closing above the 10 EMA. So you have the 10 EMA set up. And then you also had the fact that we were bouncing off of the 100 simple moving average. So my plan at that stage was, as general, get in above that bear candle, right? Get in above the bear setup. So that was back on January 10th. And since then, we've gone up a paltry 10.5%. Chuck says, how soon will the recording be available? So Chuck, this is actually still live presently, so I can't teleport in the future yet. I'll let you know when I do, because we'll be very, very wealthy. So it's going to be about an hour after I finish, which I haven't finished yet because I'm still live. So one day, time travel. I'll be pumped about it. I'll be pumped. Amazon, looking good. Cooler bounce. One white soldier off the monthly. I think we're just going to slowly peel into the 100 simple on a daily chart. I think that's our next stop, which is about 103 on Amazon. So again, if I can back trade it for you all really quick, since we're always learning, always growing, there is your double bottom. There is your bear candle closing above the 10 EMA. Type in a 6 if you see it. Because the entry would have been entry here, and then it depends on your time frame. What's your goal? Short-term cash flow, longer-term investment, day trade, could be all kinds of things. It's really up to you. You get to pick that time frame. If you have a larger time frame, you're probably having a little bit of a larger stop, right? Or using protective puts. But your entry would have certainly been above the high of that candle, which would have triggered the very next day with a close above that price. And then you got a gap above the high of that candle to continue the party for the bulls. So long story short, I do think that Amazon's going to probably just ever so quietly and cutely graze higher into the 100 simple for the next, 3 or 4 days. And tomorrow, a gap above the high of this candle would be nice. So if Amazon was on my day trade list, that's what I will watch for. Broadcom, buy the dip. Man, this thing is so strong. I think I made bear money on this one once during all this sell-off. And we're now comfortably back above the 100. I was back trading this the other day, and I'll show you all, in my opinion, where it started. And I know it's a little bit easier to see now, but even back trading this one, you'll see a phenomenal opportunity. Type a 2 into the chat pane if you can see 2 or 3 clear reasons why you're like, yep, this is when it looks pretty bullish to me. Amanda says, what are you pressing to remove candles? So this is a back trade function, Amanda. I'm clicking this little double icon here in TradingView called the bar replay so that I can go back in time and analyze everything. That's what I spend most of my time doing so that I can become the best in the world at this game. Yeah. All right. I'm getting a lot of 2s. For those who did not type it in, here's the volume, here's the close, and it is closing above this red line, which is the 200 simple moving average. You also had a bullish gap action back over here, bullish gap and go. Possible some type of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means you're going to have a little bit of a correction, some type of retracement, something like this, and then we continue a smidge higher. Higher highs, higher lows. Let's go forward 2 or 3 days. There's the retracement. So this is most likely or hopefully the spot where you should be or could be buying something hopefully. And if you played it, I didn't take this trade. Can't be in everything. I'm just here to analyze it. Next few candles come in. Nice little gap up. Again, obviously a bear candle closing above the 10 EMA as well. And then we just, last few days, slowly grinded higher. It's called a nice looking trend and a really good, just solid hang on to your trending stocks. What to do with it now? Just buy a little bit more of a dip. If you're still in, hold. And if you're not in, try to buy it around 540. Texas Instruments. What's Texas Instruments doing? I haven't looked at TXN in a bit. Wow, what a cool bounce. Now, I realized that it had never bounced off of the 200 simple moving average before. So when it came down to this big red line, that was the very, very first time ever. You wouldn't have had any kind of clue or evidence or knowledge or realization or prior information that like, hey, this is a really good moving average to bounce off of if you want to buy some Texas Instrument dividend paying blue chip stock. We all use TI-83s. We know how this stuff works. So I get it that there wouldn't have been any real way to know, oh yeah, strong support here. But it did bounce off of that price. And now we're trading into a spot where it's a really good resistance. Prior spot that we have had some selling. So if I had some shares of Texas Instruments, which I do not, I'm not in this position at all, I would get into a collar or covered call. That's it. That's what I would do. Earnings is going to be right around the corner on this one. I think they're tomorrow, in fact. So I'll put this on the list for tomorrow and Wednesday, just to kind of keep an eye on it. Earnings are also here for Tesla this week. So it's going to be a very, very fun week. I would wait to see what happens on Texas Instruments and buy the dip. Yeah, let's see what it does. As long as it does not open below 166 on earnings. If it does that, that's going to be a little on the bearish side. All right. Next on the list is Fabrinet. Ticker symbol FN. Wow. Look at this trend. This stock has just kept going. Good for it. This is amazing. I mean, amazing, amazing move. Looks like it's gapping up into a new all-time high pre-market right now. Not really sure why, but yeah, I guess I'll just continue to stay with the trend on this one. If you're looking for a good semiconductor stock, this will be one. Buy the dip, hold, stay long. Chart looks good. Trend looks good. Yates, this will probably be a good one to put on your list at some point. Elvis says that Head and Shoulders looks like the one from a textbook. Yes, that is very, very true. And this inverted Head and Shoulders pattern as well. Boom. And your bullish gap and go just to add the additional mayonnaise to the sandwich. Bill says, where do you see the pre-market info? So Bill, great question. Do you see this blue line right here that says post? Are you able to see that on my screen? That blue line is the post-market price currently, right now, for this particular stock. That's how you can do it. So, and then in the morning, around 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern, it'll change to orange, which would be the pre-market. So we are in post-market now. If I said pre-market, I apologize, but I think you all kind of know what I mean. All right, here's JBL, another just, I mean, powerful, powerful, powerful move. Look at this trend. You had the tech bubble high of 67, and we have broken above that off to all-time highs. Really, 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 really strong. So overall trend on this one, also bullish. I don't have a trade set up, don't have a position on it. But if I was looking at getting into one, it'd be bullish. And it'd probably be somewhere back around 70-ish. Amanda says, how does the posted pre-market affect the stock? It's a good question, Amanda. Essentially, it's prices. There's a giant globe out there. People are buying and selling stocks all the time, always. So when you have a lot of people buying and selling a stock after the market's going to close, it's going to move pretty fast when the market opens here in the US. What I would say is pop over to reallifetrading.com. And when you get the chance, click on online courses and then go down to where it says this intermediate trading. I talk all about gaps, pre-market, post-market. It's entirely free. It doesn't cost you anything. I think you'll really get a lot of value out of it. Kristen says, Jeremy, do you use a trailing stop for your ATM strategy, or do you set the trade up to get out at the market exactly at 2.4? Both. I've done a lot of research, Kristen, and really the heart of your question is what's more profitable, using trailing stops or exiting at targets? And most of my research has concluded that it is better to exit at profits for traders who want to create cash flow monthly and or quarterly, right? Like you're trying to pull out profits. If you don't need the money and you're okay to sit back, relax, and let it do its thing, then sure, trailing absolutely works infinitely better. So it all depends on your goals, what you're trying to accomplish. Because if you're taking notes, feel free to jot this one down, ladies and gentlemen. Cash flow is king. Yeah. Dan says exit at targets rather than trailing stops. Yep, you are correct. And Todd says you can always buy back in, especially for day trading. That is a fact. Strong facts. Wesley says back trade and find out what works best for you. Oh man, my knee hurts. Oh, it's all good. Spray some WD-40 on it. You know how many times my dad has sprayed WD-40 on a certain bone that hurt my body at one point in time? Dang, I hope that's good for you. I never looked it up. But good grief. Type in 9 if you had no clue that WD-40 was publicly traded to right now. Hey, at least you learned something. This thing's been around for ages. Ages. Good old WD-40. Come on, man. So WD-40 is at the 100 simple on a monthly chart, not including dividends. If you include dividends, this whole chart changes. But, a little bit. And it looks very, very watchable. Very watchable. It's at a resistance here. This purple line, again, is the 100 SMA, 100 simple moving average on a monthly chart. 100 monthly. And we're battling the 200 simple as we speak with a nice little upper shadow. Got some pressure here. Got good volume. Earnings is over already. Let's put this one on the list for Wednesday and see if we can catch a nice move on it. That one's going to be nice, and I'm pumped. Diana says, can you look at AT&T? Please. Earnings are this Wednesday before market open. All right, I'll put it on the list for tomorrow. I'll get all the stock requests in just a few moments, team. I know every single one of you have a lot of them, and I will get to most of them in just a few moments. Scott's Miracle-Gro. This is a stock, ladies and gentlemen, that I am buying. I do feel it's undervalued. I did pick up some shares and a put sale recently. I know earnings is around the corner, and I like this company. I like the fact that it's a dividend payer, and I like the fact that it's been around since I was born, essentially, 1992. Now, this is the largest pullback that Scott's Miracle-Gro has ever had in its entire history. And I don't think fertilizer or lawn care is just going away. I think this is a massive overreaction to something. I can't really find out what it is. I've tried to do some research on it. Haven't really been able to find much. So long story short, this is a dividend paying stock that is down 76%. So granted, I would be playing this one, yes, for a little bit of a longer term. This isn't like a short term, it could be. I mean, if I had bought, 3,000 shares at 57 and sold them now, I'd be up $6 per share. That'd be really cool. So I mean, it could be. It is a pretty volatile little stock, but anyway, I like this one. Craig says, now I'm going to have to look at this. These guys have lost some big lawsuits. I wonder if something cleared up. Natasha says, what is this stock? Everything that you need on this is the top left-hand side. Ticker symbol SMG, Scott's Miracle-Gro. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting for sure. So I did get some shares. We talked about this one last week. I know some of you were here, some of you weren't. All right, Todd, take care, brother. Have a good one. So I did buy a little bit of some shares at 57. I also sold a put for February. So for those of you who are option selling fans, did the February put, and we'll see what happens on Scott's Miracle-Gro. Now, I'm probably going to kick myself for bringing this one up to a lot of newer traders, and there's a lot of newer traders here. I love you guys. Please be very careful with this, but I am going to be buying some, but I'm going to be risking appropriate levels of risk. I think that this could get a good squeeze. Genius Group Limited. It's just had crazy volume come in. And I bought some very, very luckily at $3 today. Now, if you're wondering why 3, you're not going to like the answer, but I'll give it to you. For those of you who are practicing stock trading, what type of gap is this right here? This is a retest gap. Yep, retest gap. So retest gaps, they generally, well, retest. So this particular gap there, my expectation was for it to pull back a little bit and do this, right? Maybe. So why did I buy it at 3? Who can tell me? It's not a fun answer. It's a really, really boring answer. It's going to take you a little bit probably to type this one out. I can appreciate. Sammy said it was a nice round number. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much the extent of it, right? I'm looking at the stock. It's a garbage company. That I'm sure of. I'm quite positive they do absolutely nothing fantastic for the world. No clue what they do. So I said, you know what? This thing's probably going to go back to 0 in a week and a half. But what I'm going to do, a lot of people are trapped. Tons and tons and tons of volume are coming in. And I'm going to buy some at 3. Worst case scenario, and that's what I love about stocks. Worst case scenarios is it can go to 0 and I will lose 1 risk unit. But if it goes to 8, you know, it's good. Make 2 R's and some change. I can live with that. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what I did. So I think you all should probably consider doing something very similar because it can only go to 0. And right now it's at, 4. And it has been like days ago at 11. And then previous to that, 35. So who the heck knows? Yeah. Most likely going to trade sideways for 3 or 4 days. And then maybe it squeezes, maybe has some type of news cycle, but I could see this hitting Wall Street Bets or whoever, whatever, and could go up a little bit higher. Natasha says, if it pulls to $3 and we get it and then retraces up to 50%, question mark. It's up to you. I mean, my target is probably 10 or 9, give or take. Ray says, do you even need to put a stop? Nope, because my stop is 0. I highly, fully, 100% expect the stock to be worth absolutely nothing come April. But between now and then, maybe some shorts get squeezed out. Right? I mean, if it just math, if we buy it at 3 and it goes up to 9 and we sell it, this is our worst case scenario. This is our best case scenario. Good risk reward. Wayne says, so total crapshoot, basically. No, not a crapshoot. It's a good risk to a very good reward play because I don't expect it to actually be at 0 a few weeks from now, which means we can take our stop from 0 to 1 to 2 and make the risk even smaller. And then the reward even bigger if something really cool happens later. So there you go. That's my thoughts on GNS. I do have a position on this one right now. Now, I did the exact same thing with Compass Realty, also at $3. I think you can also do this one as well. So Compass is an actual company. They do have realtors and they're everywhere. So that's pretty much it. They have a lot of real estate agents. And Chuck says, is that the absolute zero I keep hearing about? Yes. Absolute zero. It's just risk, man. It's a really cool strategy that really no one else talks about, but it's just the way stocks work. That's what I love about them. The lowest they can go is zero. So if you know your risk and you take your risk and divide it by the price of the stock, which I bought this also at 3, and you're welcome to do the same. If it goes to zero, I know exactly how much money I'm going to lose. So the risk is very, very easy to continue. Like if you buy 100 shares, what's your absolute worst case scenario? Right? Buy 100 shares, worst case scenario, you lose $300. You can calculate that right now. Win says, do you always risk 1R? What do you think, Win? If you had to guess. If you had to take a stab in the dark. Win says yes, you are correct. All right, so Compass, buy some at 3, stop at 0, risk 1R, and then continue to watch it because look at this trend line that's getting broken out of. Oh, cool. So if this thing starts to pop, there's some signs. I really do like the volume that's coming in down here, right? Good volume, good volume, good volume. So there's some volume coming in. We could trade sideways and absolutely nothing happens. I'm fine with that. But if we do actually start creeping out of that 200 simple and kind of breaking out of that, this could be kind of fun. So Compass position, I also have Pinterest. Now I know Pinterest, this is going to be a little bit of an advanced strategy, but type in a 4 if you would ever like to know how to have an unlosable trade. Now, for all the numerous people who are going to type in a 4, I do have a course on it. It's really, really better. It's best for anyone who has a decent sum of capital where they can put into some positions. I would say decent, anything over 50 grand. 6 figures and up, beautiful. But the program's called Hedging with Options. I go really, really in depth. And it's a phenomenal, phenomenal program where you can learn how to get into unlosable trades. So I'm in one of those right now on Pinterest. Tomorrow or the next day, as we get a little bit closer to earnings, I'm going to sell around a $30-ish covered call for February. And I'm going to buy around a $25 put and sail into the sunset on Pinterest. Now, keep in mind, my cost basis on this is 22.5. So I already bought it down here and it's currently trading up here. So that's the key to the strategy is you got to have positive equity in a position. But I like this trade over earnings as well as a potential debit spread for my option fans. Get into a bull call debit spread because if here's the 50 EMA on a weekly, there's a lot of pressure here. Let me just hide on my lines for just a second. Check this out. This is pressure, really good for about a year. It's been building. I'm not saying it's going to break higher. I'm just saying if we get a good gap, if some things start to move, it could be kind of cool. And I'm going to keep a close eye on it. So we'll see if it gaps. We'll see what it does. Watching Pinterest very closely. I am in some shares. I do have a position on this one, and I'm interested to see how it plays out. Nice little hammer candle today. So again, I'm gonna give it another few days as we see if we can go up into this 27, 28-ish price point before I start getting into another collar on Pinterest. Kellogg's, I would just get into a credit spread on Kellogg's. I see that there's definitely some slight bearishness, but you're coming into the 100 simple on a weekly, which is a good buying spot. and the 100 simple on a monthly, it's just not the best place to go short, in my opinion. I'm not saying you can't make money on it. Again, I don't short food companies, but a spread under 64, maybe for February or March, I think is probably the best way to play this one. And let that be that on Kellogg's. American Airlines. Now, this is interesting. American Airlines had a really big run up. For what reason, I'm not entirely sure. But they did. And they came into, this is the weekly chart. So the weekly chart on American Airlines did or has formed a potential triple bottom / double bottom. So you got this as a triple bottom. Is that a triple bottom? And then you have this as a potential double bottom. Neckline being around 15. Reason that's intriguing is because if you go to a monthly chart, it looks pretty comfortable. And American Airlines is down significantly. Earnings are in a few days. And so what I'm looking to do is I'm going to watch American Airlines very closely to see if we gap down into this 14-ish area, because we'll have a bunch of bear candles gapping down, and I'll be a net buyer around 14 if we can get down there. Don't know if we will or not, but I'm going to watch it pretty closely. And that's about it. Yeah, so earnings are right around the corner. This one's going to be a lot of fun. I am watching to see if we can get it down there, and going to keep a pretty close eye on American Airlines and to see how it gaps, what it does, kind of talk through it and come up with a game plan at that time. Next is Home Depot, ticker symbol HD. Home Depot. This is essentially moving just like the Dow Jones ETF. They are very, very closely in sync. And I think this is a pretty interesting candlestick pattern, chart pattern. This is technically an island reversal. Those are not bullish. And this is a bearish island reversal. You can have bullish ones as well. I think Home Depot is going to go higher because this needs to fill. It would be very not good for Home Depot to leave that unfilled. So for example, if we had a bear candle, something in the next 2 or 3 days, I mean, we would trade down into 290 pretty fast. So my guess is we trade back up and we get to 334 this week. And that's really about it. I mean, granted, it's still pretty flat, pretty sideways. There's nothing extremely exciting about Home Depot. If you are a slightly non-directional trader, there's going to be some money for bull put spreads, bear call spreads, iron condors. I don't really actively day trade this one. There's nothing I'm extremely excited about on this. So I'm just going to kind of let it do its thing and hang out from there. Okay. Next on the list, this was a big mover today. AMD, Advanced Micro Devices. Now, today's close was very interesting because today's close closed above the 200 simple on a weekly for the first time, number one. Number two, we have a bullish gap and go and a bullish gap and go on a weekly time frame. Also, on a weekly chart, we have a high wave indecision candle both there and there. This looks to me a little bit more on the bullish side. Earnings on AMD are about a week away. I think we're going to get up into the 200 simple probably this week. So what I'm kind of waiting for or watching for is really a retest of this retest gap into the 200 simple. It looks good. And I'm kind of interested to see what it does and kind of play it from here. But put this on your list because it had really, really good movement today. Really good gap up. Here's the 3-minute chart. And a lot of traders played the bearish 10 EMA setup. First, huge bear candle, massive bear volume. And then you get a bear candle closing above the 10 right there. So ladies and gentlemen, would your setup be entry here, stop there, based on the 10 EMA play, yes or no? So how many people do we have here? Wow, we have 200 people here. Amazing. Amanda says, would that be for a day trade? The answer is yes. You're exactly right. Day trade. Rickman's learning all about the 10 EMA. Rickman, is it cool and easy and nice to see kind of all that come together? Awesome. I love it. Good move. Clean, nice, pretty. That's all I got on AMD. Buy the dip, looks strong. Nvidia is at 191. 191. Now here's the best part. Dan says, do you only have the 10 EMA on your charts, Jeremy? Well, that's a great question, Dan. So you've been watching me trade now for about 45 minutes. I think you've seen a few more than just the 10 EMA. You've probably seen a few different types of moving averages. So the answer is no. But also, thirdly, Dan, I actually personally, when I trade, don't do anything. I just do this. But that's not as clear for people to see. It's a little bit more subjective. And so I love just using candles. I don't do anything. Nothing on my screen at all. Price action. But moving averages do help newer traders a lot. So I don't think that they're wrong. I have a trader asking, can you please look at FUTU? Yep, I'll put on the list for tomorrow. All right, we're still cooking with oil, doing good. I like it. So NVIDIA is about to hit a resistance. Remember, things feel best when they are the highest to buy. So right up in here is when most people are going to be buying NVIDIA. I think this is a pretty solid spot to get into a nice little collar. The reason I say that is because this is the 100, 200 simple moving average. Now check out what a beautiful, beautiful trade this is. Buying it off the 2, selling it at the 1. How lovely is that? Imagine for a moment that you did that with 1,000 shares. That would be a $50,000 win. I mean, again, just imagine. You can dream. Dreaming's free. Doesn't cost anything. Dan says, what do you mean? I mean, mathematically, if you bought 1,000 shares at 135 and right now it's at 193, that is a $50,000 profit. A little bit more than $50,000. And it's as simple as buy off the 200 simple, sell at the 100 simple. That would have been the trade. So it doesn't have to be extremely difficult. Right? It can be that simple. And also type in a 4 if you know what NVIDIA is, if you like NVIDIA, if you understand NVIDIA, if you know they pay a dividend, if you know the future of the company. I did this trade. That's why I'm bringing it up. This is a trade that I did place. And it was a simple one, right? Buy off the 200. I added some complication to it. Got into a cover call, got called away at 165 and then repurchased at 140. But buy low, sell high. And that's all this is. The key and the awareness was knowing that it's NVIDIA, knowing what it is, holding through and not panicking through this little move right there. Because when that move happened, I did insure myself with puts. So I did not use a stop loss and get stopped out, but I did have downside protection. I bought some puts and those puts lost. I spent money on insurance and lost on my insurance. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, have you ever paid for insurance on something that you didn't have to use that ended up appreciating in value? Probably all the time, right? I would assume. I would assume houses, health, life, all of it. All of it. So, cool deal. Anyway, my boy Andrew says he's looking to get into a bear call spread on NVIDIA. Right on, my man. Keep me posted. I think that's, I mean, makes sense. I get it. I understand. All right, so nice move on NVIDIA. Again, if you have some shares right now, it's a great time to get into a collar on it. Bitcoin. Yes, we look at cryptos at Real Life Trading. This is accidentally how I made a lot of my money in 2017. I was off of cryptos. I mean, I had made a bunch of money otherwise before, but that helped. It was pretty crazy. So Bitcoin, I think, is just slowly inching towards the 200 simple on a weekly. This is the red line that's going to act as a support resistance, is at 24,000. Old resistance, which was old resistance, new support is here off of the 2017 bubble. Hyperbolic extension of price action that our boy Bitcoin survived. And we did have a pretty abnormally large pullback of about 77% on Bitcoin. So I think we're going to hit the 200 probably in the next 3 or 4 weeks max, and then have a little bit of a pullback, rest, chop around. Then we'll see. But there are some bullish signals on crypto, and I am setting up crypto trades, and I am buying the dip on those crypto trades. So just fun facts. I'll be showing one in just a second. Ethereum, ticker symbol ETH. Euro says, what's your long-term view on Bitcoin? It's been the same since 2014, my man. I think the absolute best way to trade both Bitcoin and Ethereum is buy it long-term, weekly, treat it like a savings account. Don't look at it. That's the best way to do it. So it's going to be very, very hard to beat, in my opinion. But I'm doing that with both Bitcoin and ETH, which is Ethereum. I've always enjoyed this one. I bought Ethereum. You guys ready for this? At all ones, 1111.11. Not because I'm smart, but I just thought it'd be funny. Got pretty close to the bottom on Ethereum. Here's the weekly chart, and this one is above the 200 simple on a weekly. That's a big deal. Huge deal. So just notice how well this did hold up for the most part. So if this thing pulls back into, let's just call it 1395, I would still be a buyer there. And Dan, you were talking about buying off the 200 and selling at the 100. I bet you can probably let your eyes guide you towards how that strategy could work with Ethereum also. I mean, there's the 200, there's the 100. You essentially double your money. Or, you know, play how you see it. Roblox, RBLX. I think this is a very interesting move on Roblox. I did buy some shares the other day on Roblox, just from a long-term perspective, nothing overly interesting, but I'll share with you guys that post. I think Roblox is bottoming out, and I believe the bottom is in fact, on Roblox. How do I... I'm gonna have to find it manually. All right, just give me a quick second. Show more ideas. Oh, there's no way it's this long. Yeah, but just didn't post it. Maybe it was just in my brain. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I just passed it. Okay, someone said I just passed it. Tesla Collar, Bull Put, Visa, Q's, Square, Schwab, Robinhood, Wix, Baba, Square, Roblox. There we go. So again, this is where it did go lower than this exact price, obviously, but my plan was back in December, nothing huge, but a nice spot to accumulate a few more shares, buy low so high, lowering the dollar cost average a tad. So I'm still doing that. I might buy another $3,000 worth next 2 or 3 days, but I don't think it's going to be a really bad investment. If we go look at a weekly chart, this is a bear candle, very nicely closing above the 10 EMA on a weekly chart, by the way. And I think this daily chart wave rotation is almost spot on. So here's your long-term averages. I'm gonna wait for a little bit of a pullback and a dip on Roblox into 36, and I'm probably just gonna kind of keep buying there. I think if you buy $3,000 worth of Roblox between $40 and $30 every month, you'll be quite pleased with the results over the course of a year. That's just my thoughts. Could be wrong. Wrong pretty frequently, but not on long-term stuff. All right, here's PayPal, PYPL. I did profit on PayPal. I got called away. I'm telling you all this for purposes of a lot of traders already in these trades with me right now. And I might go 3 or 4 minutes long today, but it won't be a lot. PayPal, I got called away on Friday. I had a 77.50 covered call that expired in the money. And so I got called away on my shares for a 10% return on PayPal. And I am going to reaccumulate those shares below 77.50. So I'm looking at getting in some more at 77. And then I'm going to probably sell another put on PayPal as well at like 72 and 70 over earnings, because I think PayPal is going to be here. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. And I do absolutely believe that this is a long-term accumulation pattern. PayPal has a lot of data, a lot of finances, a lot of people's transactions, and it owns Venmo. A lot of reasons and rationale, I think, to be kind of longer term, more bullish than bearish on PayPal. And I did put some shares at 69, 70-ish and turn around and sold those shares at 77.50. So it's a 10% return in a month. Not too bad. So to keep a close eye on it, but I am accumulating this one. I like this one. I enjoy it, and I'm long-term bullish. Same thing with Boston Beer Company, Sam Adams. I'm actually pretty blown away that Sam Adams is as low as it is. I know I've been talking about Sam Adams for about a year now, and it really hasn't done a lot since then. But I've been able to catch some good lows. This thing is in a channel. It's like $100 channel. It's going from 320 to 400 pretty frequently. So here's the monthly 100s at 374. If you drink beer, if you drink craft beer and you like Sam Adams, you owe yourself to buy some shares down here. Even if it's take your beer money, buy some, hold it longer term. So that's kind of my thoughts on Boston Beer. All right. Got 3 more to review, and then we're going to look at the swing trades that we're in. This is another swing trade that we are in. I know a lot of you won't be able to get into this one, but I set this up on Friday in the afternoon swing trading room last week. Rivian Automotive, we had a 1 white soldier candle, and I set this trade to get in at 16.58. We did get filled today. We were definitely bottom fishing, but I feel like we just got a bite. You know, we threw you know, we got a nibble on our bait. Sammy bought some calls. Win is long. Very cool. So my target is $20.81. I don't know if we hit it, but keep a very, very close eye on Rivian team. I'm not saying this has to do anything crazy. I'm really not. It could just do this and this. That could be a $3 per share move. $3 times 1,000 is $3,000, and that's a mortgage payment for over half of the U.S. So something to consider, something to keep in mind. Ray says TD only does day trades on this. Do you buy it elsewhere? I bought it in Thinkorswim. I was unaware that they only allowed day trades. Didn't have any issue with it personally. You can't get this in the funded account. I know that. But yeah, I have no clue. Not sure. Speaking of another crypto, Polkadot, ticker symbol DOT. I had this set up to buy a retest into 639, stop loss at 543, target 778. This is a brand new swing trade. I did post this one earlier somewhere, and so I'll put this on all the appropriate places. But if you're interested in taking this one with me, beautiful. I will be setting this trade up. And new swing trade on a crypto. Last one we did officially was Ethereum, and we all won on that together. So I figured if you guys want to win twice, then let's try another one, shall we? So I'll post that in, and I'll put that in the worksheet and just a little bit for everyone who's here. I had this one requested during class. Manpower Group, ticker symbol MAN. Earnings is around the corner. It's at the 200 simple on a weekly, acting as a resistance. Monthly charts at the 100 simple on the monthly acting as a resistance. Probably have to wait until earnings. I would get into most likely a bull call spread and a bear put spread, some type of straddle over earnings to see what it does. Because it's right at a resistance. If it gaps above resistance, it could fly. If it gaps down, which is most likely over earnings, then, maybe you win a little bit. And if that doesn't happen, best of luck. Krispy Kreme was requested during class as well. Ticker symbol DNUT. Buy low, sell high. The hot and fresh sign is on. And if I was getting into some shares of this one, I would probably try to buy it back at the most recent 10 EMA setup. We had a bear candle closing above the 10 here on the 9th of January. It retested that level numerous times at 11.27. If you want to get in, that's where I would try to get in. But again, if you buy donuts, if you like donuts, if you eat donuts, take your donut money that you spend on a weekly or monthly basis, throw it into Krispy Kreme, and then sell it when it goes higher. What time does class start in the morning? Good question. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. Eastern all week, ladies and gentlemen. It's free. It's yours. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your loved ones, tell your employees, your employers. Our mission is to enrich lives. What stocks can I look at for you tomorrow? CrowdStrike, got it. Boeing, got it. Coinbase, got it. Tesla, Roku. Tesla's gonna be fun. Netflix, Beyond Meat, Zim, QS, SZ. Never even heard of that. Is that a ticker? SZ. CRPT got Barrick Gold on there. UEC, BITQ, Bitwise, AMD again, Shopify again, TRMD, and Delta Airlines. All right. Well, I'll see you all tomorrow. I will be here, same time, same place, 5 to 6 Eastern, 4 to 5 Central. Thanks so much for tuning in. I hope this was helpful and beneficial. I love you tons. And until next time, love life, live life, and